Chapter 1183. Because of the speed bestowed by the golden lightning hell dragon, Long Chen felt that they were weak. In truth, they weren't weak at all. If their attacks landed on Long Chen, they would be able to take away half his life. But to Long Chen, if he couldn't hit them, he wouldn't feel the sense of urgency he needed. Perhaps only a real fight can make my blood boil. Long Chen's gaze was cold as he twirled the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. Then, it gradually transformed into a bloody and tyrannical halberd. The halberd was 2 meters long, with a blade on each side. It was also known as a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. It could slash and stab, and its killing power was immense. It was stronger than a sword, but compared to a spear, it could slash. This was the weapon that Long Chen was most satisfied with. The so-called ancient halberd was exactly like this. After transforming the scarlet blood eternal desolation into a halberd, Long Chen's aura underwent a drastic change. If he was said to be an agile martial artist who only knew how to dodge before, now he was like a god of slaughter. That kind of aura caused the bodies of the 6 martial artists that surrounded him to tremble. All of their faces were pale. They thought that it was because they had chased Long Chen too fiercely and were too angry. But in truth, this wasn't the case. This was because the devouring blood world was constantly absorbing their essence blood. In truth, as long as Long Chen continued to dodge within the devouring blood world, he would be able to grind them to death in a day or two. Abundant divine energy surged within Long Chen's body. Fight. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared out a single word. Instantly, the entire battlefield within the sphere of light shook. Dodging wasn't Long Chen's style. True experts were born on the edge of life and death. If he wanted to comprehend the true essence of the mandate of martial, he didn't need to calmly analyze the situation. What he needed was a blood-soaked battle. No matter how strong his opponents were, no matter how many people there were, wherever the halberd passed, bones would be crushed. This brat is crazy. It's good that he's not dodging like a grandson. Eat this. A tall and burly martial artist that looked like a giant bear wildly roared. Countless runes flashed on his body, causing his muscles to bulge. At this time, with a loud roar, a berserk killing intent surged out. It's not that you're strong just because you have more muscles. Long Chen, who seemed to be bathed in blood, let out a terrifying roar that even alarmed Qin Shi and Suja below. They only frowned and continued to recover. This is a good chance. He's not hiding anymore. Brothers, let's kill him together. Another warrior circled to Long Chen from the side. The others also moved. The burly martial artist from before was the main attacker, while the others sneak attacked Long Chen from the side. 8 Desolation Martial Arts, Divine Fist of Desolation. That burly martial artist let out an angry roar, pounding his chest as he rushed forward. Earthen yellow magic runes flickered on his body, and behind him, a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared. It should be a giant bear. As the burly martial artist punched out, the giant bear let out an earth-shaking roar, and its thick claws swiped towards Long Chen. Bastard, how dare you offend my dragon's might? Compared to before, the current Long Chen seemed to have gone mad. He swung the mighty halberd in his hand, and blue flames rose up. The phantom of a dragon coiled around the scarlet blood desolation and rushed forward with Long Chen. Mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon. He swung his war halberd again and again. The 9 dragon scriptures attacks grew stronger with each strike. It was like a celestial jade fire dragon was constantly gnawing away at his opponent. Long Chen's attacks even ignored the sneak attacks of the others. Break. With a rumbling sound, the heavenly desolate divine fist was shattered. Long Chen transformed into a golden bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the tall and sturdy martial artist. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen's halberd descended from the sky. From the shoulder, it directly cut the tall and sturdy martial artist in half. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of the body loudly fell to the ground. The burly martial artist let out an earth-shattering scream. His intestines and other parts scattered on the ground. Rumble. His body fell to the ground. For a martial artist with a supreme golden body, although he wouldn't die, he had completely lost the ability to fight. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to have any combat strength without 4 to 5 days of recovery. Hiss. A formless roar came from Long Chen's body. He held the halberd in his hand and suddenly turned his head. His body was burning with a bloody mist. His eyes were like red lanterns, like the god of death from hell. When Long Chen attacked the burly martial artist, all the sneak attacks landed on Long Chen's body. Long Chen dodged half of the attacks, and the other half used his strong body to resist. Unexpectedly, he managed to resist. One move after another left shocking wounds on Long Chen's body. There was even a scar on his face. At this moment, the flesh and blood were wriggling and healing rapidly. From this, it could be seen how terrifying his ancestral dragon body was. Blood was dripping, but not a single drop fell. In the great void realm, the woman in the white cocoon of light seemed to see Long Chen's current appearance. A drop of clear tears fell. But to Long Chen, this was nothing at all. In that moment of life and death, he found that he had come into contact with that layer of truth. Martial will. This was the power of his own will, and not the will of heaven and earth. In the scarlet blood firmament, there were dragon will that was stronger than ordinary people, but this was ultimately not Long Chen's own will. Protect. He urgently sought a stronger protection. It was a feeling of sacrificing himself. Although he was injured, his blood was still boiling. The halberd swept across and pointed at the remaining 5 people. Long Chen laughed loudly like a dragon's roar. Who will be next? Everyone looked at each other. Long Chen's current appearance was indeed a little scary. Everyone, don't be scared. He was already injured just now. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't kill him. One of the skinny warriors said. Previously, it had been him who had been planning and coordinating. The number 1 warrior of the younger generation of the 9 great clans had been defeated by Long Chen one by one. At this moment, they were still trembling in fear in front of Long Chen. If news of this were to spread, it would cause a stir. The 9 great clans would lose all face. Then it's you. When the other party said the first sentence, Long Chen interrupted him. The devouring world of blood wriggled. Traces of blood essence turned into divine essence and surged into Long Chen's body, replenishing the consumption of the 9 dragon scripture that Long Chen had just used. Hiss. The halberd was pointed forward. A golden light instantly rushed towards the warrior. Everyone, work together to kill him. The warrior was not so easily frightened. Everyone knew that unity was the only way out. At this moment, they were not stingy at all. One by one, they used their ultimate killer moves. Basically, they were the best moves passed down in their families. Merak Wind Chop. Ninefold Shadow Kill. One move after another enveloped Long Chen. Every move was a killer move. When combined, it was enough to kill Long Chen. No one can stop me if I want to kill someone. Invincible sword body. What shocked everyone was that in the face of so many killer moves, Long Chen did not have any intention of retreating. He let out a sinister laugh. At this moment, a transparent sword chi dragon image condensed in front of him. When it appeared, a huge sword chi directly collided with the attacks of the 5 people. At the same time, the invincible sword body also collided with it. Boom, boom. The sound of blood fog blurred everyone's eyes. Long Chen's aura disappeared completely. They only saw a blurry sword image in front of Long Chen, and then everything disappeared. Is he dead? The skinny warrior who spoke first said with some relief. Just as he said that, a terrifying attack appeared behind him. Ice-armored azure sea dragon. At that moment it was as if he saw a terrifying divine dragon raise its head from the endless deep sea in the midst of the horrifying waves, and then swallow him whole. Long Chen used the halberd again and chopped off the lower half of the guy's body. Another scream was heard as the skinny warrior fell to the ground. Hiss. After repelling the opponent, Long Chen quickly dodged and rushed out of the area surrounded by the four people. He stood in the sky far away. A pair of blood-red eyes were like sharp blades, crushing the hearts of everyone. How terrifying. At this moment, they seemed to understand that even if they joined forces against Long Chen who did not care about his life, they would not be able to survive against him. From the absolute advantage and confidence, to the panic of the four people now. Especially after seeing the miserable state of the two people below, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The four people looked at each other, warned Long Chen, and asked, "What should we do? There is no way out. The more we fear him, the more we will lose. He has already gone mad. If we want to win, we have to be even crazier than him," the only woman said. Compared to the other three, her opinion was more advanced. That's right. The other three nodded. The two of them have already lost the ability to fight. The four of us. Sigh, we can only wait and see. I didn't expect this Jiang Yunfan to be so terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for him. At this moment, they were actually already discouraged. Long Chen's previous performance had already crushed their hearts. It was either die or go berserk. Long Chen had already gone berserk. The four of them hardened their hearts and no longer cared about anything else. One by one, they used their hidden trump cards. Their goal was to kill Long Chen. Above them, Long Chen was looking down at them. The four of them could no longer give Long Chen the feeling of absolute danger. Fortunately, they came to their senses and knew to use their trump cards to kill. In the 9 super clans, there were all kinds of methods. At this moment, one of them took out a terrifying talisman. It should be a spiritual beast talisman. The other two used some kind of amplification method to greatly increase their true energy. The last person used a transformation technique. His entire body started to expand and was filled with power like a wild beast. Charge. Kill him. Don't show mercy. Chapter 1184. That soul beast talisman was actually an unknown thunder beast. Its whole body was wrapped in dense purple lightning. It looked like a cheetah, but it had a long spiral horn. The thunder beast let out a terrifying roar and took the lead. The other two people who had increased their divine energy and the other person who was also pushing his limits, they all charged towards Long Chen. It was impossible to say that their attacks posed no threat to Long Chen. Not only was it a threat, it was an extremely terrifying threat. For a moment, the entire light sphere was shaking. Qinshi and Suzhe, who were on the ground, were astonished by the battle strength that Long Chen had just displayed. However, they also believed that it was impossible for Long Chen to dodge at this moment. Because even if it was them, they wouldn't dare to face it carelessly. Especially that soul beast talisman. It was a talisman that was said to kill anyone in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. This soul beast talisman was worth more than 100,000. Even Suzhe and the others wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The earth shook and the mountains shook. More than half of the holy tree had been destroyed. However, Long Chen discovered that the destroyed parts of the holy tree would be reborn in a very short period of time. This feeling of lingering on the verge of death made Long Chen especially excited. He seemed to see his life fading away. The more it was at this moment, the more his mind entered a dazed state. A lot of information quietly appeared just like that. Of course, even so, Long Chen didn't think that he would lose. He was just exploring the meaning of this. Martial will. Will was the power that could defeat everything. This was the power of the divine martial spirit. In the midst of this great pressure, an undefeated will rose in his heart. This made Long Chen feel especially deep. He raised his halberd high and faced the attacks from below. The ferocious thunder beast had already arrived below Long Chen's feet. Evil creature. On Long Chen's chest, the emerald flaming dragon scales and the blue oceanic dragon scales finally lit up at the same time. The sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice-armored oceanic dragon finally revolved around the blood-red halberd at the same time. The power of water and fire clashed violently. The explosive power of the sky mysterious blue fire dragon and the ice-armored oceanic dragon almost made Long Chen lose control. 9 Dragon Scripture, second layer. Finally, he used the power of the second layer of the 9 Dragon Scripture. As the halberd danced, the power of the 2 dragons pierced downwards. If the first layer was a slash, then the second layer was a piercing attack. The azure flames and the blue sea actually fused with the scarlet blood desolation before erupting. This terrifying power was completely in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen let out an earth-shaking dragon roar as the halberd in his hand pierced downwards. At the same time, the thunder beast's horn stabbed towards Long Chen. A puny ant dares to resist my dragon might? There was an explosion, and the thunder beast let out a roar as it was torn apart by the power of water and fire. Long Chen did his best to pierce through, and his entire body shot down like an arrow of blood. Behind him, the shadows of 2 huge divine dragons appeared. The green sky mystic fire dragon was bathed in raging flames, and the blue ice-armored deep-sea dragon was covered in sharp ice armor with mist rising from its body. Break. The 4 martialists spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were cut down by the halberd. The 4 figures fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The terrifying power caused the ground to shake, and the 4 of them were almost buried in the soil. The range of this light sphere included a part of the ground. Under the effects of the 9 Dragon Scripture, although the 4 of them looked fine, their injuries were similar to the previous 2. Their internal organs were basically shattered. Long Chen had only understood the true power of the 9 Dragon Scripture today. The power of the 2 dragons was not as simple as the original 2. It was hard to imagine how powerful the 9 Dragon Scripture would be when it was cultivated to the 9th layer. At least for now, it was almost as powerful as an 8th grade divine skill. There were a total of 6 dragon scales on Long Chen's hand, representing the 6 powers of water, fire, wind, earth, thunder, and wood. With these dragon scales, it would not be a problem for Long Chen to cultivate the 9 Dragon Scripture to the 6th layer. Of course, the most important thing was still the divine energy. Long Chen's divine energy was now at the celestial realm, and using the 2nd layer of the 9 Dragon Scripture once had already exhausted it. Fortunately, the opponent's blood essence had given Long Chen some strength to recover. He had a chance to use time reversal today, but Long Chen did not use it. He wanted to save it to deal with his 2 real opponents. At this moment, Long Chen was hovering in mid-air, looking down at the 6 cultivators who couldn't even get up. This was within his expectations. Regardless of whether he used a slow method of wearing them down or an intense battle, these people would still be defeated by his hands. As for why he did not kill them, on one hand, Long Chen still had to prepare a way out for himself. Killing so many people from the 9 great clans in the 9 underworlds was no different from courting death. On the other hand, defeating them was almost the same as killing them. After the last battle, Long Chen's comprehension rose once again. This made him understand the importance of protection. In the Great Void Realm, the body of the person he was protecting did not move, but tears had already blurred her eyes. Long Chen had already worked very hard, but she knew that it was still not enough. This was because there were still two real opponents in front of him. However, to Long Chen, it was fortunate that there were still two. To him, these 6 martialists were too weak and did not push him to his limit. At this time, although he was exhausted, he still had not enjoyed himself to the fullest. Long Chen had already touched the edge of the martial will. It was relatively easy to go from the initial stage to the celestial realm, but it was very difficult to cross a small realm. As for Long Chen, he was currently stuck at this point. He needed an even greater stimulation. This stimulation could only be given to those who had fused with the world, controlled the will of the world, and possessed the spiritual power of the world. In this battle, not only did Long Chen not give up, but he became even more fired up. This was his undefeatable will. Steady his breathing. The two people below looked at each other and had already stood up. Long Chen's previous attack had successfully alerted them. At this moment, Qin Shi and Suzhi looked at each other. They were enemies, but they were also friends. At least, they were both people who stood at the peak, and they did not hate each other. They were only opposing each other because of their current competitive relationship. Qin Shi was relatively familiar with Long Chen, but she was still very surprised. I can only say that he's already invincible at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm, but there's still quite a distance between him and us. He's completely exhausted right now, and he's dealt with his other opponents as well. Let's decide a victor, and the winner will take the saint's fruit from him. What do you think? Suzhi stood with his arms behind his back as he stared at Qin Shi. Qin Shi thought about it for a while before shaking her head. I won't hide it from you. I've spent some time with him before. He knows how to endure, and he has many mysterious techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take the saint's fruit first. I think we should deal with this problem first before deciding who the saint's fruit belongs to. A battle like this without anyone watching is what we need the most, Qin Shi said emotionlessly. This. Suzhi felt that the two of them working together to deal with this exhausted youth, and they also had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. This felt like an unfair advantage. However, Qin Shi was right. Long Chen was a mysterious person with countless tricks up his sleeves. If one underestimated him, there was a possibility that he and Qin Shi would fight, and Long Chen would reap the benefits. If that's the case, let's work together to deal with Jiang Yunfan first. Suzhi had no choice. He actually admired Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was similar to him. They had both grown up as insignificant figures, so he found the same feeling from Long Chen. The two of them worked together. After all, Long Chen was also a troublesome opponent. Between the two of them, neither of them was willing to exhaust themselves on Long Chen. They had mostly recovered from the wounds from Long Chen's golden lightning dragon. Let's go. Raging winds surged, the robes of the two experts fluttered in the wind. They stood in front of Long Chen, one at the front and one at the back. Both of them had the demeanor of experts. They calmly looked at Long Chen. Brother Jiang, I must say that you are a genius that I admire. Your willpower is a model for our generation. However, for the sake of the saint's fruit, please forgive Suzhi and Miss Qin Shi for working together against you. Suzhi clasped his hands. On the other side, Qin Shi said, I only wish for a peaceful place to fight against Suzhi. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Long Chen's previous performance had successfully earned their respect. Come, Long Chen waved his hand and said emotionlessly. Suzhi and Qin Shi were both convinced by his strong willpower and unyielding conviction. However, this was not a reason for them to not move. The calmer Long Chen was, the more they wanted to deal with him. You don't understand the will of the world, Suzhi sighed gently. He could tell that Long Chen had definitely not reached the will of the world. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for him to deal with the 6 cultivators earlier. He would not have needed to exhaust his divine energy to such an extent. Long Chen was currently using a tremendous amount of divine crystals to recover his divine energy. Suja and Qinshi did not move first. They had basically given Long Chen a fair environment. An hour later, Long Chen opened his eyes. His divine energy was already surging. The powerful regenerative abilities of the ancestral dragon physique had basically allowed him to return to peak condition. Blood-colored dragon scales surfaced on Long Chen's skin, covering his entire body. It gave him a vicious aura. This was Long Chen's peak condition. He needed the most extreme stimulation to allow Big to break through that membrane. Chapter 1185. What are you waiting for? Long Chen smiled and looked at the two beside him. Just this indifference alone made him stand out from the crowd. The two martial artists beside him were at the law of heaven and earth level, martial artists with the will of the world. At this moment, Suja and Qinshi looked at each other and nodded. Behind each of them, a phantom image appeared. It was like a painting, and the world in the painting was the vast and boundless dragon sacrificial continent. No one knew exactly how big the dragon sacrificial continent was. In this painting, there were many places that weren't clear. Only the middle part was the 3 imperial domains and the 9 realms that were vaguely displayed. This painting was the so-called heaven and earth dharma aspect. They had only just entered the heaven and earth dharma aspect realm, so what they had condensed was only the earth dharma aspect. When they had condensed their heaven and earth dharma aspects, they would condense the true heaven dharma aspect. The law of earth was the miniature of the dragon sacrificial continent, while the law of heaven was the miniature of the stars in the universe and the myriad star regions. Condensing the law of earth would allow one to possess the will of the world of the dragon sacrificial continent. When the law of heaven and earth was perfected and the law of heaven appeared, it would be able to integrate the will of the entire world. And the dragon sacrificial continent was only a part of the entire world. It could be said that the wind, fire, and thunder tribulations were just consolidating the foundation. The supreme golden body was just a way to strengthen the body and unlock the law of immortality. The law of heaven and earth was the true path of a powerhouse. Suja and Qinshi, who had condensed the law of earth and had the phantom of the dragon sacrificial continent behind them, had, in a sense, surpassed Long Chen's current level. Long Chen had 10,000 times more divine energy than a martial artist of the same level, but it was completely unrealistic for him to defeat these two martial artists with just divine energy, the enhancement of the sword, physical speed, the 9 dragon scripture, the will of the dragon, and so on. Once the law of earth was formed, the dragon sacrificial continent seemed to be under the control of this martial artist. Maybe when you reach the 7th level of the divine martial realm, you will be able to feel how strong this power is. Qinshi and I will only punch you once, Suja said calmly. Previously, when he used the spear, he didn't display the power of the will of the world. To a martial artist who had yet to comprehend the martial will, the will of the heavens and earth seemed a little distant. Just one punch. Long Chen looked at the two of them suspiciously. At this time, Suja and Qinshi underwent a huge change. Long Chen vaguely felt that their bodies were growing infinitely larger. In the end, they reached the point where they could support the heavens and the earth. They were like ancient giants who held the stars in their hands and stood on the earth. The entire world was under their control. Even the slightest movement from them could cause the heavens to fall and the earth to crack. This is the will of heaven and earth. Suja's voice was extremely loud and clear, reverberating between heaven and earth. At this moment, he gently extended his fist and punched towards Long Chen. On the other side, Qinshi did the same. In an instant, Long Chen felt the entire world shatter. He floated in the center of this shattered world. 2 overwhelming fists, carrying a destructive power that Long Chen couldn't resist, headed towards him. Under the power of heaven and earth, Long Chen was like an insignificant ant. He couldn't change anything and could only watch as everything around him died. His family, his friends, and even himself, these lives couldn't be controlled by an insignificant ant like him. He was only a sad bystander, a coward. This was the power of heaven and earth. In front of heaven and earth, everything was a dog. No. Seeing that he was about to be easily crushed to death, at the final moment, Long Chen let out an unyielding roar. He wasn't willing to accept this. He had never fallen before. His family, his friends, the people he loved, none of them could die. His personality was like this. If anyone went against him, he would make sure that person wouldn't be able to live. Even if it's heaven and earth, so what? If it doesn't let me live, then I'll destroy it. The people I protect are all very important to me. No one can trample on them easily, not even heaven and earth. What will the will of heaven and earth? It's not as good as my will. What's more, you guys aren't the real heaven and earth, but I, Long Chen, am my true self. My protection, my unyielding, my undying, this is my will. I haven't died for hundreds of millions of years, let alone today. The roar came from the depths of his bloodline. His blood boiled and burned. Countless dragon souls and dragon shadows roared in Long Chen's bloodline. Every cell in his body seemed to come to life, letting out roars. This was an aura that made the entire heaven and earth tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside Long Chen's body, there was an earth-shattering change. Under the pressure of the two great experts' wills, his god martial spirit finally broke through the threshold and underwent an earth-shattering change. That dragon-shaped god martial spirit seemed to have its own consciousness. It let out an earth-shattering roar and wandered in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The fourth level of the god martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. Long Chen finally comprehended the extreme realm of martial arts that belonged to him. No one's extreme realm of martial arts could have such a terrifying power. From his god martial spirit, there was a kind of pinnacle will. This will that could make everything yield to him was the will of the ancestral dragon, and also Long Chen's own will. He was the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral dragon was him. No one's martial will could make the heaven and earth tremble, but Long Chen did it. In the supreme demon world of Yin, the sky and earth changed color, welcoming this moment. Rumble. The thunder and lightning chains let out a thunderous roar. Purple lightning exploded, and countless sizzling sounds resounded in the heaven and earth. This transformation was not easy. Originally, when Long Chen faced stronger and stronger opponents, he gradually lost his original advantage. But now, his dragon will was enough to resist the will of the heaven and earth, making up for this. For Long Chen, the dragon will in the scarlet blood sky wasteland was only a small part of it. The dragon was an unyielding will. Even the heaven and earth could not make thousands of dragons yield. When the dragon will appeared in Long Chen's god martial spirit, Suzhou and Qinshe felt an illusion. They found that the earth dharma body behind them was trembling. Yes, it was trembling. It was trembling because of the dragon will. Perhaps only the heaven dharma body, the will of the heaven, could resist the natural nobility and pride of Long Chen's god martial spirit. Disregarding the will of the heaven and earth, Suzhou and Qinshe were only martialists stronger than Long Chen in terms of spiritual energy. The two punches that contained the will of the heaven and earth were actually turned into nothingness by Long Chen's newly formed martial will, which was the dragon will. This was more of a mental attack. When Long Chen's mental strength was strong enough, the will of the heaven and earth that they had mobilized was no longer able to make Long Chen stay dormant. What happened to his body? Suzhou and Qinshe were stunned when they saw that their attacks had actually been turned into nothingness. They had been educated countless times that the will of the heaven and earth could not be defeated, but how could Long Chen resist it just like that? Could it be that he had also comprehended the will of the heaven and earth? But the two didn't seem to see this from Long Chen's body, that was why they were so shocked. What had happened to Long Chen's body? At this moment, Long Chen had, of course, ushered in a new round of transformation, which was 1/10 of the dragon blood. The fourth level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts, was also 1/10 of the dragon blood. It was integrated into Long Chen's blood vessels. The tiny drop of dragon blood turned into billions of pieces and integrated into every particle of Long Chen's body. After going through another transformation, his constitution was already close to half of that of a young ancestral dragon. Constitution was not the strength of the body, but it was displayed in terms of recovery, comprehension, toughness, life level, and so on. The strength of the body was also just a part of constitution. The reason why Li Xuanji was so strong was largely related to her 9-yin absolute meridian constitution. Basically, it was the 9-yin absolute meridian that made her. And Long Chen's constitution had already surpassed the level of the 9-yin absolute meridian when he had absorbed 1/10 of the dragon blood. This was the might of the ancestral dragon. But now, he had already absorbed 4/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood. If he had the same amount of time, Long Chen's current cultivation would have been countless times higher than that of Li Xuanji's. When he had absorbed all the essence blood, although he was just a newborn ancestral dragon, his constitution had already far surpassed the 9-yin absolute meridian by 10 times, or even 100 times. It would even continue to grow. Of course, this was a story for the future. Long Chen felt as though his entire body was bathed in the blood of the ancestral dragon. He felt very comfortable. His body had gone through changes that made him feel numb. It was as though his marrow and meridians had been cleansed, and he had been reborn. The most obvious manifestation was the dragon scales that actually existed on the surface of his body, but they were basically hidden. The strength of his internal organs had been enhanced to a terrifying level. The strength of his muscles, bones, and dragon scales were related to the fighting strength of Long Chen's body, while the strength of his internal organs was related to his internal breath, his ability to resist injuries, and so on. The powerful internal organs seemed to have endless power, driving Long Chen's body. He was like a real ancient giant beast. Because of this 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, Long Chen's body had truly entered the level of the 8th rank body refining battle skill, and even surpassed many body refining battle skills. In terms of body, only those who had practiced the 9th rank body refining battle skill could be stronger than Long Chen. As for speed, although the strengthening of the body would also increase, at least for now, it was the speed that only warriors who had reached the 8th rank of the divine martial realm could have. The two people in front of him could not be compared with Long Chen in terms of speed. Chapter 1186. His physical body, speed, dragon's will, as well as the sharp increase of his divine energy, had given Long Chen a metamorphosis. Although he was only at the 4th tier of the divine martial realm, in terms of divine energy, which was 10,000 times stronger, he was already equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. Adding on the dragon's will, the yin-yang sword soul, and even the 9 dragon scripture, the current Long Chen's strength was infinitely close to Suzhe and Qin Shi, who were the top geniuses of the 3 imperial domains within 100 years old. As for Wang Chen, who was within 100 to 1,000 years old, Long Chen would still need some time to catch up. However, the chances of catching up were very high. Of course, this was all in the future. As the dragon's shadow hovered, Long Chen gradually revealed a mysterious veil in front of Suzhe and Qin Shi. Everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. However, in the eyes of Qin Shi and Suzhe, Long Chen seemed to have become a different person. Previously, in their eyes, Long Chen was just a martial artist that could be easily crushed by the will of the world. However, the current Long Chen's eyes were like blazing fireballs, revealing a disdainful aura that made people want to worship him. Suzhe and Qin Shi had an illusion that they discovered that Long Chen was like a creature that was one level higher than them. Even if the divine energy in Long Chen's body was not as strong as theirs, they had a natural reverence in their hearts. Originally, after possessing the will of the world, it was impossible for them to be reverent towards anything. However, now, even the earthly aspect, the miniature of the entire dragon sacrificial continent, was slightly trembling because of Long Chen's existence. This made Qinshi and Suzhi wonder if using the will of the world to deal with Long Chen would still be effective. From any aspect, after experiencing the short moment just now, Long Chen had become stronger. He was so strong that the two geniuses could feel his mysteriousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The divine light contained in his eyes did not seem to belong to the human race, but to a super overlord from the ancient times. The three of them remained silent for a very long time. Long Chen was stabilizing the terrifying power he had just obtained. Disregarding everything else, the tyrannical feeling of his physical body had completely surpassed that of Suzhi's super-strong battle physique, which had been formed after absorbing the bile of the myriad evil vine. Soul-Eye Technique, the range of the divine awareness, which had just entered the fourth level of the divine martial arts realm, was exactly 1 mile. However, because of the powerful God martial spirit, the range of Long Chen's divine awareness had already reached 2 to 3 miles. This meant that his soul pupil technique, the soul-devouring demon pupil, could also be expanded to such a large range. So many experts from the 9 super clans are watching. These people had arrived a long time ago, but Long Chen had only discovered them now. They were still in the forest outside the holy tree, watching the final battle in the holy tree. Although Long Chen could only sense their presence and couldn't see their expressions, he knew that Long Chen's breakthrough must have made their expressions very interesting. This feeling of looking down on all living beings made Long Chen enjoy it very much. At the same time, he also understood where the strongest power came from. Part of it came from his own undefeatable belief, while the other part came from his protection. The reason he could make a breakthrough here was inextricably related to Li Xuanji. It could also be said that without her, Long Chen would not have been able to make a breakthrough so quickly. Moreover, he would not have formed the will of the dragon that could resist the will of heaven and earth. If he could not resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen would definitely not have the chance to fight against a 7th-level divine martial realm expert. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Regardless of whether Li Xuanji could hear him or not, Long Chen still said this to her. Previously, she did not have much confidence in Long Chen, and even wanted to use the heart of the everlasting protection. However, Long Chen had proven to her through his actions that she would not have the chance to do so. There was no pride in her heart, only enlightenment. Long Chen seemed to have somewhat understood where his path forward was. Perhaps the path of the primordial blood spiritual dragon is not the kind of merciless killing that I imagined. As long as it is alive, it has feelings, and it is the same. Its killing is also for protection, for survival. Merciless slaughter was the behavior of demons. Perhaps the true path of slaughter should be like what Long Chen was thinking right now, which was to protect and survive. His current understanding was of great help to his future development. It could be said that he had walked from a crooked path back to the right path. All of this was thanks to Li Xuanji. I originally thought that only Xiaosi could make me feel this, but I didn't expect it to be her. Although it was a little funny, Long Chen's feelings for Lingxi would never change. Jiang Yunfan. Qinshi's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes wavering as she looked at him. Long Chen also snapped out of his thoughts. He was very grateful to Suzhi and Qinshi. They were true warriors, not despicable people. If they were despicable people, they would not have given Long Chen a chance to recover, and they would not have not stopped Long Chen when he was breaking through. In fact, they were the ones who had pushed for the final breakthrough. Suzhi and Qinshi looked at each other, using their eyes to tell each other that although something unexpected had happened, this battle still had to be fought. I admire your change, but we still have to determine the winner today. I hope that after we go down, we can all become friends and exchange martial arts, Suzhi said. This was a late battle, but no matter what, they still had to take the test, and it was Long Chen facing both of them at the same time. In Suzhi and Qinshi's opinion, Long Chen was still the person they had to deal with first. But now, Long Chen no longer felt any pressure. "Come on," Long Chen said with a smile, full of heroic spirit. The silver dragon spear appeared in Suzhi's hand. Although its sharp aura could not compare to the scarlet blood desolate halberd in Long Chen's hand, it was still very good. As for Qinshi, she did not use a weapon, but she was the disciple of the realm emperor, so she had many tricks up her sleeve. With the power to resist the will of heaven and earth, Long Chen was no longer afraid. The three of them immediately started fighting, and the flames of battle immediately ignited in the ball of light. From the first battle, Suzhi and Qinshi were shocked to discover that Long Chen's strength was not much different from theirs. Although his divine energy was not as good as theirs, Long Chen's physical body and speed were a level higher than theirs. His advantage in speed allowed Long Chen to leave them far behind. No matter how strong they were, Long Chen was basically the same as them. How is this possible? Does he have a method to hide his strength? Just how powerful is his true strength? This was a question that both Suzhi and Qinshi doubted. They had worked together to fight against Long Chen because Long Chen was weaker than them. They wanted to deal with Long Chen first before focusing on the battle. However, the situation had changed now. After a while, none of them managed to gain the upper hand, so they split up. "Since Brother Jiang is so capable, if the two of us continue like this, it'll seem like we're lacking in bearing. Since it's a chaotic battle, let's fight it to the end. I'd like to see who'll be standing in the end. Only the last person would decide the opening of the Saint's Fruit. Only then would the experts of the 9 clans come to open the ball of light." The battle had developed into a chaotic battle between the three of them. Each person faced 2 opponents. Long Chen had never encountered a battle like this before, so it could be said that he felt a lot less pressure. It was also very interesting. It had gone from a battle of life and death at the beginning to a chaotic battle between the three of them. It was much easier, but their opponents were indeed very powerful. Even with such a level of cultivation, it was impossible for Long Chen to be as terrifying as when he dealt with the 6 fighters earlier. Suzhi and Qinshi could be described as martial geniuses. They had their own comprehensions, rich battle experience, and even a great foundation. Suzhi had fused the will of the world into his moon demon spear technique. Every move he made was as natural as flowing water and fatal. He was truly a talented person. Qinshi, on the other hand, had cultivated the rank 8 divine technique, the war demon finger sword. At the same time, she had the war demon body, which was almost comparable to the great Yin devil body in the 9 underworlds. It was because of this war demon body that Qinshi had been able to escape from the icy pond. At the 7th layer of the gods' martial arts, everyone's path was extremely mature. Suzhi fused the way of the spear with the way of the martial arts. His attacks were extremely fast, and his strikes were dazzling and beautiful. Although Qinshi was a woman, she also walked the way of the battle. Of course, because of the war demon body, her way of the battle had its own special characteristics. She was like a mad demon, attacking with no regard for her own life. Her attacks were basically no different from Long Chen's from before. They were all true experts, so they were not as easy to deal with as the people from before. However, in the eyes of Qinshi and Suzhi, Long Chen was even more terrifying. Fighting against him was like fighting against a primordial beast. His gaze and his will in particular possessed a natural awe to others. It could be said that when Qinshi and Suzhi fought against him, they actually felt like retreating. Suzhi refused to believe that his will of the world could not deal with Long Chen. At this moment, the power of the earth aspect behind him surged into his silver dragon spear. The terrifying might of the world erupted. Moon demon spear technique, Samsara of the moon. The shining silver dragon spear danced in his hand and gradually formed a silver halo. The halo was faintly flashing with the power of the world's will. At the same time, it was mostly the powerful divine energy that belonged to the seventh layer of the god's martial arts realm. It felt as if a silver full moon had appeared above Long Chen's head and was crashing down with a loud bang. If it was an ordinary warrior who had not reached the seventh layer of the god's martial arts realm, under such a powerful attack, there would only be one ending, and that was death. Not to mention the divine energy contained in the full moon, just the pressure of the world's will alone made it seem as if the whole world was collapsing. In terms of spirit, one would first be defeated by the world's will. Hiss. But Long Chen was different. Chapter 1187. Qin Shi, who was watching the battle from the side, had an illusion. She felt like a super-giant beast was ignoring the pressure of heaven and earth, roaring at the heavens and earth. Then, mountains and rivers shattered and rivers flowed in reverse. Ice-armored sea dragon. Behind Long Chen, a terrifying dragon shrouded in icy mist became the source of Long Chen's power. With the power of the ice-armored sea dragon, Long Chen used the nine-dragon scripture. With his strong body, he sent his opponent flying with a loud bang. Bang! Suja collided with the light ball and was sent flying to the ground. His face was covered in dust. In the previous confrontation, Long Chen had the upper hand. At this time, the young man in the sky still had the aura of looking down on all living things. At this time, he was fighting with Qin Shi. I don't believe this. Suja rushed forward again without saying anything. The three of them fought together. Most of the time, Suja and Qin Shi were fighting Long Chen together. They didn't realize that because of Long Chen's strength, they had changed from a three-person battle to a two-person attack on Long Chen. This was because Suja and Qin Shi didn't believe this. Two warriors in the seventh tier of the divine martial realm couldn't even deal with Long Chen. This was ridiculous. RIP. Mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon. Long Chen used the first tier of the nine-dragon scripture again. Now that he had enough divine energy to use this move, Qin Shi and Suja had no choice but to retreat. It could be said that as Long Chen's strength increased, the nine-dragon scripture became more and more terrifying. When the nine dragons merged into one could imagine how powerful it would be. It was definitely a divine skill that surpassed the ninth tier. Silver Blade Domain. Suja unfolded his domain. His divine energy actually condensed into a dense blade aura. As he manipulated it, it circled around him. For those who were fighting, if they were not careful, they would probably be dismembered by this domain. War Demon Domain. Qin Shi did not dare to show weakness. A black domain spread out, and densely packed resentful spirits howled. These resentful spirits were the cultivators who had died at Qin Shi's hands. At this moment, they formed Qin Shi's power and pounced at Long Chen and Suja. It's my turn to devour the blood world. The blood-colored domain was unleashed. The three domains clashed within the ball of light, dazzling the eyes of the experts outside. Qin Shi and Suja were fine, as they had expected, but the sudden appearance of Long Chen was too terrifying. Although the power of the devouring blood world didn't seem to have any effect, it was clearly not simple to be able to contend against the other two domains. Basically, the people in the devouring blood world wouldn't notice that their blood qi was slowly disappearing. The formless slaughter was the most terrifying. The three domains overlapped. The chaotic battle between the three lasted for a full 2 hours. During this time, Long Chen opened the true martial emperor soul and learned many things from the two geniuses. After 2 hours, after a fierce battle, Suja and Qin Shi were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Their faces were pale, and there was not much blood on their bodies. As for Long Chen, the more he fought, the braver he became. This was Long Chen's plan. If I take the time to learn the third tier of the 9-dragon scripture, I can certainly defeat the two of them. But now, this is all I can do. Wuxia and Qinshe didn't realize that their current weakness was related to the disappearance of their blood essence. At this time, they could already feel it, but it was already over. From the beginning, Long Chen understood that the second tier of the 9-dragon scripture alone was not enough for him to defeat the two powerhouses. Therefore, he could only use the devouring blood world to wear down their strength. At this time, it was clearly enough. Of course, to be able to fight against two powerhouses and win in the end, this was already a manifestation of extreme strength. I always thought that your domain was useless. I didn't expect it to be the strongest. Wuxia wasn't sad. Instead, he was very impressed. Their domains were all offensive, and their effectiveness could be seen at a glance. Only Long Chen seemed useless, but he was the key to victory in the end. In this domain, Long Chen was almost invincible. The others were getting weaker and weaker, while he was getting stronger and stronger. As for their lost blood essence, they would have to slowly recover on their own. In Qinshe's eyes, she was also unwilling, but she had no choice but to be impressed. Although their strength was equal, Long Chen's current situation was clearly much better than theirs. Mysterious Sky Blue Fire Dragon. Ice-armored Azure Sea Dragon. He soared into the sky and then suddenly descended. A mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon shrouded in azure flames and an ice-armored Azure Sea Dragon shrouded in blue icy mist followed behind him. As Long Chen used the second level of the 9-dragon scripture, the power of the two dragons suddenly decreased. Wuxia and Qinshe, who were already very weak, could only combine their powers to resist this terrifying power. Undying Battle Will. Fallen Moon. Using the last of their strength, they joined forces to resist Long Chen. Long Chen withdrew the devouring blood world and used most of his god energy on the 9-dragon scripture. With a loud explosive attack, the power of water and fire mixed together and exploded. Wherever the halberd went, Wuxia and Qinshe fell to the ground like kites with their strings cut. In the sky, the only person who could stand was Long Chen. This time, Long Chen used his domain to defeat them. Standing high in the sky, his aura of disdain swept across the land below. Under his feet, no one could get up. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming as he watched all of this. When he was fighting for the saint's fruit, he had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had never thought that he would emerge victorious in the end. When he delivered the fruit to Li Xuanji, he had never thought that he would survive. But now, he had really succeeded. This was probably one of the most important successes in Long Chen's life. I've won. He did not say these 3 words to Li Xuanji to show off. Instead, he wanted her to finally be at ease. Perhaps when she came out, it would be her turn to protect Long Chen. Below them, Wuxia and Qinshe had not lost consciousness. The other 6 warriors were still watching. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, especially those who had said that they would deal with Long Chen first. They were even more dumbfounded. Is this Jiang Yunfan going to shake up the 9 hells? How can a cultivator of such a level appear in the Dongxing city he spoke of course. Didn't Wuxia appear in a similar city? Wuxia and Qinshe looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had not expected this either, but they had to admit that they were completely convinced by Long Chen. They were completely convinced. They had no objections to Long Chen obtaining the saint's fruit. Of course, what they did not know was that the saint's fruit had already been refined by Li Xuanji. She did not have the time to talk right now, but Long Chen knew that she was at ease. This was a very good feeling. Tsk tisk, Kitten laughed lewdly as he looked at Long Chen and then at Li Xuanji. A hero saving a damsel in distress. I bet the first thing you'll do when she recovers will be to have sex with her for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to joke around with him. Actually, he understood that after he won, there was still a troublesome matter to deal with. That was, how would he deal with the experts of the 9 great clans? One must know that his identity as Jiang Yunfan was fake, if he was careless and exposed himself, and his cultivation was also very strange. There were many 9th-level divine martial realm experts present, the patriarchs of various clans. They would definitely be suspicious. He had to be very, very careful. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. At this moment, the experts of the 9 great clans had already surrounded the light ball. Let me break this light ball. At this moment, one of the old men threw out a palm strike. Heaven and earth twisted, and a tearing force tore the light ball apart, creating a spatial crack. He was actually a LV9 divine martial realm expert. He was probably the leader of some clan. Children, thank you for your hard work. It's good that you're all alive. After today's matter is over, you should take good care of your injuries. There were about 45 old men, all above the LV7 divine martial realm. They should be the top figures of the 9 underworlds. At this moment, they all stepped forward. Of course, world kings and nirvanic tribulation realm experts were the old ancestors of the various large clans. They would not appear for something as trivial as the saint's fruit. The fact that the leaders of the various large clans had arrived was enough to show just how grand the trial of the 9 netherworld demon mountains was. Among the disciples of the 9 great clans, Shengwan Feng and Zhao Yunlong had mysteriously disappeared, while Ling Chan had died at the hands of Long Chen. Therefore, the clan leaders of the 9 great clans, apart from the Ling clan leader who was somewhat indifferent to Long Chen, were all watching with great interest. The other 2, the Shengwan family patriarchs and the Zhao family patriarchs, went to ask Qin Shi. Qin Shi glanced at Long Chen, then told the Shengwan family patriarch that she, Shengwan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong had separated midway. Zhao Yunlong had been killed by Shengwan Feng, and Shengwan Feng had died at the hands of Long Chen. Although the rule stated that all killings in the 9 underworlds demon mountain did not count, if the Shengwan family patriarch knew that Long Chen had killed Shengwan Feng, it would be even more troublesome. After this battle, Suzhe and Qin Shi both acknowledged Long Chen. After comforting the disciples of the 9 great clans, the patriarchs of the 9 great clans ordered others to announce the end of the trial and bring the other disciples down the mountain. The remaining 9 patriarchs surrounded Long Chen, looking at Long Chen with great interest. They had a lot of questions about this young fellow. At this moment, the patriarchs of the 9 great clans had gathered together and asked, "Young fellow, you did very well, but you look very unfamiliar. What's your name?" Long Chen was very calm and collected at this moment. He crossed his arms and looked at the elders with a rather respectful gaze. They were all peak experts, comparable to Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai. Long Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Patriarchs, my name is Jiang Yunfan, and I come from Dongxing City. I'm the son of Jiang Shirley, the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 3 great clans in Dongxing City. I once went to the Xianin demon realm, but because the 9 underworlds demon mountain opened and the saint's fruit ripened, I came back." Jiang Yunfan, Jiang Shirley. The Shengwan family patriarch was also present. He thought for a moment, then said, "Jiang Shirley, peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. I've heard of him before, he's from the territory of my Shengwan family. I didn't think that someone at the 7th level of the divine martial realm could have a son like you. It's really admirable. Compared to you, the disciples of my Shengwan family are much inferior." Chapter 1188. Although he had managed to hide it for now, Long Chen still did not feel relaxed. The battle of the 9 underworld demon mountain had already ended, so a large number of cultivators had gathered at the various camps below the mountain. A few of the injured cultivators needed some time to recover before they could finally leave. At the summit, because the 6 ancient martial art practitioners from the 9 great clans were more seriously injured, they had already been brought back by their clans. Having lost to Long Chen, they had suffered a huge blow, and their hearts were like dead ashes. Suzhou and Qinshe were not heavily injured. They were just particularly weak. They both stood up and walked to Long Chen's side. The two of them were the young geniuses of the 9 underworld demon region. Even the leaders of the clans did not dare to slight them, especially someone like Qinshe who had a great background. However, the attention of the leaders of the 9 clans was mostly on Long Chen. The person who had defeated everyone and obtained the saint's fruit was not simple at all. Although they were separated by the ball of light, they could see very clearly that the youth's strength was rather strange. He could even use a dragon-shaped battle skill, and even his previous breakthrough was rather strange. Basically, everyone had many questions about Long Chen. Jiang Yunfan, he really is a young hero. May I ask who his master is? Asked one of the leaders. Normally, for someone to reach such a level, they definitely had a master. Otherwise, the Jiang family of Dongsheng City would not have been able to provide Long Chen with the resources he had. I've cultivated and traveled alone since I was young. I've crossed mountains and gone to many places, but I don't have a master. Everything I have today is from my own hard work. Long Chen understood what he meant, so he nodded and explained. If that was the case, then he would be very powerful. Everyone looked at each other. They guessed that this kid must have obtained some impressive items from some ancient ruins or ancient relics. For example, the item that Long Chen had used to fend off Suzhou's silver dragon spear was no ordinary item. The group chatted for a while. Long Chen had been very careful the entire time. He could not let the cat out of the bag. Because of his cautiousness, the other leaders did not find anything suspicious at first. However, at this moment, the leader of the Shengguan clan said, "Brother Jiang just happens to be a cultivator in the territory of my Shengguan clan. Congratulations on your great victory today, so allow me to set up a banquet in the Shengguan clan to congratulate Brother Jiang." Would Brother Jiang be willing to do so? This made things difficult for Long Chen. If he was the real Jiang Yunfan, then it would not be a big deal. It was just the Shengguan clan trying to recruit him. However, he did not want to die. If he gave himself away, then he would have no chance of surviving in front of these supreme experts. Furthermore, the leader of the Shengguan clan was asking if Long Chen was willing to do so. With such a sincere invitation, if Long Chen did not accept it, then it would be the same as not giving face to the leader of the Shengguan clan. Even if he was a young genius, he did not have the right to offend cultivators of this level. As a result, he did not know how to respond. However, someone else helped him out very quickly. Another leader said, "I say, Shengguan Yao, Brother Jiang Yunfan has obtained the saint's fruit. This is a grand occasion in the 9 underworlds, so how can we let you entertain this young man alone? I think it's better for everyone to set up a banquet in the camp below. The more people there are, the better it will be. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other leaders who did not want the leader of the Shengguan clan to take all the benefits all agreed. The leader of the Shengguan clan knew that these old foxes would do this. It was 8 against 1. It was not worth it to offend so many clans for Long Chen. Since everyone says so, then let's set up a banquet below the mountain. We can also spread the name of Brother Jiang and let everyone in the 9 underworlds know about his heroic deeds. The crowd applauded. It would not be easy to make the old fox Shengguan clan spit out Long Chen. However, for Long Chen, it didn't matter if the banquet was held at the Shengguan clan or at the foot of the mountain, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. Long Chen thought for a while, then lied, "I'm very grateful for all of your good intentions. However, to be honest with all of you, I still have a very important matter that I haven't finished yet. This matter involves everyone's privacy, and I'm very anxious right now. I wonder if I can go home and finish this matter. I'll definitely pay a visit to all of you in the future to thank all of you." For the sake of escaping for his life, Long Chen still had some acting skills. His words were very sincere. All the family heads looked at each other in dismay. The purpose of the banquet wasn't to win Long Chen over, but to win him over. If he really had his own secret mission to complete, then they wouldn't be able to force this genius warrior of the 9 underworlds. My master once said that if anyone else obtains the saint's fruit, they can go to the 9 underworlds world to see him, Qinshi interjected. Long Chen immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. The patriarchs of the 9 great clans all wanted to recruit Long Chen, but now that the world emperor of the 9 underworlds had already spoken, it was useless for them to compete. If they pushed too hard, they might make Jiang Yunfan, who might become the future world emperor's disciple, unhappy. Thinking of this, they all felt helpless and didn't force it anymore. They said, since little brother Jiang has something important to do, then go. Thank you, everyone. Long Chen bowed to everyone, then smiled at Qinshi. Suzhi and Qinshi were both decent people. It was all thanks to him that Long Chen was able to escape this time. Brother Jiang, don't forget about the trip to the 9 underworlds world, Qinshi reminded. Of course I won't forget. Long Chen smiled indifferently. He had successfully found an excuse to escape, so he hurriedly prepared to leave. In reality, he knew that the patriarchs were all at the 9th layer of the God Martial realm. The senses of their souls spanned 100,000 kilometers, so it was impossible for Long Chen to escape in a short amount of time. However, Long Chen might not necessarily be able to escape with his soul breath. Once he left the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, he could directly use it and escape. After bidding farewell to the patriarchs of the various families, Long Chen was just about to leave when a startling change occurred. Don't go. A cold and ear-piercing voice seemed to ring out in Long Chen's ears. A terrifying power acted on Long Chen, suppressing Long Chen's movements. This caused Long Chen to pale in fright. The person who could suppress him in such a short amount of time was at the 9th layer of the God Martial realm at the very least. Just who was it? Originally, he was about to escape, but he never thought that something like this would happen at the last moment. Who is it? The patriarchs of the 9 great clans were furious. When Long Chen was being controlled, they hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen, cutting off the suppression on Long Chen, and looked to the east angrily. Who dared to suddenly attack in the place where the 9 great clans were united? Who was so daring? In the dark green sky in the east, several beams of light flashed. 3 figures rushed to the top of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain at an extremely fast speed. The shackles of thunder and lightning couldn't stop them at all. The bodies of these 2 people were filled with dense yin qi. In fact, their yin qi was even denser than that of the heads of the 9 great clans. When Long Chen, who was about to break free, saw their faces clearly, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that they would appear here. There were a total of 3 people, and they were confronting the patriarchs of the 9 great clans. Their auras weren't weak at all. The 2 people on the left and right were very familiar to Long Chen. They were Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, who had chased after Li Xuanji. They were so old that they were almost at the end of their lifespan. Their strength could compete with the 9 great clans of the 9 underworlds demon realm. They were peak figures. Seeing them, Long Chen was very anxious. In fact, after he dealt with Li Xuanji's matter, he wanted to go back and see what happened to Han Yunxing and the others. Under normal circumstances, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai wouldn't be defeated by these 2 old men. Could it be that other experts appeared after Long Chen left? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. The most terrifying thing was that if a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert appeared, Han Yunxing and Nan Gonglai might not be able to survive. The only thing they could hope for was that the other party wouldn't dare to do anything to them because they were from the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Martial God Palace. It should be known that the true Martial Emperor Palace was extremely famous. The combined forces of the supreme Yin Devil world were probably less than half of the true Martial Emperor Palace. If one hadn't seen the Martial God Palace, they would never know how powerful the true Martial Emperor Palace was. Besides Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, the one that Long Chen feared the most was a middle-aged man with long black hair. He wore a long black robe, and his eyes were cold and handsome. He looked very charming. His eyes were like a deep lake, filled with cold qi. People couldn't help but sink into them and freeze their souls. At this moment, this cold and handsome middle-aged man was sizing up Long Chen. He was expressionless. I was wondering who it was. So, it's Yang Dingtian from the profound Yin Devil realm. What are you doing in the 9 underworlds demon realm? One of the 9 great clans said arrogantly. However, one could tell from his eyes that he was fearful of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian. Long Chen seemed to have heard of this name before. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei were accompanying him. Obviously, this Yang Dingtian was the current patriarch of the Yang family. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This middle-aged man was the one who used the god's sealing coffin to seal Li Xuanji 1,000 years ago. He brought her to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At the same time, he also brought one of his useless sons to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. That useless son later became the ancestor of the Yang family in Baiyang town. In other words, this Yang Dingtian could be considered Long Chen's great-grandfather. Long Qinglan had married into the Yang family, but now that Long Chen's surname was Long, Long Dingtian could only be considered a great-grandfather at most. However, in Long Chen's heart, he only recognized the bloodline of his parents. As for this Yang Dingtian, who was many generations away, he had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1189. He never thought that this guy would chase him all the way here. It seemed like he was really fearful of Li Xuanji. At this moment, the only way to deal with the situation calmly was to deal with it. The 2 super forces of the 9 underworlds and the Xianin demon realm met here, and all of them were warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. In Long Chen's eyes, Yang Dingtian did not have a good impression of him at all. Firstly, he had no family, abandoning his useless son. Secondly, he was ruthless, sealing Li Xuanji. Thirdly, it was the matter of Yang Lingqing. If anything happened to Yang Lingqing, he would have to settle the score. At that time, Long Chen would not care if Yang Dingtian was his descendant or not. He would just kill Yang Dingtian directly. Yang Dingtian was someone who had dominated the Xianin demon region for thousands of years. He was not easy to deal with. Yang Dingtian's expression was very calm. He did not argue with the cunning old foxes of the netherworld demon region. He pointed behind him and said, "I'm taking him away." He was obviously referring to Long Chen. The 9 clan leaders looked at each other. A few of them snickered. One of them said in disdain, "Yang Dingtian, the Xianin demon region and the netherworld demon region are neighbors. There has never been any conflict between us. Are you trying to break the peace between us?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and looked at Long Chen coldly. He said, "Perhaps you don't know the truth yet, so I'll tell you, or you'll be kept in the dark." His words had successfully attracted the attention of the various clans. After a pause, Yang Dingtian continued, "You've all heard about the recent movements of our Yang clan. 3 months ago, when the 2 of us were chasing the genius of the Li clan, Li Xuanji, 3 people from the Martial Emperor Palace appeared. 2 of them were at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm. They sent Li Xuanji and a young man 10 million kilometers away from the battlefield and fled. Back then, Li Xuanji was poisoned by the 100,000 evil arts of our Yang clan. Her 9-yin absolute meridian was crippled. The only thing that could restore her was the saint's fruit. That's why the young man from the Martial Emperor Palace came. His name is Long Chen, the one behind you. Yang Dingtian spoke in the tone of a storyteller. Everyone was shocked, and they turned to look at Long Chen. In truth, the truth was quite obvious, and there was no need for any explanation. Thinking back to what Long Chen had just said, and thinking about how he had been in such a hurry to leave, everyone knew that it was true. What kind of person was Yang Dingtian? He would definitely make up such a lie for the sake of someone as insignificant as Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. He knew that Yang Dingtian's target was Li Xuanji and not him, so he would not be in danger for now. As long as he was not in danger, Li Xuanji would not be in danger. As for the identity of Jiang Yunfan, it was useless after obtaining the saint's fruit. Since he had already achieved his goal, Long Chen had no more worries. At this moment, he chose to face it calmly. You are from the true Martial Emperor Palace. Everyone looked at Long Chen in surprise. The true Martial Emperor Palace was a superpower that the entire Shadow Devil world had to work together to deal with. It was definitely ranked in the top 3 among the 12 superpowers of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Of course, Long Chen was only a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace and not all of them. The problem was that he was accompanied by 2 experts at the peak of the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Realm from the true Martial Emperor Palace. His identity might not be simple. No wonder he could defeat Suzhe and Qinshe. Even Suzhe and Qinshe looked at each other. They did not expect it to be like this. The matter of Li Xuanji is very important to the Yang clan. I have troubled all the patriarchs today. I hope that you can give me some face and give the young man to me. Yang Dingtian was determined to get the young man today. He spoke politely and reasonably. This was a matter between the Xianin Devil region and the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was not convenient for them to interfere. However, there was one thing that they had to do. The patriarch of the Shangguan clan said, "Of course. Since he's from the true Martial Emperor Palace, we won't stop him. However, Patriarch Yang, you should know that the saint's fruit belongs to our 9 Hells Demon region. He should be given to a cultivator of our 9 Hells Demon region. As long as he hands over the saint's fruit, we will definitely let him go." The patriarch's words represented the thoughts of the other clans in the 9 Hells Demon region. To Yang Dingtian, there was nothing wrong with this. If Long Chen took the saint's fruit and saved Li Xuanji, it would be troublesome. Yang Dingtian nodded. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Return the saint's fruit to them and come with me." Long Chen smiled and shook his head. He said, "Before that, you need to answer a question of mine." "Okay." Yang Dingtian never thought that the young man would be so calm at a time like this. He squinted his eyes slightly and his pupils constricted. He said slowly, "You dare to negotiate with me?" Long Chen acted like he did not hear him. He asked, "How are my Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong?" Since they had not come to find him in such a long time, Long Chen guessed that they had most likely been imprisoned by the Yang family. The other possibility was death. However, this was not very likely. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were both people of the Martial God Palace. Even if the Yang family was 100,000 times bolder, they would not dare to kill the people of the Martial God Palace. After all, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were only a hindrance. They did not kill the people of the Yang family. Yang Dingtian fell silent for a while. In order to save himself some trouble, he said directly, "The 2 of them are guests of my Yang family. They can take you back to the true Martial Emperor region once you return. Is that fine now?" Long Chen let out a breath of relief when he heard that. They were indeed imprisoned. The Yang family did not dare to kill the people of the Martial God Palace, so they could only use the excuse of being guests to imprison them. Then, they would wait for Long Chen to return before sending them back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. In reality, the patriarch of the Yang family was very shocked by Long Chen's identity as well. The two cultivators at the great perfection of the ninth layer of the god martial realm had actually referred to Long Chen as young master. It was very likely that Long Chen was the son of someone with the highest status in the true martial emperor palace. Yang Dingtian seemed vicious right now, but he would never dare to kill Long Chen even if he was given 10,000 times the courage. The saint's fruit had already been eaten by Li Xuanji, so Long Chen obviously could not take it out. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "The saint's fruit is mine. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. No one can take it away from me." As long as the saint's fruit remained in the void realm, no one could take it away unless Long Chen was willing. The great void realm was transformed from the scales of the great void cosmic dragon. With little cat inside, even these experts could only stare at it helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen listened to Kitten's orders and hid the void dragon talisman in his flesh. No one could see it. As for storage rings, Long Chen did not even have one. Basically, when he obtained other people's belongings, he would pour them into his own great void realm and then throw the storage ring away. Yang Dingtian never thought that Long Chen would actually act shamelessly in front of such a lineup. His expression immediately became very ugly. Long Chen sneered and said, "Li Xuanji really is a nice girl. I've taken a liking to her, but she died before I could enjoy her. She can't use the saint's fruit, but I can." Such arrogant words further confirmed Yang Dingtian's guess. Long Chen definitely had an extraordinary status in the true martial emperor palace. God damn it, I actually didn't investigate this brat's origins. Yang Dingtian was slightly angered. It was difficult for him, and it was difficult for the patriarch of the Nine Hells demon region as well. They refused to take a step back for the saint's fruit. "Everyone, I'll personally take out the saint's fruit," said Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said. The others opened up a path for him. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's body flashed and he appeared in front of Long Chen. However, he did not find anything hidden on Long Chen's body after checking. "Stop looking. You won't be able to find the saint's fruit with just you," Long Chen smiled scornfully. Long Chen clearly did not have a divine kingdom, so where did he keep the saint's fruit? In reality, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end against this calm young man. He could not confirm the young man's identity, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked at Long Chen from afar. He asked coldly, "Li Xuanji is really dead?" Long Chen said disdainfully, "The mighty patriarch of the Yang family, the ruler of the Xianin demon region, is so fearful of a junior. Wouldn't it be hilarious if this news spread?" Yang Dingtian's expression became even uglier. The reason why he treated Li Xuanji with such importance was because he did not want to leave any roots for the Li family. It would be very terrifying if the Li family were to rise from the ashes. Normally, treasures that could hide people would be of very high quality. Yang Dingtian would be able to know where it was with a single glance, but Long Chen clearly did not have something like that on him. However, how was he supposed to explain where Long Chen normally kept his things? However, Yang Dingtian thought, it doesn't matter where the young man hid Li Xuanji. As long as I bring him to Li Xuanji, she won't be able to obtain the saint's fruit. Without the saint's fruit, she should have died in a few days. The young man probably hid her somewhere hidden before he came to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains, or perhaps in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains. Yang Dingtian would never have guessed that Li Xuanji was actually in Long Chen's body right now, and she was currently recovering with the saint's fruit. However, even with that being the case, taking Long Chen from these people would not be easy. The other patriarchs sensed it as well. Long Chen did not have a space ring on him at all. Just where did he hide the saint's fruit? The only way to obtain the saint's fruit was to force a confession out of him. Just as the leaders of the two demon realms were facing off against each other, an unprecedented change suddenly took place. The clouds above the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountains suddenly became extremely dense. This had happened unknowingly. Chapter 1190. Yang Dingtian, who was the closest to him, and the other ninth-layer divine martial realm cultivators also sensed that something was wrong in the sky. A terrifying wild aura actually gathered in the clouds in the sky. This aura was wild and violent, filled with the aura of desolation. A word easily appeared in the minds of all the great experts, and that was, the Demon Clan. Long Chen had actually already seen it, which was why he was shocked. When he raised his head just now, he saw a pair of eyes with a diameter of over 100 meters in the clouds. The eyes were filled with a magical and hazy power. They were like a huge whirlpool, almost sucking in Long Chen's god-martial soul. It could be said that Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes paled in comparison to the eyes of the demonic race. Demon race. It was unknown which family head it was, but he let out a horrified shriek. In Long Chen's opinion, Ong Dingtian's appearance was already a surprise. The appearance of the terrifying demon race above the clouds was even more of a surprise, a shocking turn of events. Everyone's reactions were different at this crucial moment. The first thing the clan leaders of the 9 great clans did was join forces to fight back. As for Yang Dingtian, this was a rare opportunity. Locking Long Chen in place, he exchanged glances with Yang Kuei and the Yin succubus, and then used his escape magic to flee tens of thousands of kilometers. Long Chen was stupefied. The speed of a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine martial realm was really incredible. He couldn't see anything in the surroundings, and that terrifying gale almost tore his body apart. When Long Chen found that he could open his eyes, he turned his head and looked back. In his eyes, the 9 secluded demon mountain had unexpectedly become the size of a human. Strange. Why has the demonic race come to the lunar demon world? Yang Dingtian restrained Long Chen, immobilizing him. The 3 experts of the Yang family did not leave immediately. Instead, they looked back. It's a demonic beast that has passed the nirvana tribulation at the very least. It's not at the level of a world king, but at the level of a world king at the very least. It's a supreme figure in the desolate imperial region, so the saint's fruit is nothing to the 9 serenity demon realm. Yang Dingtian smiled indifferently. It was exactly because of this that he had fled with Long Chen. One reason was to avoid being caught up in the battle, and the other was to avoid trouble. Long Chen was very mysterious. Finding the saint's fruit from him without killing him seemed to be rather difficult. No matter what, Yang Dingtian's attention was still on the demonic race. Long Chen's eyes widened as he watched this shocking change. In his eyes, the clouds that had gathered above the 9 secluded demon mountain were incomparably huge. The volume of the clouds exceeded the sum of all the 9 secluded demon mountains. Demonic race, how dare you invade my 9 serenity demon mountain? Piss off. The voices of the 9 clan leaders were very far away, but it was still deafening to Long Chen. Long Chen could see very far away. He could see 9 specks of light charge out of the chains of lightning and into the clouds. Amidst the incomparably huge clouds, the figure of an unknown giant beast vaguely appeared. Its huge body and the pressure that came from the depths of his soul caused Long Chen to feel a sense of horror. This demonic race was actually at the level of a world king. Hee hee. Between heaven and earth, an ear-piercing laughter filled the air. This was the voice of the demon race. It was incomparably sinister, causing one's soul to be thrown into chaos. Long Chen felt like he was about to faint. He fixed his gaze. At this moment, the battle between the demonic race and the 9 clan leaders immediately began. An extremely thick beast leg stretched out from the clouds. It seemed to be around the same size as the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. The 9 clan leaders immediately charged up when they saw the pitch-black beast leg. What was funny was that all the experts at the 9th layer of the god martial realm were directly knocked away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Children, let's go back. The mountainous beast leg landed on the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, causing the entire ground to tremble. Long Chen was in extreme shock. Only sluggishness could describe his current feelings. Even the 9 clan leaders had been knocked away, which showed just how powerful the demonic race was. Living beings could actually be this strong. Long Chen finally understood that there really was no limit to how powerful one could be. At the same time, Long Chen also understood that the demonic race was taking the Poison Shadow clan back. Vaguely, there seemed to be dense shadows climbing up the beast leg of the demonic race and disappearing. A dignified demonic race in the Nirvana Tribulation realm actually came to take them back. This is the friendship of the demonic race. Long Chen sighed inwardly. He really felt that sometimes, in the world of the demonic race, the word friendship seemed to be much more important. However, it was impossible for such a large force to be mobilized just for the Poison Shadow clan. The next moment, Long Chen knew the answer. The huge 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was directly broken by the beast's claw. It could be said that it was broken from the root. As the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain collapsed, the entire 9 Serenity Demon realm shook and dust filled the sky. The huge beast's claw reached into the ground where the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was and took out something unknown. Anyway, Long Chen found that the whole world was invaded by coldness, which even made him shiver. This coldness, for him, was too familiar, 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Almost screaming, Long Chen subconsciously shouted this name. He finally understood why he always felt cold in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain and the cold pond under the Poison Shadow clan. All of this was because the demonic race actually took out the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Hiss. The demonic race that covered the sky let out a terrifying hiss. Qin Tianzheng, your 9 Serenity Demon realm has imprisoned my Poison Shadow clan for so long. Take this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame as interest. With this 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, the Emperor's disciples' strength will increase by a terrifying amount again. As he spoke, the demonic race's voice became softer and softer. At the same time, the shadow in the clouds became more and more illusory until it disappeared. When the true experts of the 9 Serenity Demon realm caught up, he had already disappeared. The clouds began to dissipate. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was in a mess. It's actually one of the strongest of the 800 demonic wolves, the most violent demonic wolf in the legends, Moon Devourer, Yang Dingtian murmured. Patriarch, what is that 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame? Why is it so terrifying? Who is the Emperor he mentioned? Yang Kuei asked. Let's talk as we go. The Realm Lord isn't here, and the Realm Lord of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, Qin Tianzheng, is about to go crazy. Let's go first, Yang Dingtian said with a gloating expression. He quickly grabbed Long Chen and the three of them left the 9 Serenity Demon Realm at a terrifying speed. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame is said to be one of the ancestral flames. It is born with the heavens and earth, and is the origin of the fire of the heavens and earth. It has a mysterious power, and it is said that if one can completely control the ancestral flame, they can burn the entire sacrificial dragon continent. However, this is only a legend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to completely control the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame can transform into countless forms, such as the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame. Only by collecting all the 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flames can one obtain the legendary power. Under the ancestral flame, even Nirvana Tribulation experts can't resist it. Moon Devourer's luck is very good. The 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame just now was very big. Hearing this, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei had a look of understanding. As for the Emperor's son, in the entire Desolate Emperor domain, only the number one overlord throughout the ages, the Desolate Emperor, can be called the Emperor's son. Moon Devourer is worthy of being called the Emperor's son. Could he be the Desolate Emperor's son? Rumor has it that the Desolate Emperor is an ancient demonic beast. No one knows what his true form is. The three of them were shocked, but they didn't continue. However, Long Chen didn't know how to conceal his excitement. 9 Serenity Demon Ancestral Flame, Emperor's Son, the sun-devouring demonic wolf could increase its strength by devouring flames. It was the number 1 overpowered demonic beast throughout the ages. Therefore, Long Chen guessed that the Emperor's Son was most likely Mo Xiaolang. I didn't expect Xiaolang to be so awesome in the desolate Emperor domain, while I'm in the true martial Emperor Palace. I haven't even entered the martial God Palace. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of talent, the only person he respected was Mo Xiaolang. It didn't have any talent, but it had the ability to devour flames to increase its strength. Long Chen's feelings were mixed. The 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was gone, and so was the holy tree. The saint's fruit was nothing compared to the losses of the 9 Serenity Demon Realm. The 9 Serenity Demon Realm would not pursue Yang Dingtian for this. The 9 Patriarchs would definitely be extremely busy right now. The appearance of the demonic wolf, Moon Devourer, could be said to have disrupted Long Chen's plans. However, now that he was gone, things had returned to normal. Long Chen was forced to face Yang Dingtian. As expected, Yang Dingtian slowed down after traveling a certain distance from the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. He looked at Long Chen and asked, I won't pursue the matter of the saint's fruit with you. Tell me, where is Li Xuanji? His objective in coming here was to kill Li Xuanji. Long Chen said indifferently, she's already at her limit. Even the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain has collapsed. What else do you think she can do? Yang Dingtian squinted his eyes. He was unsure whether Long Chen was lying or not, but from Long Chen's determined expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Yang Dingtian said, it'll be a miracle if she can survive 3 months before 100,000 demons. I'll take you back to the Yang family. Without the saint's fruit, she'll die even if she doesn't. As long as Long Chen was in his grasp, Li Xuanji would not be able to escape even if she managed to survive. It was impossible for them to return to the 9 Serenity Demon Realm, so Yang Dingtian quickly returned to the Yang family with Long Chen. This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. With the saint's fruit, Xuanji can slowly recover. It's time to go to the Yang family and see what happened to my sister. If something happened, Yang Dingtian would definitely be responsible. Chapter 1191. Originally, Long Chen had decided to pay a visit to the Yang family after obtaining the saint's fruit. Now that Yang Dingtian was leading the way, it was perfect. However, before that, Long Chen could make use of his identity. He believed that it would be a great surprise for Yang Dingtian. They flew along the way. Yang Dingtian's expression was still very cold. Long Chen looked at him and suddenly said, Ling Qing, is she well? The three of them were shocked and looked at Long Chen strangely. Yang Dingtian asked, you know Yang Lingqing from the Yang family? Long Chen studied Yang Dingtian for a while and suddenly smiled. Of course I know her. We grew up together. Yang Dingtian was baffled and asked, what do you mean? Long Chen said straightforwardly, I'm thinking about what I should call you. Great-grandfather or something like that. Long Chen was very satisfied when he saw the surprise in the three's eyes. Ling Qing's father has a younger sister. She's my mother. We were born in the same year, month, and day. I was born in the hour of dawn, and she was born in the hour of dusk. Do you understand? In reality, Long Chen had never admitted that he had any relationship with Yang Dingtian. The only reason he said it in such a tone was to get close to Yang Lingqing. That was probably the only way he could have a free identity in the Yang family and come and go as he pleased. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be sent out of the devil world of Yin as soon as he arrived at the Yang family. For Ling Qing, he had to admit that he didn't recognize an ancestor. This was a price he should pay. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. He stared blankly at Long Chen for a while before shaking his head. Brat, you're joking with me. Firstly, Long Chen came from the true martial emperor palace. Secondly, Ong Dingtian knew what was going on with Yang Lingqing. In the past, Yang Dingtian had personally thrown a son into that small place. He didn't expect that after a few generations, a rare great devil physique would appear. To Yang Dingtian, this was simply a joke of fate. As for Long Chen, he definitely had a high position in the imperial palace. He had two experts who were almost as powerful as Yang Dingtian as his subordinates. His own strength was very vague, but he was able to defeat two divine martial arts realm experts at the 7th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Moreover, he was in his 20s. This was already enough to determine the level of a genius. Yang Dingtian didn't believe that an abandoned pawn could have two such terrifying descendants. Seeing that Yang Dingtian clearly didn't believe him, Long Chen sneered and said, "Sure enough, you still don't believe me. But when you see Ling Qing, you'll understand. The child you abandoned in the Myriad Kingdom domain isn't a waste. It's just that his physique is a bit special. It's this special physique that created me and Ling Qing. If Ling Qing can come to the 3 regions and 9 realms, so can I." Yang Dingtian didn't expect that Long Chen even knew the Yang family's secret. But he soon understood that this might have been told by Li Xuanji. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was very confused. He looked at Long Chen with a gloomy expression. "I know what you're wondering. I do have an extraordinary father, far beyond your imagination. But with your identity, you can't spy on his existence," said Long Chen proudly. He was fooling Yang Dingtian. Long Chen believed that Yang Dingtian must have thought that he had a top-notch backer in the true martial emperor palace. Therefore, he added fuel to the fire and made Yang Dingtian's conjecture the truth. "Every disciple of my Yang family must have the devil physique. But you don't have any aura on you. How can I believe you?" Yang Dingtian said doubtfully. "So that's the problem. In our clan, besides Ling Qing, no one else possesses the demon body that you speak of. Back then, wasn't it precisely because of this that you abandoned an abandoned child?" Long Chen asked. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't reply, he continued, "Moreover, with my father's inheritance, your devil physique is nothing. My inheritance comes from my father." This was Long Chen's psychological tactic. It wouldn't be possible to play this trick with an old demon without cultivation. But with Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen could turn false into reality. Yang Dingtian and the other two exchanged glances. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly extended his hand and felt for Long Chen's pulse. After a while, his face was filled with shock. "There is indeed my Yang family's inherited physique. It's just that it's suppressed to the point where it's almost invisible." "What kind of bloodline is this?" It was a powerful ancient bloodline. It was the bloodline of a dragon. However, it was concealed by the primordial blood spiritual dragon, so Yang Dingtian couldn't sense it. The only thing he felt was that it was terrifying. Long Chen waved his hand and didn't say anything. He sent 2 pieces of information to Yang Dingtian. 1. He is Yang Lingqing's cousin. 2. His father's bloodline is very terrifying. These 2 pieces of information were enough to stun Yang Dingtian. It was already a surprise that Yang Lingqing appeared. He didn't expect a powerful figure from the Arch Palace to have an affair with a descendant of Yang Dingtian. This was too unbelievable. But the truth was placed in front of Yang Dingtian, so he had to believe it. "Let me ask you a few questions." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked a few questions about Yang Lingqing. Long Chen could answer them easily. There were some questions that even Yang Dingtian didn't know, but Long Chen could answer them fluently. "You don't have to wonder anymore. Let me take a look at Ling Qing when we return to the Yang family. Long Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. He had always been arrogant in front of Yang Dingtian. This strengthened Yang Dingtian's impression of Long Chen's father. At the mention of Yang Lingqing, Yang Dingtian's expression turned a little strange. He waved his hand and said, Ling Qing is in seclusion. Don't disturb her for the time being. Long Chen knew it would be like this. He narrowed his eyes and said, I haven't seen her for so many years. I really miss her. In that case, I will stay in the Yang family until she comes out of seclusion. I can be considered half a member of the Yang family. Although I'm a member of the true martial emperor palace now, the patriarch won't stop me from staying in the Yang family, right? Long Chen's overbearing attitude made Yang Dingtian hesitate. He went silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. At this moment, he held on to Long Chen's arm and looked at Long Chen with some emotions. Although I can't confirm that you are Ling Qing's cousin, no matter what, you have the bloodline of my Yang family. You might even be my direct descendant. The doors of the Yang family will always be open for you. It's enough with the patriarch's words. Long Chen smiled indifferently. Although he didn't dispel Yang Dingtian's guard, he would at least have an identity in the Yang family with these words. For the sake of Yang Lingqing, Long Chen wasn't afraid. Therefore, following Yang Dingtian, the four of them quickly headed towards the Yang family's residence. That was the profound Yin Devil Domain, Sun Moon City. Sun Moon City was located close to the Netherworld Demon Realm. With Yang Dingtian's speed, it took him less than 10 days to reach the Netherworld Demon Realm. On the way, Long Chen was on guard, but he pretended to be close to Yang Dingtian and chatted with him. As the conversation went on, Long Chen talked about his childhood with Yang Lingqing, the layout of Baiyang town and so on. Many things couldn't be fabricated. Therefore, after 10 days, Yang Dingtian didn't have any doubts in his heart. Long Chen's identity was Yang Dingtian's descendant. He was also the most powerful figure in the current younger generation of the Yang family and Yang Lingqing's cousin. Of course, Yang Dingtian had countless descendants. Because the age gap between each generation in Baiyang town was too small, there were more than 10 generations between Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had thousands of direct descendants. If Long Chen really came to the Yang family, his status wouldn't be very high. Closed-door training. During this period, Yang Dingtian would vaguely cover up the matter of Yang Lingqing. The more he tried to cover it up, the more suspicious Long Chen was about it. Almost at this time, he was sure that Yang Lingqing was regarded as a target of the Soul Integration Dao. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai were under house arrest in the Yang family. Long Chen had to meet with them as soon as possible and think about what to do. Li Xuanji was recovering, so Long Chen could try his best to solve the matter of Yang Lingqing. This was probably going against the entire senior management of the Yang family. In these days, Long Chen roughly learned the overall structure of the Yang family from Yang Dingtian. The warriors of the Yang family were almost all over the Xianin Devil Domain. Generally, warriors over 1,000 years old would be assigned to various cities in the Xianin Devil Domain if they didn't have outstanding achievements, to maintain law and order and obtain resources for the family. Therefore, the disciples of the Yang family in Sun Moon City were either young warriors under 1,000 years old or experts of the older generation. Among them, the Yang family was divided into 3 branches. Yang Dingtian was in the imperial clan, which had the same number of people as the other 2 branches. Yang Kuei and Yin Mei were Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates. In the imperial clan, there were 3 warriors at the exceptional LV9 of the God martial arts realm, while the other 2 branches were branch families, each led by a warrior at the exceptional LV9 of the God martial arts realm. These 2 people were named Yang Batian and Yang Matian, and they were of the same generation as Yang Dingtian. In other words, there were 5 warriors at the same level as Yang Dingtian in the Yang family. There were about a dozen warriors at the beginning of the LV9 of the God martial arts realm. As for those above the LV8 of the God martial arts realm, there were about 100 people. In the Yang family, there was a group of 100 patriarchs, whose strength was above the LV8 of the God martial arts realm. In terms of decision-making power, Yang Dingtian had 3 votes, the patriarchs of the 2 branch families, Yang Batian and Yang Motian, each had 1 vote, and the group of patriarchs had 2 votes. Yang Dingtian had the greatest authority, but if the 2 branch families' patriarchs and the group of patriarchs opposed his decision, then his decision would be invalid. This seemed to be a balance of power, but in fact, it was not. Every word of the 2 reclusive world kings of the Yang family was an order that the entire Yang family had to follow. Even Yang Dingtian was no exception. Long Chen felt that Yang Lingqing's matter was closely related to these 2 world king-level martial artists. We've arrived at Sun Moon City. Your 2 subordinates have been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you to see them now. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Chapter 1192. Sun Moon City, where the Yang clan was located in a gloomy mountain range in the west of the Xianin demonic region. The entire mountain range was vast and boundless. A large number of the Yang clan's disciples lived around Sun Moon City, forming a huge force. Among the Yang clan, only the main branch and the 2 branch families could live in Sun Moon City. After the destruction of the Li clan, the Yang clan became the overlord of the Xianin demonic region. The election of the realm emperor would be held soon. This time, a disciple of the Yang clan would definitely win the position. At that time, the Yang clan status would be even higher, and the other 3 sects would basically follow the lead of the Yang clan. Now, the Yang clan could be considered as the ruler of the entire Xianin demonic region. Following Yang Dingtian looked down and saw pavilions, rockery, and gardens. The scale of the entire Sun Moon City was similar to that of the Sacred Martial Palace or Emperor Dong's palace. Tens of thousands of experts of the Yang clan lived in Sun Moon City. Normally, such a super force would place a soul stone in the clan to prevent enemies from spying on them. The Yang clan was the first clan in the Xianin demonic region. They also had a level 9 soul stone. Of course, the effect of the soul stone was not as good as that of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Divine senses could not be used within the boundaries of Sun Moon City. However, outside of Sun Moon City, everything was under the control of the Yang clan. It could be said that even if an ant crawled into Sun Moon City, the experts of the Yang clan would be able to detect it. Looking at the dark green city, Longchen felt a little emotional. He had to admit that he was indeed related to the Yang clan by blood. However, at this time, he did not feel the throbbing of homecoming. There was only indifference. He could not find any sense of belonging in this place. The reason why he wanted to stay in the Yang clan for a while was all for Yang Lingqing. Sun Moon City was extremely huge. Yang Dingtian kept a low profile and did not enter from the main gate. With his identity, a casual appearance would cause a huge commotion. At this time, he directly entered from inside the city wall. Of course, the experts in the city also knew that Yang Dingtian had returned. It was good enough that they knew. Life is really unpredictable. Since you are a disciple of the Yang clan, I will definitely announce your identity and let you join our big family. No one knew what Yang Dingtian was up to. He said to Longchen with a smile while walking. No matter what, the true martial emperor palace was the place where Lingxi wanted Longchen to rise. He would not stay in the supreme shadow devil realm. What do you plan to do in the future? Will you stay in the Yang clan or go to the true martial emperor palace? Yang Dingtian asked. I've already joined the true martial emperor palace. This time, I'm here to see my younger sister. I'll be returning to the Emperor Palace soon. Longchen said straightforwardly. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, this old fox, I don't think he would want me to stay here and work for the Yang family just because of my talent. On the contrary, I think he would rather me leave. Long Chen couldn't understand what Yang Dingtian was thinking. Our Yang clan might not be comparable to the true martial emperor palace, but because of your identity, we will definitely receive more nurturing than them. Think about it carefully. Yang Dingtian calmly said. From his words, it seemed that he was trying to rope in Long Chen. Long Chen nodded his head and didn't say anything. After verifying everything along the way, Yang Dingtian could basically confirm Long Chen's identity. He was indeed a member of the Yang clan. However, Yang Dingtian still had doubts and respect in his heart. Who was Long Chen's father? He had mentioned it several times, but Long Chen had covered it up. This made the identity of Long Chen's father even more mysterious. Oh right, there's one more thing. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly as he said, until here, since you're back, and you're my direct disciple, I've decided to hold a clan gathering at the Changli Hall tomorrow afternoon to introduce you to everyone. I'll get someone to pick you up. Our Yang clan is now ruling the entire profound Yin Devil domain. As long as you're a genius, you'll definitely become a peak expert. You won't be any weaker than the true martial emperor palace. Clan gathering, introduce myself. Long Chen lowered his head and pondered. It definitely wasn't as simple as that. Yang Dingtian wanted everyone in the Yang clan to know him. Long Chen understood that if he was alone, without Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, and without the fabricated background of his father in the true martial emperor palace, Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't care about him. The reason why Yang Dingtian acted like this was probably because of fear. It seemed that the name of the true martial emperor palace was quite useful. Long Chen will definitely visit. Also, I'm doing well in the true martial emperor palace. Patriarch doesn't have to worry about me. Long Chen said politely. It seemed that Yang Dingtian wanted him to stay in the Yang clan, but Long Chen was still very cautious. After all, if Yang Lingqing was affected by the soul fusion Dao, this fella would definitely know. Long Chen wanted to see Yang Lingqing, which would be troublesome for him. At this point, Yang Dingtian had already brought Long Chen to where Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing were. In front of them was a large and quiet courtyard. Once they entered the door, there was a garden. Behind the garden was a long corridor, which led to the depths of the courtyard. There were several exquisite houses in the depths. They're in here. Remember, tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, Yang Dingtian left with Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, looking very confident and at ease. Long Chen quickly walked into the courtyard. In Sun Moon City, even Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing's divine sense couldn't be used. However, when Long Chen approached, they had already discovered it. When Long Chen stepped into the wisteria garden, Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing appeared on his left and right. Let's talk inside. Long Chen took the lead and walked into the room in the wisteria garden. There were 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts in Sun Moon City, and they were the strongest experts in the Xianin Devil Realm. Their divine sense was not affected by the level 9 soul-suppressing stone, so when they met, Long Chen used his divine sense to communicate with them. Even though Zhang Xian's spiritual sense had been suppressed, it was still possible for him to communicate with Zhang Xian through telepathy. Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong. Upon closer inspection, although they looked a little anxious, they were not injured. Their auras were still vigorous and mysterious, similar to Yang Dingtian's. At this moment, the 2 experts looked at Long Chen with a guilty expression. Nangong Lai cursed, "Young master, we've really embarrassed you this time. We didn't manage to escape and were forced into house arrest. To think that we said that you could do whatever you want with us. It's really shameful." That was just his personality. Han Yunqing rolled his eyes at him before saying quietly to Long Chen, "After sending you off, just as we shook off those 2 old fellows, something unexpected happened. The two world kings of the Yang family, two Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts, were actually nearby. We couldn't stop one of them, let alone two, so we were put under house arrest. As it turned out, it was because of the two Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. Long Chen understood the two of them very well. No one else could hear their conversation right now, so Long Chen could say without any fear, but it's fine. Although she's been afflicted with the 100,000 evil path, I've already retrieved the saint's fruit from the 9 netherworld demon mountains and healed her. She'll wake up soon. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai did not know about this, but they had heard about the fight for the saint's fruit in the 9 netherworld demon mountains. Han Yunqing studied Long Chen for a while and said, "The saint's fruit seems to require a cultivation of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. I never thought that you'd advance by 2 layers in just 3 months, going from celestial realm to martial realm. I remember that when you reached celestial realm, it was with my help. This speed of progress has never been seen before. It really is terrifying." Nangong Lai sighed in admiration as well. "You really are that person's son. You're just different. Even when you saved a beauty, you were so handsome. Great, you've definitely captured the beauty's heart now. Of course, if you want this beauty, then that little beauty from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace wants her as well. It's normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Little Chen, you have to give birth to a few more children for me to play with." After the joke, it was time to talk about the next problem. Long Chen frowned slightly. "I've already told Yang Dingtian about my relationship with him. He said that my sister is in seclusion right now. Originally, he brought me back because he wanted me to leave the demon world with you, but because of this, I can continue to stay in the lunar city of the Yang family until I figure out what happened to my sister." "Alright." Han Yunqing had no objections. Nangong Lai said, "Well, the matter of that chick has been solved. The purpose of coming here is to see what happened to your sister. This matter cannot be delayed. From today onwards, the 3 of us will make a good plan on what to do." Long Chen said, "I used you two to trick Yang Dingtian, making him feel that I have a deep background in the Imperial Palace. In addition, you two are originally from the Martial God Palace, so he won't dare to attack us easily. However, if our actions really violate their taboo and touch on their core interests, they will definitely not let it go. Once they attack, they will definitely kill the 3 of us. Therefore, in this Yang clan, on one hand, we have to exhaust ourselves, on the other hand, we have to be very careful." Han Yunqing said, "What Little Chen said makes sense. As a disciple of the Yang family, he can blend into the Yang family and find out what happened to Ling Qing and where she is in seclusion." Chapter 1193. Han Yunqing said, "I think the trump card of the Yang family is definitely Yang Lingqing. When the time comes, she will definitely appear and we will know what is going on. This month, what we need to do is to find out more. Little Chen, you go ahead and do it. To be honest, they won't dare to do anything to us unless we go all out. Nangong and I have seen all kinds of situations, the Yang family is still too inexperienced." With their words and support, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Dingtian acted like he wanted me to stay in the Yang family. Tomorrow afternoon, he will hold a family gathering at Changli Palace to introduce me to all the higher-ups of the Yang family. After a while, Long Chen told them about it. Family gathering. Han Yunqing smiled and drank the wine in his hand. "Not only will he not ask you to stay, I think he is trying to find ways to make you leave as soon as possible. I know what that old fox is thinking. On one hand, he is afraid of your mysterious father, so he doesn't dare to do anything to you. On the other hand, he is afraid that you will ruin their plans, so he wants you to leave as soon as possible. It seems that although you won't have any big troubles in the Yang family, you will definitely be annoyed by the small tricks. This so-called Yang family gathering is probably a trap. Long Chen was enlightened after hearing Han Yunqing's words. Yang Dingtian was worried about him. If he didn't have his mysterious father, Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai to support him, Yang Dingtian might let him stay in the Yang family because of his outstanding talent. This was because Long Chen didn't have the ability to stop them from doing anything. He could only work hard for the Yang family. However, Long Chen's backing was so strong that Yang Dingtian had to use some tricks to chase Long Chen away. Long Chen was a little scared. If he hadn't fooled Yang Dingtian, he would be in deep trouble now. He didn't believe that Yang Dingtian would spare him because of their blood relationship. Yang Dingtian was someone who could abandon his own son. However, there is no need to be afraid. As long as you know his objective, given little Chen's unforgiving character, this small matter will not stump him. Although there will definitely be small troubles coming after this, it will be a piece of cake for him, right? Nangong Lai said with a smile. Long Chen smiled knowingly. Yang Lingqing was definitely in a dangerous situation. Long Chen didn't feel relaxed at all. He hoped that this time, he would be able to achieve a perfect victory just like he did at the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain. But the problem was that the opponent this time was much stronger. For now, he could only rely on his luck. Tomorrow afternoon, I want to see what kind of surprise they can give me. Long Chen said with a smile. Then, he put these things to the back of his mind and asked the two experts for advice on cultivation. He had just reached the extremity of martial arts, so he needed to consolidate his foundation. Also, it was time to cultivate the third stage of the Nine Dragons Scripture. The power of the Nine Dragons Scripture was too strong. Just the second stage of the Nine Dragons Scripture was already close to the power of an 8th grade godly skill. The third stage of the Nine Dragons Scripture was definitely the power of an 8th grade godly skill. Long Chen had successfully cultivated the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon and the icy armored Azure Sea Dragon. As for the third dragon, he thought about it and chose the Nine Heavens Wind Riding Dragon. When the three elements of water, fire, and wind collided, terrifying sparks would definitely be produced. The Nine Heavens Wind Riding Dragon was on the same level as the Red-Horned Demonic Dragon. It was a dragon that lived in the Nine Heavens and was accompanied by the wind and clouds. It was the ruler of the wind and could summon the wind and rain. It was omnipotent and its speed was even comparable to the Golden Thunder Dragon. After successfully cultivating the third stage of the Nine Dragon Scripture, there would be the power of 3 dragons condensed on the desolation of blood. At that time, it would be easier for Long Chen to defeat experts who had just entered the 7th stage of the Divine Martial Realm and had condensed the Universal Dharma. As for those who had completed the Universal Dharma and had condensed the Universal Dharma, Long Chen probably wouldn't be a match for them. It was already not easy for Long Chen to be able to reach this stage in the extremity of martial arts. With the help of Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. His current comprehension ability was already at the level of a peerless genius under the transformation of the ancestral dragon's blood. He only needed to take a glance at all the divine techniques and secret manuals to roughly understand what they were talking about. The third stage of the Nine Dragon Scripture was only about the superposition of power. He would be able to learn it all in a few days. To Long Chen, the Nine Dragon Scripture was the highest level of power and his ultimate killing move. As his level increased, the god-slaying sword formation and so on from the god-slaying inheritance were no longer enough. The next day came very quickly. About half an hour before noon, a young man from the Yang family walked into the wisteria garden. This young man from the Yang family had a dignified and handsome appearance, just like everyone else in the Yang family. He also had a feminine and demonic aura around him. His body was thin, but no one would look down on him because of this. Just by looking at his pair of deep black eyes, one could see that this young man was definitely a master. Who is Yang Chen? In the Yang clan, this young man was probably used to being arrogant. At this moment, he swaggered in without any scruples. Of course, he saw Long Chen, who was standing in the middle of the three, at a glance. After looking at him for a while, he raised his head and said disdainfully, "You are Yang Chen. The clan master wants you to go to Changli Palace. Follow me." Yang Zhong was the most outstanding disciple of the Yang family within 100 years of age. Usually, he would be surrounded by a large group of brothers to flatter him. But today, he didn't know what was wrong with the head of the family. Unexpectedly, he was asked to bring a guy named Yang Chen to Changli Palace, where the family gathering was held in the Wisteria Garden. As a young talent, he was asked to lead the way for a guy who came out of nowhere. Especially when he saw that Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, Yang Zhong got angry. After saying that, he walked in front of them, swaggering in a swaggering manner. The disciples of big clans were born with arrogance. Especially recently, the Yang clan had dominated the Xianin demonic region. As a disciple of the Yang clan, every one of them was extremely proud, and the most outstanding disciple was even prouder. For example, Yang Zhong was known as the first genius among the youths within 100 years of age in the entire Xianin demonic region. He had a supreme position among the younger generation of the Yang clan. Therefore, his overbearing aura was not concealed at all. Yang Dingtian asked such an arrogant guy to lead the way and asked me to call me Yang Chen. As expected, it's not as Uncle Han expected. Unfortunately, I already know your little trick. Long Chen and Han Yinxing looked at each other and smiled. Yang Dingtian took advantage of Yang Zhong's arrogance and asked him to come here. But in the eyes of Long Chen, he was just an idiot. Of course, this guy's strength was indeed very good. He turned out to be the second best physique among the Yang clan's demonic bodies, Xianin demonic body. The current clan master, Yang Dingtian, also had the Xianin demonic body. Yang Zhong, in the Jiuyou demonic region, would be admired by people like Qin Shi and Su Zhe. He had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm. He had condensed the Dharma of earth. After a few steps, Yang Zhong turned around coldly and looked at the two experts beside Long Chen. He said, "Our clan master didn't invite you. What are you doing here?" In fact, he was a little confused. These two guys seemed to be a bit strong, but he couldn't tell which level they were at. According to his estimation, they might have reached the completion of the Dharma of heaven and earth. Such cultivators, even if they were strong, were not members of the Yang clan. In terms of status, Yang Zhong didn't take them seriously. What he didn't expect was that these two were at the completion of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, which was comparable to the clan master. If he had known that, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Go back. The clan master didn't invite you. Aren't you looking for trouble for me? Yang Zhong stopped and pointed at the two. Take your finger back. Nangong Lai was like a ruthless lion, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. You. Yang Zhong didn't expect that this guy would dare to talk to him like this. Just when he was about to rebuke him, he found that he was already in the hands of the strong cultivator. Under the strong fingers, his neck seemed to be broken at any time. Yang Zhong didn't have any strength to resist. Let me go, let me go. Yang Zhong shouted at Nangong Lai with all his might. He was terrified. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of these two men. Nangong Lai still had a playful smile on his face. He was playing with Yang Zhong, who was struggling on his body. Yang Zhong was terrified. Coincidentally, he saw Long Chen and said angrily, "Yang Chen, since your surname is Yang, you should be a disciple of the Yang clan in Sun Moon City. How dare you encourage outsiders to deal with me? You will be punished by the law enforcement hall. Hurry up and tell your man to let go." This kind of person only had powerful strength and decent talent, but he was a coward on the inside. Compared to people like Qin Shi and Su Zhe, his temperament was a notch weaker. Long Chen remembered Su Zhe. He was very calm and frank, unlike Yang Zhong, who was overbearing. He was a pure idiot. Long Chen was getting impatient. He stared at the struggling man and said word by word, "I'm sorry, you called the wrong person. I'm not a member of the Yang clan. My name is Long Chen. Remember it well. Also, you are just a guide. Just do your job. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me, Long Chen, just because this is the Yang clan." After saying that, Long Chen gave Nangong Lai a meaningful look. Nangong Lai smiled insipidly and threw Yang Zhong away, causing him to fall flat on his face. You guys." When Yang Zhong got up, his face was red from anger. He wanted to go crazy, but when he thought about Nangong Lai's strength, he realized that this group of people wasn't as simple as he had imagined. The clan master probably asked him to lead the way because of this. Thinking of this, Yang Zhong swallowed his anger and said fiercely, "Your name is Long Chen, not Yang Chen. Hehe, as long as you are still in the Yang clan's Sun Moon City, don't let me get the chance." Chapter 1194. Yang Zhong was stunned. He didn't know what Long Chen meant. Let's wait and see. Yang Zhong turned around resolutely and strode forward like a general who had won. Long Chen and the other two smiled helplessly and followed him. If the Yang clan only trains idiots like him, little Chen's strength and willpower are enough to crush those so-called geniuses, Nangong Lai said proudly. With different experiences, the willpower will be different. Little Chen killed his way up step by step, while Yang Zhong has been above everyone since he was young. He can bully the weak, but compared to Little Chen, he is nothing, Han Yunxing said indifferently. The two of them had a very high opinion of Long Chen. When they were under house arrest, they were most worried about Long Chen. They had wanted to rush out, but Long Chen would definitely be able to solve the problem by himself, so they didn't take the risk. As expected, Long Chen had done it perfectly. He had even raised his strength from the initial celestial being realm to the extreme realm of martial arts in 3 months. Such a godly speed couldn't be achieved by the true martial imperial spirit alone. In fact, Long Chen had reached the extreme realm of martial arts purely by relying on his own realm. At that time, under the pressure of the will of the universe, he had the dragon will to resist. The Sun Moon City was very large, and everyone living there was the Yang clan. Tens of thousands of people followed Yang Zhong's furious footsteps, passing through countless corridors and pavilions. The surrounding buildings were getting more and more magnificent. Obviously, they had arrived at the residence of the higher-ups. At that moment, many people were heading towards the tall palace in the center, Changli Palace. Changli Palace was the gathering place of the Yang clan. For some reason, Yang Dingtian had made a big scene today. Apart from the experts who were in charge of the cities outside, almost all of the Yang clan's experts had come. Out of the 100 senior members, more than 50 had come, and they were all above the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. Then there were close to 500 outstanding young disciples, who were generally over 1,000 years old but didn't have outstanding achievements in martial arts. If they didn't need to stay in the clan to further their studies, they would be sent out to become governors. Other than that, the 3 heavyweights of the Yang clan, Yang Dingtian, Yang Batian, and Yang Matian, were all present. Before the crowd had arrived, some maids had already prepared the wine and seats. Then, everyone took their seats. The outstanding disciples, the Doyen group, and some of the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall all had their own designated seats. At this moment, the Changli Palace Hall was filled with a sea of people. It was very lively. Yang Zhong glared angrily at Long Chen's group when they arrived outside Changli Hall. "Let me tell you, there's only one seat prepared for all of you." With that, he charged straight into Changli Hall. Yang Zhong was very famous among the young disciples. As soon as he entered, he caused a lot of noise. As for Long Chen and the other two, they entered in a low-key manner. In front of them were the Yang family members, but not many people noticed them. After all, at this time, it was a mix of crooks and honest people. Among the crowd, Long Chen spotted Yang Dingtian at a glance. Yang Dingtian was sitting in the highest seat. After seeing Long Chen, he gave Long Chen a look. Following his gaze, Long Chen sat down quietly in an inconspicuous corner. This was the place for the 500 elite disciples of the Yang clan. Therefore, there were no seats for Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai. However, Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai had seen all kinds of battles. Since this was the case, they might as well stand, and it would also increase Long Chen's influence. Sure enough, seeing these two experts who were comparable to him standing obediently behind Long Chen without any complaints, Yang Dingtian was once again fooled. In his heart, he had already confirmed that Long Chen's identity was absolutely incomparably noble. An abandoned son could eventually produce such a descendant. This really made Yang Dingtian exclaim in his heart that it was amazing. At this time, every seat had been filled with exquisite dishes, which were all made of precious ingredients after dozens of complicated steps. Delicious food, while maintaining the delicious taste, had a good effect of strengthening the physique, making people feel refreshed and comfortable. The Yang clan was the #1 family in the Xianin demon region, so it should be like this. At this time, the high-level figures of the Yang clan, or the talented disciples who could speak, had all arrived. Everyone had their own seat, and Long Chen's seat was specially set up. Therefore, at this time, many disciples felt that there was an extra person next to him. This person looked very strange, so they all cast surprised looks at him. Who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? I don't know. Judging from his strength, he has just reached the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He is not strong. With this strength, he is qualified to come here, unless he is under 20 years old. He is indeed not old, just over 20 years old. No one knew who Long Chen was. Surrounded by the youngest group of young disciples, the one in the middle was Yang Zhong. At this time, facing the questions of the crowd, he curled his lips and said, "This guy said he is not a member of the Yang clan, but he is sitting in the position of a disciple of the Yang clan. He is very arrogant. Look at his eyes, he does not take us seriously at all. He does not take brother Yang Zhong seriously." Everyone was very surprised. Moreover, next to Long Chen, there were obviously two people standing there, who were obviously strong at first glance. When the crowd was talking about him, Long Chen's eyes swept over the two strong people next to Yang Dingtian. Together with Yang Dingtian, they were the three people with the highest status in the Yang clan, except for the Nirvana tribulation experts. Yang Dingtian was in the middle, and on his left was a big man who was as big as Nangong Lai, with bulging muscles, like a giant bear. Different from Nangong Lai's warm aura, his skin was dark, and he exuded an amazing cold qi. His lips were completely black, as if they were poisoned. This was one of the Yang clan's branch masters, Yang Batian. The other one sat on the right of Yang Dingtian, with red lips and a thin body, similar to Han Yunqing, but not as sloppy as Han Yunqing. He should be another branch master, Yang Motian. Just by looking at his appearance, he was a devilishly handsome man, much more devilishly handsome than Yang Baishan's unscrupulous and powerful aura. As for the other strong people, they were basically in the group of elders. There were people from the 8th to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. With so many strong people gathered together, the aura they exuded was enough to put a lot of pressure on Long Chen. The so-called gathering was actually a banquet. After everyone had arrived, Yang Dingtian did not say much, and directly called the banquet to start. All the strong people toasted the family master, and there were singing and dancing performances and so on. For a moment, it was quite lively. However, during the course of the banquet, hundreds of people had already noticed the existence of Long Chen. Because of the powerful Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, there were always unfriendly gazes. As for Long Chen, he was protected by the two strong people in the middle, which attracted more puzzled gazes. Who was this young man? The atmosphere seemed cheerful and natural, but in fact, it was full of oppression. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinking, Yang Dingtian put down his glass, and looked around with his dignified eyes. The crowd also put down their glasses, and the scene became quiet. The beautiful girls who were performing also left one by one. Long Chen knew that the real business was coming. As expected, after Yang Dingtian's dignified eyes swept around, they suddenly stopped on Long Chen. Unexpectedly, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Today, I'd like to introduce the new member of our Yang clan. He is Yang Chen. Stand up and greet the elders." Needless to say, everyone knew who Yang Chen was. Although he was not happy with Yang Dingtian calling him Yang Chen, he still had to respect him. So he stood up and slightly bowed to the elders, and said, "Junior Long Chen greets the elders." He called him Long Chen, and rebutted Yang Dingtian's Yang Chen. Everyone understood that there was still a lot of gunpowder in this young man's words. He was really bold. The Yang clan was the #1 clan in the Xianin demon region. Many people wanted to come to the Yang clan and have the surname Yang. But Long Chen, when the family master said his surname was Yang, he actually said his surname was Long. Who exactly was he? Yang Dingtian was indeed a sly old fox. He acted as if he didn't hear what Long Chen said. He smiled and asked Long Chen to take a seat first, then introduced Long Chen to the crowd. He said, "Yang Chen is the #1 genius of the Yang clan, the cousin of Yang Lingqing. He was born on the same year as Lingqing. Their bloodline had left the clan, and I thought Lingqing was the only one left in this generation. I didn't expect there to be another one." Yang Dingtian slightly fabricated Yang Lingqing's identity to cover up the fact that he abandoned his son. So he was Yang Lingqing's cousin. Everyone suddenly looked at Long Chen, dumbfounded. In the Yang clan, there was basically no one who didn't know Yang Lingqing. After all, she was the only person in the Yang clan with the Taiyin demon body. Although Long Chen's cultivation level was slightly lower than Yang Lingqing's, this identity would not make people hostile to him. After all, the disciples admired Yang Lingqing very much, including Yang Zhong. In his heart, Yang Lingqing was simply a goddess. He didn't expect that the guy who wanted to kill just now was the goddess's cousin. In the hearts of the elders, Long Chen's identity was also shocking. However, they could see that Long Chen didn't have the slightest constitution of the Yang clan. There was another bloodline that far surpassed the Yang clan's bloodline. Chapter 1195. Long Chen laughed in his heart. Sure enough, Yang Dingtian's words were all bullshit. He was forcing Long Chen to do something that the disciples of the Yang clan hated. Originally, Long Chen's previous words about Long Chen had already made the disciples unhappy. At this time, he was adding fuel to the fire. His purpose was very obvious. Long Chen had no intention of blending in here. Following that, Yang Dingtian followed up with another bombshell. He said, since Yang Chen has returned to the Yang clan, he doesn't understand the secret techniques of the Yang clan at all. He needs an elder to guide him. Moreover, he has a strong physique. Everyone knows that my brother Yang Batian has the strongest physique in the Yang clan, so I've decided to hand Yang Chen over to brother Batian for guidance. Obviously, this sentence had been discussed with Yang Batian. At this time, Yang Batian said with a smile, I like the younger generation who diligently practice body refining combat techniques. They are all people who can really bear hardships and stand hard work. If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you will be able to reach a higher level. The crowd was in an uproar. Among the disciples present, only a few were qualified to be guided by Yang Batian. After all, Yang Batian was one of the giants of the Yang clan. They all looked at Long Chen with envy and jealousy. Long Chen was originally a member of the Zhenwu Emperor Palace. Now that he had just arrived, he was valued so much. How could they not be jealous after he robbed their things? Humph, it's just because of his sister's identity that he is valued by the clan. Compared with Yang Lingqing, this guy is only at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He is really a disgrace to her. If I had such an embarrassing brother, would rather not see him, a charming girl of the Yang clan said. Don't think too much. When the time comes, if his cultivation can't keep up with the footsteps of the sky ancestor, he will definitely be driven out. People can only live by themselves, especially men. People like him who rely on their sister to get to the position will not be respected, Yang Zhong said indifferently, as if everything was going according to his plan. These words were heard by Long Chen. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Nangong Lai spoke first. His figure was similar to Yang Baishan's, and his voice was like a great bell. At this time, he ridiculed, what kind of joke is Yang family head making? Yang Baishan's strength is mediocre. What qualifications does he have to instruct our young master? We are just accompanying our young master to see his sister. I think we should forget about instructing him, lest we make a fool of ourselves. In the Supreme Een Devil realm, there are really not many people who are qualified to instruct our young master. Nangong Lai's unbridled words caused a huge uproar. At this time, not only were the young disciples unable to stand, but even the senior statesman also stood up and glared at Nangong Lai. Of course, most of the young disciples didn't know how strong Nangong Lai was. However, the elders knew about Nangong Lai. The true Martial Emperor Palace and the Martial God Palace's people had high status and strength, comparable to the Yang family. The Yang family had 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm heavenly ancestors personally took action to put them under house arrest. However, in the eyes of the Yang family, since they were under house arrest, they should act like prisoners. The Yang family was proud and arrogant, especially after the destruction of the Li family. How could they endure the cold words of a prisoner? In an instant, the disciples started cursing. Nangong Lai's words were very unpleasant to hear, but their words were even more unpleasant to hear. The arrogance of the 3 of them was an eye-opener for the disciples. They actually dared to say such words in front of the Yang family, and even said that there were not many people in the Supreme Een Devil realm who were qualified to instruct Long Chen. Enough. Yang Batian was a straightforward person. In front of the younger generation, the other party didn't give him any face. It was like slapping his face. At this time, he roared and punched. Suddenly, the whole Changli Palace became incomparably quiet. The black shadow of the punch turned into a shrieking devil, rushing towards the direction of Nangong Lai. Wherever the devil went, the space actually trembled a little. Insignificant skill. Nangong Lai sneered and also punched out. The blazing sun and the opponent's fist collided in mid-air and actually disappeared. However, the spectators all felt their hearts tremble. Their qi and blood surged and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was especially so for the weaker disciples, this symptom was especially obvious. It was reasonable for a warrior at the 9th stage of the divine martial realm to have this kind of power. If they really fought, the result would definitely be earth-shattering. At the same time as they were injured, the hundreds of Yang family disciples suddenly realized what was happening and suddenly exchanged glances with each other, their faces turning pale. Nangong Lai's strength was actually comparable to the branch family's heavenly ancestor, Ong Batian. This meant that Han Yunxing, who was next to him, should also be similar. For the disciples, people like Yang Batian and Yang Motian were mythical existences, the gods of the Yang family, the targets of their worship. At this time, there were actually 2 people who had such strength, and what was more terrifying was that these 2 people actually called Long Chen young master. They finally understood why Yang Dingtian used the family gathering to introduce Long Chen. It could only be said that the other half of Long Chen's identity could only be described as earth-shattering. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Long Chen's talent was obviously not strong, and he was only at the 4th stage of the divine martial realm, which wasn't particularly outstanding, but he had a more terrifying background than them. They were the high and mighty Yang family, and they thought that they were already standing at the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent, but they didn't expect that there was actually someone who had a higher status than them. When the heroes were angry, Long Chen suddenly stood up. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him in a daze. They were very curious about what this strange young man would say. Yang Batian was furious and wanted to fight with Nangong Lai, but he was stopped by Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't panic at all, and still looked calm. "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Long Chen said in a clear voice, his eyes staring straight at the experts of the Yang family. He cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, you may have misunderstood. I don't intend to return to the Yang family this time. Although I have the blood of the Yang family, I am different from my sister. The true martial emperor palace is my home, and my name is not Yang Chen. Everyone, listen up, my name is Long Chen." Although Long Chen's words were neither servile nor overbearing, it made everyone feel even more sullen, which made them feel that this young man was simply too arrogant. After all, Yang Dingtian had already confirmed something, but Long Chen actually dared to refute it. Moreover, he even publicly said that his name was Long Chen. This was clearly a slap to Yang Dingtian's face. Everyone looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with hatred, especially those young disciples. All of them were extremely unhappy, and they couldn't wait to beat up Long Chen. Long Chen completely ignored these gazes. He looked around and saw that Yang Dingtian's expression didn't change at all. He continued, "It seems that everyone isn't very happy at today's clan gathering. If you don't like me, I, Long Chen, will take my leave first. I don't want to affect everyone's mood." "Oh, right," Long Chen looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "I'll have to trouble Patriarch to inform me when my sister comes out of seclusion. I'm here for her." After saying that, he turned around and left. Han Yunqing was expressionless, while Nangong Lai was full of smiles, like a victorious general. He followed Long Chen proudly. When they reached the middle of the hall, the Yang family's disciples, most of them centered around Yang Zhong, spontaneously stood in front of Long Chen. Everyone's face was filled with anger. They were proud and respectable disciples of the Yang family. Although Long Chen's identity was also extraordinary, slapping their patriarch's face was equivalent to slapping their own faces. "Long Chen, you're just a piece of trash. What I despise the most are people like you who use your background to show off," a beautiful lady from the Yang family said in disdain. "That's right, if you don't have the halo of a backer, if you don't have any background, what qualifications do you have to come to my Yang family's Changli palace to spout nonsense? What I despise the most is this kind of grandson who doesn't have any real ability but uses his backer to intimidate others." A group of people started insulting him without the permission of the elders. Long Chen understood that Yang Dingtian's goal had been achieved. His original intention was to make everyone in the Yang family hate Long Chen, so that these disciples would continuously cause trouble for Long Chen. He wanted to see if Long Chen could last until Yang Lingqing came out of seclusion. As for Long Chen's mysterious background, to be honest, he was really afraid of it. Otherwise, he would have killed this brat long ago. It was already very good that Long Chen could fool such a person to this extent. In that case, let me add more fuel to the fire, Long Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked around at the Yang family's disciples who were looking at him with disdain. "From what you're saying, you think that I, Long Chen, am not strong enough." Long Chen looked around and sneered. "I forgot to tell you. Half a month ago, the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was opened for the Saint's Fruit. You must know that the saint's fruit ended up in my hands in the end. You know very well what that means. No young cultivator below the age of 100 is my opponent in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Long Chen looked at everyone with disdain. He was just too arrogant. Of course, this was not his original self, or perhaps it was just the him from a few years ago. The current him was mature and introverted. He would not be so arrogant anymore. It was just an act. What? You're just bluffing. You mean that the strongest within 100 years of age in the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain is only at the 4th layer of the God Martial Realm? Everyone roared with laughter. They felt that Long Chen had made a joke. He's speaking the truth, Yang Dingtian suddenly added. Chapter 1196. Everyone's gazes landed on Yang Zhong. Among those present, Yang Zhong was the only one who was on par with Suzhe and Qinshe. I've come from afar. Since everyone is so happy today, let's have a battle to liven things up. I think this brother named Yang Zhong is not bad. Why? Do you have the guts to compete with me, Long Chen? Let me see the standard of the Yang clan's disciples. Are they as bad as I imagined? Since the other party wanted to do this, Long Chen's words wouldn't give them any face. Each sentence was more unpleasant than the previous one. When the disciples heard this, they were enraged. Yang Zhong was even angrier. From the moment he saw Long Chen, he wanted to beat Long Chen up. He didn't expect that Long Chen would actually come looking for him. Heaven was really helping him. Yang Zhong immediately roared, "If you are a man, then follow me to the outside of Changli Palace Hall. If I don't beat your intestines out today, then my name isn't Yang Zhong." Yang Zhong's words stirred the crowd. He's just at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. He hasn't even passed the minor 3 tribulations. What qualifications does he have to compete with our genius disciples? I think he's here to embarrass himself. This kind of trash doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only by beating him up will he be obvious. Big brother Yang Zhong, I'll beat him up too. I'm getting angry just by looking at him. For a moment, Changli Palace was in an uproar. Moreover, the elders of the Yang clan didn't stop them. In fact, even Yang Dingtian wanted to try and guess Long Chen's identity from Long Chen's actions. He didn't see how Long Chen defeated Qinshe and Suzhe. A group of people headed out of Changli Palace in a grandiose manner. Yang Dingtian and the rest exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, as though their plan had succeeded. This kid really knows how to slap people's faces. The 3 of us have never been humiliated like today. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Motherfucker, if he wasn't from the true martial emperor palace, I would have beaten him up. Yang Batian said coldly. Do you guys think Yang Zhong has a chance of winning? Yang Motian, who had been silent at the side, asked. Of course, Yang Zhong is a disciple that I have personally taught. His cultivation is not bad, and he is expected to break through to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm in the future and become the pillar of my family. That boy named Long Chen, who has the mysterious Een Devil body, is only at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm, Yang Batian said. Not necessarily. Let's just wait and see. After all, he did defeat Suzhe and Qinshe. I just don't know how he did it. With his background, it's normal for him to have some life-saving means, Yang Dingtian said calmly. As they spoke, they walked out of Long Chen Hall. Below them, Long Chen and Yang Zhong were already facing each other in the encirclement of the disciples. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai were not far from Long Chen. Of course, they admired Long Chen. Since Long Chen had issued a challenge, there was no reason for him to lose. It was just another slap in Yang Dingtian's face. At this time, Yang Dingtian came out, and everyone looked at him. The real battle had to wait for Yang Dingtian to start. Yang Dingtian was not as angry as everyone thought he would be. He smiled and said, "Anyway, you have the blood of the Yang family in you, so you can be considered as members of the Yang family. This is a fight between disciples of the Yang family. You two should control your strength well, otherwise, I won't be polite." Everyone was a little uncomfortable when they heard this. Long Chen was not a disciple of the Yang family at all. Yang Dingtian was afraid of Long Chen's background. If he did not fight Long Chen, the disciples of the Yang family would fight him. Of course, this was Yang Dingtian's purpose. After Long Chen's words, Yang Zhong had long been blinded by hatred. At this time, it could be said that he carried the anger of too many people. He had to beat Long Chen hard so that everyone would feel comfortable. With so many people's hopes on his back, Yang Zhong did not feel any pressure. Instead, he was already burning with anger. Everyone dispersed, leaving enough space for Long Chen and Yang Zhong to fight. Huff! Black smoke rose from Yang Zhong's body. This smoke condensed the phantom of the dragon sacrificial continent behind him. Most of it was blurry, and the three emperor domains seemed to be just a small part of it. When the earthly Dharma idol appeared, the will of the world descended on Yang Zhong's body, making him look like a giant between heaven and earth. Some martial artists whose cultivation had not reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm felt an incomparably huge pressure. They retreated one after another and operated their divine origin to resist this terrifying will power. In their eyes, Long Chen, who bore the brunt of this will power, should be stunned by this will power, and there would be no need for him to fight. However, to their surprise, not only did Long Chen not retreat, but he also had a relaxed smile on his face. His aura instantly changed from weak to disdainful. The invincible will of the dragon was not much weaker than the power of Yang Zhong's fusion with the will of the world. The pressure of the god martial soul had no effect on Long Chen. At the same time, an incomparably domineering scarlet blood desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. The sharp halberd was pointed at Yang Zhong, and Long Chen's eyes were full of contempt. "I only need one move to finish you off." Immediately after, Long Chen said something that made everyone feel that he was simply insanely arrogant. Yang Zhong roared. His blood was once again ignited by Long Chen's words. Looking at Long Chen's weapon, Yang Dingtian and the others frowned. "It's definitely a weapon that surpasses the 8th grade divine grade. What kind of status does this kid have in the Emperor Palace? He's able to wield a weapon of this level at such a young age." The three overlords of the Yang family were a little shocked at this moment. At this moment, Yang Zhong couldn't bear it anymore, and the battle was about to start. Heaven and earth demonic formation, infinite strangulation. He threw out a punch, which turned out to be a complex black formation, which instantly hovered above Long Chen. In an instant, countless black airflows gushed down and turned into cold venomous snakes, which densely packed and dashed towards Long Chen. The will of heaven and earth was contained in this attack. Generally, martial artists below the 7th level of the divine martial realm would definitely be defeated by such an attack. But for Long Chen, it was simply a piece of cake. Using this level of attack to deal with me. With a chuckle, Long Chen moved his feet, and with a speed that was equivalent to that of a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, he instantly escaped from his opponent's heaven-earth demon formation. To deal with Yang Zhong, he had to end the battle quickly, so that he could take the disciples of the Yang family down a notch. Long Chen was already looking forward to seeing their dull eyes. At this moment, Long Chen, who had just escaped from Yang Zhong's heaven-earth demon formation, raised the scarlet blood desolation high in the air. He had just studied the 3rd level of the 9-dragon scripture for a whole night, and at this moment, he displayed it without hesitation. Mysterious blue fire dragon. A blue dragon shadow, burning with towering flames, appeared on Long Chen's body. Ice armor azure sea dragon. A blue dragon shadow shrouded in a blue icy mist swirled together with the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. 9 heavens wind dragon. Finally, a green dragon silhouette appeared behind Long Chen, shrouded in formless gales. It was impossible to see it at all. The scarlet blood desolation, which was condensed with the power of 3 divine dragons, suddenly slashed down. The power of the divine dragons converged in the 3rd level of the 9 dragon scripture, and a terrifying power suddenly burst out, instantly exceeding the limit that a martial artist who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm could display. Moreover, in the 3rd level of the 9 dragon scripture, there was another new thing, and that was Long Chen's will of dragon. The will of dragon, combined with the 9 dragon scripture, created a double attack of physical and will power, which was the most powerful move that Long Chen had ever displayed. How is this possible? It could be said that Yang Zhong was petrified. His first move was a killing move, and it was so terrifying. When he saw the unavoidable halberd and the attacks of the 3 divine dragons coming towards him, the only thing he could do was to use his strongest move as well. However, under the 3rd stage of the 9 dragon scripture, although his moves were similar to those of Su Zhe and the others, they were instantly destroyed by the 9 dragon scripture. No! Yang Zhong screamed in pain, stunned. At the last moment, Long Chen reversed the halberd, and the power of the 9 dragon scripture shifted, directly destroying a hall that was the size of one of the 3 people from Changli Hall. It turned into smoke and dust, and fell to the ground with a rumble. At this moment, the scarlet blood desolation was only 10 centimeters away from the tip of Yang Zhong's nose. Long Chen retrieved the scarlet blood eternal desolation. He had not expected that he would be able to execute the 3rd tier so soon. As his strength increased, so did the might of the 9 dragon scripture. Although it was only the 3rd tier, when executed, even an ordinary grade 8 divine skill would not be able to block it. From the start to the end of the battle, it took less than 10 breaths of time. When Long Chen put away the scarlet blood desolation sword, everyone was still looking at the stunned and pale Yang Zhong. Their minds went blank. Thank you for letting me win, genius of the Yang clan. Long Chen chuckled and waved at Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai. In a short time, the 3 of them disappeared from the crowd sight, returning to the Wisteria Park. After they left, there was an uproar among the crowd. The expression on everyone's face could only be described as twisted. This. I must have seen wrongly just now. Am I dreaming? How can this Long Chen be so strong? Originally, they wanted to beat up Long Chen to vent their anger, but Long Chen had used a tyrannical method to defeat Yang Zhong in an instant, so they did not dare to vent their anger. For a moment, everyone felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Yang Zhong, who was in the crowd, collapsed to the ground with his hands powerlessly. Then, he knelt on the ground with a miserable expression. Just now, he was indeed at the brink of death. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 looked at Long Chen's disappearing figure with gloomy eyes. Such a terrifying combat skill is obviously not simple. It might even be higher than 8th grade. Who exactly is this Long Chen's father? Yang Dingtian's mind was in a mess. The 2 people beside him were also shocked, asking the same question. Chapter 1197. Yang Dingtian nodded, and then he said in a clear voice, "Victory and defeat are common in battles, and there's always someone stronger than you. Even though our Yang clan is the #1 clan in the Dark Een Devil territory, it's precisely because of this that everyone can't slack off. On the path of cultivation, one who doesn't advance will fall behind. Everyone has seen the lesson today, so everyone must work even harder, and let me, Yang Dingtian, see the day when all of you can hold your heads high." These words stirred the hearts of the heroes. That's right. The disciples of the Yang family were living too comfortably. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took this opportunity to wake them up. Everyone has to wash away their humiliation by themselves. Don't expect the clan to do anything for you. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian added. Understood. Everyone regained their fighting spirit and were eager to try. With Yang Dingtian's words, those people who wanted to wash away their humiliation would definitely make Long Chen's life very difficult in the future. Yang Zhong, who was usually surrounded by people, was now kneeling on the ground. Nobody cared about him. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he called for the crowd to disperse. The three overlords returned to the empty Changli Palace and started to discuss. Yang Batian was the first to ask, "Big brother, these three fellows are so arrogant. Although that kid called Longchen definitely has an extraordinary identity, are we really going to let them continue to be so arrogant? Our Grand Yang family actually doesn't even have the ability to restrain them?" Yang Dingtian's eyes were gloomy. "I have to consider more than you guys. The battle for the World King position is about to start. If that kid knows about Yang Lingqing, he won't let it go. It'll be troublesome if his clansmen are attracted. So, we can only let him cause trouble here." Yang Motian said unhappily, "To be honest, I really can't control myself today." Yang Dingtian said, "Bear with it. Who asked him to have two experts at the 9th level of the divine martial realm as his subordinates?" The three were helpless. Heavenly Ancestor was able to successfully fuse with the Great Een Devil physique. This matter is too important to our Yang clan. We absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. Now that the Li clan is dead, no one can interfere with this matter. For now, we have to endure as much as we can. When Heavenly Ancestor becomes the World Emperor again, even the true Martial Emperor Palace won't be able to stop him. The three looked at each other and made a decision. Dingtian. Suddenly, a voice rang in their ears. "Ancestor Luan." The three of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. Although the other party did not come, his voice could be heard by the three of them. His identity was self-evident. They were called Patriarchs Luan. The person who spoke was one of the two Nirvana tribulation youths of the Yang family. That young man does indeed have the bloodline of my Yang clan. However, it was devoured by another bloodline. Today, I saw him using a halberd. In my impression, that halberd was used by the Dragon Martial Emperor Palace. Moreover, from the aura he was concealing, I think that this young man might be a true Martial Emperor Palace's Dragon Martial expert, Dragon Warrior. Yang Dingtian and the other two were dumbfounded. They understood what it meant to be a dragon martial artist. If Long Chen was really a dragon martial artist, then the reason why he had such a high status in the Imperial Palace was obvious. Only dragon martial artists could enjoy such treatment. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has Wang Chen, who is the pride of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This Long Chen is still young and may become someone like Wang Chen in the future. The Emperor Palace will definitely treat him as a treasure. So, no matter what, don't provoke him. Let him cause trouble. Ancestor Luan said. What if he disturbs Heavenly Ancestor's plan? Yang Dingtian asked. From their conversation, the so-called Heavenly Ancestor should be the Yang clan's recently deceased World Emperor. No matter how great his potential is, he's still just a youth. Let him do as he pleases. What trouble can he cause? After the Heavenly Ancestor succeeds, I'll send them back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. You guys can just close one eye. Yes, Ancestor Luan. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon martial artist, almost every dragon martial artist was a proud son of heaven. Although it was only Ancestor Luan's guess, if it was true, this Long Chen really couldn't be offended unless Heavenly Ancestor used the Great Een Devil body to return to his previous state. The Yang clan's peak lineup was a World Emperor and 2 World Kings. Long Chen and the others didn't know that there was such a conversation in Changli Hall. At this time, he had already returned to the Wisteria court. Nangong Lai stretched and looked at Long Chen approvingly. Today was really cool. That's right, this is how it should be. Only then will this bunch of grandsons be convinced. Han Yunqing's expression wasn't relaxed. He frowned and said, if I'm not wrong, your sister Yang Lingqing is close to being hit by the soul fusion Dao. Moreover, the other party's identity is obvious. He is the Yang clan's world emperor who was killed by the Nirvana tribulation. The so-called Nirvana tribulation is only a rumor. I think he abandoned his body in advance and then used the soul fusion Dao to succeed. It's actually him. Long Chen wasn't relaxed either. Han Yunqing's analysis was correct. Yang Dingtian was so protective of Yang Lingqing and even used a genius physique in the family as a host. Only the former world emperor could make the higher-ups of the Yang clan abandon Yang Lingqing. In other words, if the world emperor's old ancestor was as strong as Yang Lingqing's body, in addition to his terrifying martial arts comprehension, the supreme Yin demon realm would probably give birth to an expert comparable to the world lord in a few thousand years. In this way, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Long Chen could only stay here and bully the young disciples of the Yang clan. In reality, he had no clue at all. There was a very important question that he didn't know yet. So he asked, you two, is there any solution to the soul fusion Dao to drive that person away from my sister's body? This question was difficult for Han Yunqing to answer. He shook his head and said, we don't know anything about this at the moment. Basically, we haven't heard of any way to save her. But don't be discouraged. There must be a solution. There is a lot of information in my divine kingdom. I'll look through it these few days to see if there are any successful examples. Nangong Lai also said, the success rate of the soul fusion Dao isn't high. Even if it succeeds, no one can save her or think of a way to save her. So there shouldn't be any method that has been circulated so far, but let old Han look for it first. Is it that troublesome? Long Chen frowned deeply. No matter what, his sister was. Long Chen clenched his fists. No matter what, he would make the Yang clan pay the price. Thinking of Yang Lingqing, this tenacious girl, her body could only be hers. If someone else took it, it would be so unfair and miserable for her. Long Chen definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai looked at each other. Han Yunqing said, looking at the situation today, we will have to fight with the experts of the Yang clan sooner or later. Maybe your father predicted that we would meet you. You gave us a very magical thing. What is it? Long Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Because they were in the Yang clan, Han Yunqing didn't take out the thing he had mentioned publicly. Instead, he let Nangong Lai and Long Chen enter his divine kingdom. In Han Yunqing's divine kingdom, the sky was filled with bright stars and there was only a quiet wooden hut on the empty ground. At this moment, Long Chen, Nangong Lai, and Han Yunqing's phantoms were standing in this wooden hut. Long Chen had been here before. Han Yunqing said, I can only say that this thing is beyond common sense. It's close to the means of a god. As he spoke, he took out a triangular jade pendant out of nowhere. It was a blood-red jade pendant that looked a little strange. There was a small hole in each triangle. Placing it in Long Chen's hands, Han Yunqing said, your father is magical and omnipotent. He told us that this is called the soul-revolving Saint Jade. What does it do? Long Chen excitedly caressed the cold object. Although it was a cold jade pendant, to Long Chen, it was incomparably warm. This was something that his father had once held. Long Chen had no idea what kind of person that man was or what his identity was. However, he was eager to know. Nangong Lai said strangely, actually, we haven't tried it either. We also find it incredible. Your father said that if you get the soul-revolving Saint Jade, as long as we are within 50 kilometers of you, we will come to your side as long as you summon us. Of course, this is just a small function. Another more magical function is that the soul-revolving Saint Jade can transfer my and Old Han's power to you. Simply put, you will magically have the combined power and domain of Old Han and me, as well as the combat skills we are familiar with. At that time, your fighting capacity will exceed the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and you can even fight against warriors of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. What? How is that possible? If Nangong Lai hadn't said it in a sincere tone, Long Chen would have thought that he was joking. What he said was too incredible. Nangong is right. When we heard your father say that, we also thought that he was joking. After all, no magic treasure can do something that defies common sense. However, I feel that your father would not lie to us. As for whether it's true or not, you can give it a try. See if you can summon Nangong and me to your side, said Han Yinxing. That was a good idea. In any case, if Long Chen didn't try it himself, it would be hard for him to believe that such a magical thing existed. Physical body, martial arts, divine spirit, comprehension, combat skills, and so on could all be combined through this soul-revolving Saint Jade. How heaven-defying would that be? Chapter 1198. Long Chen nodded. He did not know how to use the soul-revolving Sage Jade. At this moment, he silently stroked the cold jade pendant. Did the triangle represent the three of them? In the end, the three of them would fuse into Long Chen's body. This meant that Long Qinglan's item was actually prepared for Long Chen. As he stroked the item, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly feeling a stabbing pain in his palm, Long Chen hurriedly opened his palm. The soul-revolving Sage Jade actually fused into his palm, forming a blood-colored triangular jade pattern on it. At this moment, the jade was emitting a red magical light. In Long Chen's mind, some vague information appeared. According to this information, he used his spirit essence to stimulate the soul-revolving Saint Jade. Unexpectedly, a mystical thing happened. When his palm lit up, a blood-colored halo of an array formation also appeared on Nangong Lai's body. With a flash, Nangong Lai appeared on Long Chen's right hand. The three of them gasped. It really works. What a magical item. I've lived for thousands of years, but I still don't understand why such a thing exists. Han Yinxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. As long as it works. If this thing is used well, it may become our final trump card. Remember not to use it under normal circumstances. Nangong Lai warned. I understand. Long Chen looked calm, but he was extremely excited inside. Other than the mysterious dragon jade and the ancient blood spiritual dragon's inheritance essence blood, the soul-revolving sage jade should be the third gift from Long Qinglan. Long Chen stroked the pattern on his palm, feeling touched. A good man should do something. Father, I won't let you down. I know that when I become truly strong, you will tell me where you came from and why you did all this. This was also a huge motivation for Long Chen's cultivation. Han Yunqing said, let's put the matter of the soul-revolving sage jade aside for now. There is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. What? Long Chen retracted his palm and asked. Han Yunqing said, your 9-dragon scripture is indeed a rare divine skill. As your level increases, it will become more and more powerful. In the end, it will surpass the level 9 divine skill. However, this combat skill will make others suspect that you are a dragon warrior. For the time being, it is not very beneficial to you. In the future, it is better to use this 9-dragon scripture less and treat it as a trump card. But other than the 9-dragon scripture, the other battle skills. As Long Chen spoke to that point, Nangong Lai smiled. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, are you afraid of lacking battle skills by our side? Even if you can learn a grade 9 god skill, you won't have enough divine energy to use. However, we have quite a few grade 8 god skills here. Before coming here, I've already specially prepared one for you. When your cultivation reaches the extremity of martial arts, I'll give it to you. Long Chen smiled. He knew that Nangong Lai had prepared it for him. It was definitely a combat skill that was very suitable for Long Chen. After a while, Nangong Lai took out a white jade slip and said, basically, all the battle skills of the Martial Emperor Palace are in this jade slip. As long as you hold this and immerse your mind into it, you will be able to see the contents of the jade slip. However, let me explain this 8th grade battle skill to you first. This is Nangong Lai's trump card. He has studied it for dozens of years. With him teaching you and your comprehension, it will be easy for you to master it, Han Yunqing said casually. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He also knew that he was indeed lacking a battle skill. His speed and physical body had already reached the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The only shortcoming was that the battle skill was too monotonous. There were no changes, only the 9 dragon scripture. At this time, Nangong Lai solemnly said, the name of this 8th grade divine skill is the 24 War Spear. The name sounds a bit monotonous and old-fashioned, but in the true martial imperial domain, it's actually very famous because it's the essence of close combat skills, 24 War Spear. Long Chen fell into deep thought. The so-called battle skill was similar to the killing skill. This is what old Han is good at. I, Nangong, love close combat techniques the most. This is the most exciting and craziest kind of battle. In close combat, the stronger one's body and the more tenacious one's spirit will win. Your body is also strong, and the 9 dragon scripture is already the pinnacle of long-distance combat techniques. Therefore, you lack an indomitable fighting technique. This kind of close combat technique is very risky, but it is also the most frightening to the enemy. Nangong Shao smiled and said, that's right, it's the 9 dragon scripture. The essence of the 24 War Spear is the word war. There are a total of 24 moves, one after another until the enemy is completely killed. The 24 moves are like a tidal wave, one wave after another. Each move can be used to the maximum, and each move is a perfect sneak attack. The stronger a martial artist is, the more terrifying the might of the 24 War Spear will be. I cultivate the War Dao, and this 24 War Spear will allow you to comprehend the true meaning of battle. After listening to Nangong Lai's explanation in one breath, Long Chen almost had an idea in his mind. Long Chen was determined to learn the 24 War Spear. Indeed, the 24 War Spear was a combat skill that Long Chen desperately needed now. With his physical strength and terrifying speed, if he used it well, he might be able to surpass the power of the 9 dragon scripture. This 24 War Spear was created by a martial Dao master tens of thousands of years ago, a Nirvana tribulation powerhouse, Yizhanya. Each move is full of fighting spirit, and it can even subdue the enemy without fighting. The specific extent to which you can use it depends on your temperament. Long Chen noted down everything he said. The 24 War Spear's moves are stronger than the one before. They are the broken wrist, cut throat, sweeping haul, stabbing heart, cutting waist, dismembering corpse, storm, shower, sky thunder, and so on. There are a total of 24 moves. First, of course, you should start with the broken wrist. Take some time to look at the previous contents, and then I will show you one by one. Long Chen nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to ponder the contents of the 24 War Spear. Time passed quickly. In the following time, it was obvious that Yang Lingqing would not come out so soon. Long Chen devoted himself to the practice of the 24 War Spear. With Nangong Lai's guidance, the 24 War Spear was not a problem. However, a truly mature combat skill still needed to be tested in battle. What Long Chen needed was a real battle, not Nangong Lai's sparring partner. Although Nangong Lai's sparring partner could let him hone a lot, he always felt that something was missing. It had to be said that Nangong Lai picked out the 24 war spear for Long Chen because this thing was too suitable for him. An 8th grade divine skill had very high requirements for speed and physical strength. It required a huge explosive force, and the explosive force of the physical body was faster than the divine essence. And these conditions were just right for Long Chen. Any battle skill had a will that belonged to it. For example, the battle will of the 24 war spear. It was unyielding and unforgiving. It would not rest until it killed its opponent. Long Chen's will was a perfect match for this battle will. In the wisteria garden, Long Chen closed his eyes, and the 24 war spear was displayed in his hands one by one. Stabbing heart, storm spear, every move, was a killing move. It looked simple, but there was a hidden killing move within the killing move, and it was closely linked until it killed the opponent. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai stood at the side and watched Long Chen display it. They kept nodding. Because they were in Sun Moon City, Long Chen did not use a lot of strength to display it. But with the existence of that will, when he truly displayed it, it could be considered to be a small success. To truly make this 24 war spear his own combat skill, he still needs a period of practice. Only then can it be considered to have reached the great accomplishment, Han Yunqing said. Nangong Lai also said, yes, his true Tao is the Tao of massacre. It is more ruthless and cold. I believe that if the 24 war spear is displayed using his Tao, it will have an even more exciting performance. Both of them were very impressed by Long Chen's talent. Now, it could be said that in the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, there was basically no one who could compare to Long Chen in terms of talent and physique, unless it was Wang Chen, who was also a dragon warrior, or Lingxi. For some reason, Lingxi's cultivation had increased explosively. After about 10 days or so, Long Chen stopped cultivating. Sparring partners cannot give you the feeling that they are truly going to kill you. If you want to master this combat technique, you will need to fight them for real. We have been keeping a low profile for 10 days now. It's time for us to go out and look for some trouble, Nangong Lai said with a smile. While Long Chen and the others were thinking about this, a pair of young people returned to the Yang family. Yang Zhong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately found them. Looking at the man who looked similar to him, Yang Zhong immediately told him everything that had happened during this time. Big brother, sister-in-law, you can't imagine how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't even give face to the family leader. During this time, we have been secretly plotting how to teach this kid a lesson. Unfortunately, he has 2 experts by his side. Although they are experts, they are just prisoners of the Yang family. The man's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He looked at his sexy and charming wife next to him and said, there is actually such a person. Although he is Ling Qing's brother, he can't be so arrogant in the Yang family. If we don't teach him a lesson, where will the face of the Yang family's disciples go? The woman next to him rolled her eyes and said, husband, I have a way to make you get into big trouble. Make him become a street rat and everyone will curse him. Make him unable to stay in the Yang family, and even make him die. Looking at his seductive wife, the man was very satisfied and said, quickly tell us what you want to do. We will do our best to cooperate with you. The woman smiled sweetly and said, please listen to me. Chapter 1199. Because he was completely immersed in practicing and familiarizing himself with the 24 war spear, Long Chen basically didn't go out during this time. With Nangong Lai's guidance, he naturally improved by leaps and bounds. What he lacked now was the tempering of actual combat. Only by tempering himself in actual combat with opponents time and time again would he be able to truly develop a combat skill that belonged to him and display even more terrifying combat power. Once he reached the extreme realm of martial arts, he would begin to form his own combat style. Right now, Long Chen was very famous in the Yang family. On one hand, it was because of his high-ranking identity and his two abnormally strong subordinates. On the other hand, although he was young, his combat power was amazing. Among the younger generation, other than Yang Lingqing, the strongest disciple, Yang Zhong, had lost to Long Chen without any suspense. Moreover, Long Chen's arrogance had provoked the anger of the Yang family disciples. Long Chen knew this very well. Every day, when he was practicing in the wisteria garden, there would be countless disciples of the Yang family secretly observing Long Chen's movements. Everyone's face was filled with eagerness, as if they couldn't wait to rush in and kill Long Chen on the spot. Of course, because of the existence of wine addict and martial addict, they didn't dare. Defeating Long Chen and washing away the shame of the Yang family disciples had become something that every disciple of the Yang family wished to do. They were born in a family that they were proud of, and they couldn't allow others to bully them. Coincidentally, when he was practicing the 24 war spear to the final stage, Long Chen needed actual combat, the kind where his opponent would fight with all their might. When he fought with Nangong Lai, he was very familiar with the 24 war spear, and he knew which move Long Chen used. Therefore, on Nangong Lai, Long Chen temporarily couldn't find the carefree and courageous spirit to use the 24 war spear. Finally, on this day, Yang Zhong came to find him. "Loser, you're here to embarrass yourself again." Long Chen put away the halberd in his hand and smiled at Yang Zhong, who had a cold expression on his face. At this time, he was practicing the 24 war spear in the courtyard of the wisteria garden. Yang Zhong was furious, but he quickly concealed it. He tried his best to calm himself down and said, "My brother wants to see you. Don't worry, he just wants to discuss martial arts with you. Do you dare to go?" As he spoke, he looked at Long Chen provocatively. "I'm a guest. If he wants to see me, ask him to roll over here." Long Chen spread his hands and said with a smile. Yang Zhong's expression turned ugly as he looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, "I thought you had a lot of courage, but it turns out you're just a coward. The person my Yang family's disciples want to defeat is actually a coward. How ridiculous can this be?" After saying that, he really turned around and left. "Wait." Long Chen stopped him. When Yang Zhong turned around, Long Chen smiled brightly and said, "Who said I'm a coward? Your brother, right? If you, Yang Zhong, are like this, it seems that your brother is just so. Since he wants to see me and is acting like a big shot in front of me, then I'll let him see me." This kid finally took the bait. Yang Zhong was delighted and felt proud of his cleverness. Long Chen had nothing to worry about. With the soul-revolving sacred jade, he could summon Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing to his side when there was real danger. In this way, he followed Yang Zhong and circled around the huge Yang family. With the soul eye technique, he could see the movements of the people within 2 to 3 miles. Many Yang family disciples were following him. This time, what trick does Yang Zhong want to use to deal with me? Long Chen was very curious. Following him around in circles, Yang Kai soon entered one of the courtyards. This area should be the residence of the Yang family's younger generation cultivators, and to be able to have such an independent courtyard, it was obvious that their status in the Yang family was not low. From the moment Long Chen walked in, many people were peeping at him. Yang Zhong led Long Chen into a magnificent hall. The hall was empty. He randomly found a place for Long Chen to sit down and said, "You sit here, I'll go inform my elder brother. He'll be here in a while." After saying that, he actually left Long Chen here and swaggered away. After waiting for him to leave, Long Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sarcastic smile. "I'd like to see what trick he's going to use to deal with me." What Long Chen was best at was beating people at their own game. Less than 10 breaths after Yang Zhong left, within the range of Long Chen's soul pupil technique, a woman came in from the back door of the hall and met with Long Chen. Long Chen looked up and saw a petite but seductive woman. Her chest was towering, her waist was very slender, and her buttocks were big and perky. Her pair of watery eyes were looking at Long Chen, and her pink tongue was gently licking her lips, causing one's imagination to run wild. Such a woman was really a seductress. Perhaps just a glance at her would be enough to arouse the reaction of a normal man. In particular, at this time, she was wearing revealing clothes. Her body seemed to be only covered with a layer of black gauze. Her pink skin was exposed under the black gauze, especially the outline of her chest, which was almost exposed in front of Long Chen's eyes. It could only be described as tender and delicious. A pair of fair and round legs, not covered by any clothes, swayed in front of Long Chen, exuding an astonishing temptation. Such a woman looked at Long Chen with a teasing look, swaying her devilish figure as she gently walked in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of a young married woman assailed his nose. This woman clearly wasn't a young girl, but she had an unimaginable smell. Of course, this didn't affect Long Chen at all. He was pondering what this woman's trap was. Now that he saw it, he suddenly understood that it was beauty. "You're Yang Chen, right? I've heard of you, a great character from the true martial emperor palace with extraordinary strength. You're also the elder brother of my Yang clan's genius disciple, Yang Lingqing." The woman licked her lips and swayed in front of Long Chen, swaying gracefully. She had completely displayed the curves and softness of a woman in front of Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and gently pushed her away. He had already sensed that there were many people surrounding the hall, waiting for Long Chen to fall into the trap. "Is that your goal? First, you'll seduce me, and then when I'm tempted, I'll make a move on you. Then, the people outside will rush in and use me as an excuse to teach me a lesson in this grand hall, so that I won't be able to say anything." Hearing Long Chen's words, the woman was startled at first, but then she reacted. She, who was still seducing Long Chen, had a drastic change in her expression. Coldness climbed up her cheeks, replacing her previous seductive and gentle expression. She didn't expect Long Chen to be so smart. At this moment, she coldly said, "So what if you know? You still fell into the trap." After saying that, she actually stripped off her clothes and prepared to scream. Even if Long Chen didn't touch her, she could create the illusion that Long Chen had already violated her. At this moment, with lightning speed, Long Chen instantly pulled her amazing figure into his arms, stretched out his Lushan claws, and pinched her erect jade peaks before she could react. It was soft and surprisingly elastic. He squeezed hard, causing her beautiful face to pale in pain. "Your figure is not bad. You want me to suffer in silence? Dream on. No matter what, I have to take advantage of you." Long Chen laughed loudly, his hands directly reaching into the depths of the woman's clothes. The domineering force made the woman who was about to resist blush and moan endlessly. "Let me go." The woman was finally afraid of Long Chen. Seeing that everything was under Long Chen's control, she suddenly felt that there was a possibility of failure today. At this moment, a group of people outside was rushing in. At a glance, they saw Long Chen's hand moving casually on the woman's chest. In an instant, the leader's eyes turned red. He had asked his wife to seduce Long Chen, but at most, it was just a fake seduction. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually make a move on her? The place that originally belonged to him was now in the hands of another man. Even his wife was weak and didn't resist. The leader, who was also Yang Zhong's brother, suddenly felt his mind go blank. Long Chen wasn't interested in this woman. He just wanted to get back what he had lost. At this time, he pushed the woman in his arms away and fiercely spanked her perky buttocks. With a "pa" sound, everyone heard the indecent sound. The woman let out a hearty cry of pain and fell into the arms of the leader. At this time, Long Chen had already stood up. His whole body's aura changed from the frivolous debauchee of a moment ago to a cold and murderous aura. "You." The leader was confused at first. Things were a little different from what he had imagined, but the result was the same. That was, they saw with their own eyes that Long Chen had molested his wife. Good Yang Chen, I, Yang Tong, thought you were a man, so I invited you to come here to exchange martial arts. I didn't expect you to be such a wretched villain. While I was away, you even molested my wife. Such a cruel and unscrupulous pervert, I, Yang Tong, will take your life today. As soon as Yang Tong spoke, the others followed the lines they had memorized and insulted him. Yes, I saw him as a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be so insane. He turned out to be a pervert who dared to touch our sister-in-law. He really doesn't want to live anymore. You, Yang Chen, have a strong background. No matter how arrogant you are, we will tolerate you. But today, you actually dared to touch a woman of our Yang family. If we hadn't appeared in time, it would have been a tragedy. The woman of our Yang family would have been defiled by you. Brothers, we must never let this pervert go. For a time, the curses were overwhelming. Chapter 1200. This man called Yang Tong was already over 100 years old. His cultivation was the same as his younger brother, just at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. However, even if they were in the same realm, there was still a difference in strength. At this time, among the people present, the strongest was Yang Tong, as well as Yang Zhong, who was leading the way for Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen was able to suppress Yang Zhong so quickly was mainly because the third layer of the 9-dragon scripture was too powerful, but at the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Basically, after using one move, Long Chen couldn't continue using it anymore, so he needed to quickly hone the 24-war spear. Lasting and powerful fighting power was the way of the king. For now, it was enough to use the 9-dragon scripture as a killing move. Long Chen's previous contemptuous words made Yang Tong and the others even angrier. They were originally planning to put on a show, and then the two brothers would seize this opportunity to besiege Long Chen and teach him a lesson. But now, the situation was a bit different, because Long Chen had already seen through their plot and really went to molest Yang Tong's wife. At this time, the woman in Long Chen's embrace ran to Yang Tong's side, crying, her face twisted. She cried, "Yang Tong, he touched me, and even talked nonsense, ruining my reputation. If you don't teach him a lesson, then you are not a man." Yang Tong suddenly felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He shielded his wife behind him, exchanged glances with Yang Zhong, and then approached Long Chen. The pressure formed by their siege was similar to when Suzhou and Qin Shi joined hands to deal with Long Chen. Undoubtedly, it gave Long Chen a huge pressure. However, the current Long Chen was different from before, because not only did he cultivate the third layer of the 9-dragon scripture, he also cultivated the 24-war spear. The opportunity that Long Chen was looking forward to hone the 24-war spear had finally arrived. He clearly knew that this was the opponent's trap, but he still fell for it. It was purely because he wanted to use a real battle to hone the 24-war spear. When Yang Tong and Long Chen surrounded Xiao Chen, the others scattered and watched nervously. At this moment, a scarlet blood eternal desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. Although it was a spear, Long Chen did not transform it into a spear. This was because he found that using the 24-war spears or halberds was more suitable. At the same time, because of the halberd, Long Chen was able to grasp his own flavor from the 24-war spears. Rip. The scarlet blood heavenly desolation cut through the air and appeared before the two. The three of them looked at each other coldly and instantly made their move. Big Brother, the innate fiend demon imprisoning array. When they first attacked, Yang Zhong gave Yang Tong a meaningful glance. They had already guessed how to deal with Long Chen, so they immediately used their killer moves. In front of our Yang clan's two-person joint attack technique, the demon imprisoning formation, Long Chen's combat power will definitely be greatly reduced. Under the restraint of the demon imprisoning formation, the two brothers are really smart to know how to deal with this kid. Our Yang clan's famous demon imprisoning formation is even more powerful than ordinary domains. Vaguely, Long Chen could hear the discussions of the disciples. He had no choice but to be vigilant against this two-person joint attack technique. Sure enough, these two disciples of the Yang clan were not easy to deal with. Being able to cultivate to this level meant that they were not weaklings. The last time Yang Zhong lost to Long Chen, it was purely because Long Chen's sudden eruption of the third level of the Nine Dragon scripture was too powerful, and Yang Zhong was still underestimating Long Chen. One on the left and one on the right, the two quickly surrounded Long Chen. With the release of their hands, a dark green formation actually appeared in the middle of the encirclement. This formation had countless twisting snake-like black air currents. Under the control of the two, the snake-like black air currents twisted and turned. A total of thousands of them rushed out of the formation and swayed in the sky. Demon imprisoning formation, bind. Yang Tong and Yang Zhong's eyes were cold as they made the same hand gesture. After a few changes, they controlled the output of divine energy. The demon imprisoning formation actually shrunk the encirclement, and countless vines moved towards Long Chen to bind him. Many people were directly bound by this demon imprisoning formation, which directly caused them to lose their combat power. This speed. Long Chen smiled in his heart. The tip of his foot stomped heavily, and his entire body suddenly shot out, turning into a golden lightning. Although the vines extended towards him, they still couldn't outrun his speed, allowing him to escape from the range of the demon imprisoning formation. In the face of absolute speed, although this kind of binding attack would cause a terrifying effect, it would be useless if it couldn't catch the target. So fast. Yang Zhong and Yang Tong were shocked, but they didn't panic. They instantly removed the demon imprisoning formation, and moved towards Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Dark Yin sword finger. The two joined together, and instantly rushed in front of Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Countless sword lights erupted from their fingertips, and it was watertight, sealing off any possible escape route for Long Chen. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only face them head-on. Of course, this was also what he was looking forward to. He had pondered over the 24-war spear countless times, and at this moment, he finally brandished it in his hands. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have changed. From a dodging sheep, he instantly turned into a wild wolf filled with murderous intent. The war spear was filled with ferocity and battle intent. Throat-cutting style. When the real battle started, Long Chen's indomitable momentum instantly broke the situation of the two joining forces. Under such circumstances, if he continued to fight with the two of them, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, Long Chen first targeted one person, and that was Yang Zhong, who he had defeated before. I think he still has a shadow in his heart. That throat-cutting style swept across Yang Zhong's neck, almost splitting him into two. Yang Zhong was shocked and quickly retreated. The dark Yin sword finger in his hand was still being used, trying to avoid Long Chen. However, it was useless. Long Chen seemed to completely ignore his attack, and similarly ignored Yang Tong's attack. He pressed forward with indomitable will. The question of life and death was no longer a consideration. When the real battle started, Long Chen was completely immersed in the true meaning of the 24-war spear. There was no defeat, only victory. Under the crazy attack of Long Chen, Yang Zhong retreated step by step. The dark Yin sword finger was dealt with by Long Chen, and Yang Tong, who was behind him, couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed. Wrist-cutting style. Heart-stabbing style. Waist-cutting style. The 24-war spear strikes were continuous, and each strike was able to connect with the next, creating an endless cycle. At this moment, Long Chen was unleashing one strike after another. They were all close-range attacks, and they were incredibly ferocious. Yang Zhong was not proficient in close-range combat, so for a short period of time, he was in a sorry state. Law of Earth. In a panic, he could only use the Law of Earth to block Long Chen. But how could he know that the Law of Earth was useless against Long Chen? Big brother. At this critical moment, he could only call for Yang Tong, asking him to help. At this moment, Yang Tong was already behind Long Chen, courting death. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't defending against him, Yang Tong excitedly rushed forward. Hundreds of dark Yin sword finger were aimed at Long Chen's back. If he was hit, Long Chen would be turned into a hornet's nest. At the last moment, Long Chen turned around and stabbed the halberd in his hand at a curved angle towards Yang Tong. At the same time, he evaded the countless dark Yin sword finger. His real target was Yang Tong at this moment. The back thrust was very fast. In this kind of close combat situation, it swept past Yang Tong's arm in an instant, chopping off one of his arms. When everyone saw blood splattering in the air, they were dumbfounded. Big brother. Yang Zhong's face turned pale. He originally wanted Yang Tong to help, but he didn't expect that he would fall into Long Chen's trap. In close combat, countless changes could happen in an instant. For Long Chen, this was reasonable. After chopping off one of Yang Tong's arms, Long Chen didn't hesitate and directly attacked Yang Tong, who was still in a daze. Storm style. Sky thunder style. Shower style. After 3 consecutive moves, under Long Chen's surging battle intent, Yang Zhong retreated step by step. In the end, Long Chen's halberd directly pierced into his lower abdomen. Immediately, blood spurted out. Long Chen pulled his hand back and Yang Zhong screamed and fell to the ground. A piece of his belly had been torn off by the halberd. Fortunately, both of them had the supreme golden body, so they could recover. However, with such injuries, they had obviously lost their fighting capacity. From the beginning of the battle to the end, not even 20 breaths of time had passed. In such a short period of time, 2 experts who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm had been injured. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They looked at the indifferent youngster who slowly put away his halberd. Next to him, 2 men were screaming in pain. Yang Tong. Brother Yang Tong, brother Yang Zhong. The others came to their senses and surrounded them one after another. A warrior with the law of heaven and earth was the strongest, which represented the will of heaven and earth. However, in front of Long Chen's dragon will, the will of the law of earth could no longer be effective against him. Perhaps, only a warrior with the law of heaven could completely suppress him. The others could only help him hone the 24 war spear in the thrilling moments. The taste of battle was very refreshing. No wonder Nangong Lai liked this feeling. He found that he also liked the feeling of being tense in close combat. Perhaps this was what a real warrior should be like. The 24 war spear was extremely mysterious. What Long Chen knew now was only a little bit. After all, every 8th grade divine skill was a wonderful thing. Looking back at the 2 defeated opponents who were looking at him with grief and indignation, Long Chen sneered, "If you have the guts to cause me trouble in the future, come to the Wisteria Park openly. I will take you on. Don't play any tricks. Don't suffer a double loss." After saying that, he turned around and left. "You hurt someone. You can't leave." The other Yang family little brothers angrily surrounded Long Chen, but when Long Chen looked back, they all retreated in fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "So be it." Long Chen snapped his fingers and said, "I will set up an arena in the Wisteria Park. Anyone in the Yang family who has just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm can challenge me. I would like to see if there is anyone in the Yang family who has reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm can be my opponent, or if they are all idiots like you." After saying that, Long Chen left with a smile. His letter of challenge was spread throughout the Sun Moon City through the mouths of these disciples. The storm is coming. I have been away for half a year and I have caught a cold. I haven't been online these days. I have been taking medicine and injections. I think I have gastroenteritis. I have gone to the toilet 5 times today. I really can't write anymore. I hope you can understand. Although today is Chinese Valentine's Day, it is also the summer vacation. My wife and I are not together. Don't worry. Crazy went to celebrate Valentine's Day. I just have a stomachache, so I can only lie down and masturbate. I owe you 2 chapters today. I will pay you back in a few days when I get better. Some people may scold me. Most of them read free books, but I believe there will always be people who understand me. Chapter 1201. For Long Chen, there were so many experts in the Yang clan, so he had to make use of them. That was why he issued such a challenge. This kind of news spread very quickly in Sun Moon City. Not long after Long Chen returned, before he could speak to Han Yunqing and the others, there was already a commotion behind him. A group of people rushed into the wisteria garden. Uncle Han, can you help me guard the gate? Only those who have just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm can come in, one at a time, Long Chen said with a smile. Okay, Han Yunqing nodded and said. I didn't expect you to be able to think of such a method. Indeed, fighting with different people is very beneficial to your martial arts domain. At the same time, it can also completely integrate the 24 war spear into your martial arts, forming your own style and will, Nangong Lai said with a sigh. As they spoke, they had already blocked in front of the crowd. The dozens of people in front of them were the young people who came after hearing Long Chen's provocation. None of them had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm, so Han Yunqing waved his hand and drove them away. At the same time, he announced indifferently, only those who have just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm are qualified to enter, and only one at a time. If you are not convinced, find all the people at this level from the Yang clan. You are not qualified yet. Nangong Lai said, you little brats, go home and drink milk. With your little strength, you are not even enough to clean up the mess of my young master. As long as the disciples of the Yang clan heard Long Chen's arrogant provocation, they all wanted to go in and teach Long Chen a lesson, but these 2 warriors were too strong. They couldn't do anything. Brothers and sisters, this Yang Chen is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. He can defeat Brother Yang Tong and Brother Yang Zhong, but there are hundreds of people at this level in the Yang clan, and there are many elders who are at the same level but have been practicing for many years. One of them can teach this guy a lesson. Yes, let's go find them. I remember the Eastern Demon Sword, Uncle Yang Kong. His Eastern Demon Sword technique is extremely terrifying. He once defeated 3 opponents of the same level as him. His comprehension of the way of the sword is at the 4th level. He's much stronger than a youngster like Big Brother Yang Zhong. Hurry and find him. That's right. There's also Uncle Yang Qian, who cultivates the sky-shattering seal. He's also very powerful. He has been training in the true martial imperial domain for thousands of years and has only recently returned to the clan. I heard that he has been fighting in the true martial imperial palace for many years. The number of people he has defeated in the same realm as him can't even be counted with 2 hands. Hearing this, most of the people dispersed in an uproar, waiting to teach Long Chen a lesson. Long Chen's provocation from their mouths gradually set off waves in the still Sun Moon City. Long Chen reckoned that those important people had already known about this matter, but they were unable to stop it, because the more they tried to stop it, the more they would lose face. Soon, an opponent of the same level arrived. There was no age limit for Long Chen's opponents this time. The strongest within 100 years of age was Yang Zhong and Suzhe, who had already been killed by Long Chen. The people who came now were all above that age, and some had even cultivated for thousands of years. The first person to appear was someone of the same age as Yang Zhong's uncle. Han Yunqing and Suzhi did not say much and directly let him in. The middle-aged martial artist was furious. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he flashed his fist. "Brat, you're really brave. You think that no one in the Yang clan who has condensed the Earth Dharma body is your match? You're wrong. We, the elders, have cultivated martial arts and battle techniques over the years. You'll soon understand how ridiculous you are. Cut the crap. Make your move." Long Chen took out the scarlet blood sky desolation and pointed it at his opponent. His disdainful and decisive gaze made his opponent very angry. "I'm reminding you out of goodwill. Die." As he made his move, the battle was about to begin. Long Chen closed his eyes. Everything around him disappeared. The only thing left was the scarlet blood sky desolation in his hand and his opponent. He was completely immersed in the fighting spirit of the 24 War Spear. He brandished the 24 War Spear to its fullest. His attacks left his opponent with no room to fight back. About 15 minutes later, Long Chen slapped his opponent's waist with the cutting waist style. His opponent's qi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the scarlet blood sky desolation in Long Chen's hand was already in front of his opponent's eyes. If Long Chen wanted to, he could have crushed his opponent's face just now. "You've lost. Change to the next one," Long Chen said indifferently as he put away the scarlet blood sky desolation. There were already thousands of people in front of the Wisteria court. When they saw that their elder had been defeated, they started to make a ruckus. Everyone's expression was very ugly. Impossible. He was defeated so quickly. How could Yang Chen be so strong? The cultivator who was fighting with Long Chen struggled to look at Long Chen, but he still lowered his head helplessly. Long Chen was right. He had indeed been defeated. There was no use in struggling. "Don't be too proud. I'm just an insignificant one in the Yang clan. You've established such a battlefield. The number of challenges you will face will frighten you. Don't look down on the Yang clan. Although you also have part of the Yang clan's blood flowing in your veins." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving an arrogant back to Long Chen. Next, Long Chen said expressionlessly. That arrogant attitude made the people outside turn red again. Most of the people who had not reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm were angry, but they could only swallow their anger. "Who can go in and kill the bastard inside?" The crowd started to clamor. The crowd was furious. "I'll do it." Among the crowd, a skinny middle-aged man walked in. "So it's Uncle Yang Kong, the East Devil Sword. He once defeated 3 cultivators at the same level as him. He can definitely deal with this guy. I didn't expect that he would be alarmed by this matter. With him here, I'll be absolutely relieved." At this time, Long Chen had already seen this middle-aged man. He indeed had a sharp aura of a sword cultivator, cold and bloodthirsty, which was similar to Long Chen's temperament. As soon as he walked in, a cold aura appeared in the wisteria garden. A black long sword appeared in his hand. On the long sword, demonic qi rose, and a shrill sound came from it, disturbing people's minds. Obviously, this cultivator was indeed a strong one among the cultivators at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had already heard the conversation of the people outside. "You once defeated 3 opponents at the same level as you, but I only defeated 2. It seems that as long as I defeat you, I can break my own record." Long Chen was not frightened. Instead, he said in an extremely relaxed manner. "Cut the crap. Watch my sword." Yang Kong attacked. This was a pure killing sword that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It didn't cost anything and only existed to kill people. It was indeed very good. Long Chen had already fully opened the true martial emperor spirit, because he had a hunch that this middle-aged man would be of great help to him. Martial arts and the 24-war spear were both things that Long Chen had to hone through a lot of battles. For a moment, the two of them were fighting crazily. The entire wisteria garden was surrounded by a thick black fog and a blood-red fog. The people outside could not see what was happening at all. They only knew that the battle was very fierce. Every time the weapons clashed, there would be a tearing sound that made everyone's scalp go numb. Who on earth won and who lost? I don't know. But I can see that Uncle Yang Kang's momentum has already surpassed his opponent. It's absolutely no problem for him to fight. What's the use of momentum? This battle lasted for a full hour, showing just how intense it was. This was truly one of Long Chen's most intense battles to date. This Eastern Demon Sword truly did have the right to be arrogant. His every move was simple and ruthless, and he had already formed his own unique battle style. Long Chen had deliberately slowed down the speed of his battle with him, and from this, he had learned many things from him. Many of the areas that had been blocked up in the past suddenly became clear. The 24-war spear was also used from start to finish several times. Finally, in the end, Long Chen used his advantage in physical strength to directly crush his opponent and obtain the final victory. His body was strong, and his physical strength was still a huge advantage. At that time, Yang Kang, who was in the devouring world of blood, would have exhausted his divine yuan. You let me win. Long Chen defeated Yang Kang in one move and put away his weapon. In terms of fighting, you did not beat me. You only beat me in terms of your body, Yang Kang said with some reluctance. As long as I win, that's fine. Even if my body is strong, I can still take your life, Long Chen said indifferently. Yang Kang coldly snorted and left the place. Seeing that even the Eastern Devil Sword had been defeated, the others all began to shout. Long Chen had defeated 2 people in a row. The Yang family's reputation had fallen to the extreme. The crowd could no longer restrain themselves. Next, Long Chen said, still expressionless. He fought with Uncle Yang Kang for so long, he must be exhausted by now. Just one more person will be able to finish him off. Who's next? I'll go. Instantly, a large group of people rushed forward. They were all in agreement with Long Chen's request. Don't be impatient, one at a time. Nangong Lai laughed. He randomly grabbed a man and threw him over to Long Chen. Little Chen, you have to speed up. Otherwise, with so many people, how long will this fight last? Long Chen nodded. These words provoked the crowd even more. Those who had not entered the arena could not wait any longer. Just like that, Long Chen once again began to fight. He defeated more and more people, and the news of this arena battle spread throughout Sun Moon City. The spectators outside grew larger and larger, and the disappointed and noisy people also increased. After a day, Long Chen had defeated a total of more than 10 people. But he still did not show any signs of fatigue. We'll continue tomorrow, Long Chen said when night fell. Chapter 1202. A storm swept through the Sun Moon City. Long Chen had become a household name in the Sun Moon City. Regarding Long Chen, this youngster who had suddenly appeared, many Yang family members basically didn't have the opportunity to acknowledge him, because he was too arrogant, but at the same time, he had the strength of a real expert. Day after day, more and more people were attracted by the challenge that Long Chen had set up. More and more people participated in it. They didn't believe that no one who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm could defeat Long Chen. Thus, the challengers came one after another. However, they all ended up humiliating themselves. In fact, many people challenged Long Chen again and again. However, they soon discovered that even though they had the same level of strength, the amount of time that Long Chen could last after he was injured was much shorter. Although the 24 war spear only had 24 moves, it could derive endless changes. Many people summed up their experience, and after some research, they thought that they could defeat Long Chen, but they were defeated by the same moves of Long Chen. Heart-piercing move, wrist-breaking move, waist-cutting move, and violent storm, every move was an absolute killing move, there was no room for mercy. This was the result of Long Chen's slight modification of the 24 war spear. The essence of the 24 war spear was the word fight, but during the process of Long Chen's tempering, the essence had become the word kill. Long Chen's will of the dragon also had the existence of the will of the kill. 10 days later, in the Sun Moon City, basically all the warriors whose strength had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm had been defeated by Long Chen. There were many people at this level in the Yang family, but most of them were in charge of the Yang family's businesses and law enforcement team in the Xianin Demon region. Only a few elite disciples were in the Sun Moon City, and this part of the elite disciples had almost been defeated. Later on, Long Chen's opponents increased from 1 to 2, then to 3, until he had to deal with 5 people at the same time, and still no one was his match. Within 10 days, Long Chen had almost earned the title of the Invincible God of War. Many people thought that he couldn't do it, but he did it, and he did it perfectly. For example, in Long Chen's last challenge, he directly challenged 5 people and then kicked all 5 of them out of the Wisteria Garden, one by one, heavily injured. At this moment, the thousands of people watching from the outside had to admit that Long Chen was a monster. They had to admit that among the warriors who had just condensed the Earth Dharma, no one was a match for Long Chen. In this realm, he was almost invincible. Even Long Chen's realm was still a mystery. After defeating 5 people in a row, dusk fell. Normally, Long Chen would ask Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai to close the door and announce that they would fight again the next day. Although there were people who were not convinced and forced their way in, they were quickly thrown out with their faces covered in dirt. They did not even get to see Long Chen's face. But today, Long Chen walked out of the door. For many of the onlookers, this was the first time they had seen this youth with an indifferent expression and a calm aura. In their minds, Long Chen should have been a fiendish image, but they didn't expect it to be the opposite. This caught them off guard. Just this kind appearance alone was enough to make the anger and hatred in their hearts dissipate a little. What is he doing out here? Are you trying to show off? Defeating 5 warriors who have just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm is indeed not easy. He is almost invincible among the Earth Dharma. But it is really unbearable for him to be so arrogant in the Yang clan. If it weren't for the protection of those 2 experts, this arrogant Yang Chen would have been killed by the experts of the Yang clan. Yes, Brother Yang Ding has been standing here for many days. Among the young disciples under 1,000 years old, Brother Yang Ding can be ranked top 3 in the Yang clan. 10 years ago, he had condensed the Dharma of heaven. His future is limitless. If it weren't for the 2 experts, Brother Yang Ding would have already gone in and beaten Yang Chen to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Long Chen also knew the Yang Ding they were talking about. Every day, many warriors above the 7th level of the divine martial realm came here to watch, but he was the one who appeared the most. Through the soul eyes, Long Chen had long noticed that he was always paying attention to himself. Long Chen was very clear about the hostility in his eyes. Yang Ding. Long Chen glanced at this warrior out of the corner of his eyes. It was true that heroes came from young people since ancient times. This young man named Yang Ding had dark skin, a strong figure, and strong muscles, full of explosive power. His sharp eyes were like that of a black leopard, staring at everything around him covetously. His vigilant and fierce eyes were almost like that of a beast. After Long Chen appeared, Yang Ding had been staring at him, like a cheetah staring at its prey. He didn't move, and he didn't even reveal any aura. But his eyes really made people's scalps numb. After Long Chen came out, Yang Ding was silent for a while, and then he walked over step by step. Seeing his fierce eyes, people all made way for him. What is brother Yang Ding doing? He has already reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Even if he wants to teach Yang Chen a lesson, the 2 experts next to him won't let him. It's really annoying. I really want to see how Long Chen will look like when he is beaten up. A little girl of the Yang clan said with her mouth pouting. In the midst of the discussion, Ong Ding had already walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Long Chen. When Long Chen was about to speak, seeing that Yang Ding had already walked up to him, he closed his mouth and looked at this opponent with a smile, his eyes already squinting. The opponent he had been looking forward to finally appeared. Seeing the 2 young warriors standing together in a tit-for-tat manner, the scene was completely silent. In this quiet environment, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, Yang Ding stared at Long Chen. This Yang Ding gave Long Chen the same feeling as Li Tianji of the Li clan. They were about the same age, and their cultivation was also similar. They were both in the 7th level of the divine martial realm and had condensed the Dharma Laksana. It was already very difficult to make progress when one's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. To be able to condense the Dharma Laksana at this time, in addition to one's own intelligence, one also needed a lot of resources to cultivate such a young warrior. In the crowd's expectation, Ong Ding was the first to speak. He looked at Long Chen with gloomy eyes and said in a low voice, "You have defeated 5 people in a row. I think there is no need for you to bully the weak of the Yang clan and show off your power." What he meant was that Long Chen only dared to fight against those who had just entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Fighting 1 or 2 was a show of strength, but defeating more than 70 people meant that he was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Previously, several warriors who had surpassed the 7th level of the divine martial realm and had condensed the Dharma Laksana had rushed in, but they had all been thrown out by Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. "Continue," Long Chen stretched out his hand and said. Yang Ding sneered and continued, "If you are still a man and know that a man can only face people who are stronger than him, I will come to visit you tomorrow morning. It is already late now, and you have experienced several battles today. Tomorrow morning, let's have a fight. Do you have the guts?" As he spoke, he stared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. The others also held their breath. If this fight was successful, it would be a grand event in Sun Moon City, and it would also be the end of the huge farce created by Long Chen. Whether the Yang clan could turn the tables at the last moment and save their face depended on whether Yang Ding could live up to their expectations. If you don't even agree to this, it only proves that you, Yang Chen, are just a weakling who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You are not worth mentioning at all. The Wisteria Garden Arena is purely bullshit. Any warrior of the Dharma Laksana in the Yang clan can do better than you, Yang Ding said in a strange tone. Before he finished speaking, Long Chen raised his hand to stop him. He stared at Yang Ding and suddenly smiled. He said, "You came at the right time. I will let you end this fight. Let me see if the Yang clan only has a grandson. However, there is no need to wait until tomorrow morning. We can do it now." The crowd was in an uproar again. Long Chen had already fought for a day. Logically speaking, he should be exhausted. No one expected this guy to be so arrogant. Under such circumstances, he dared to say that he wanted to fight Yang Ding. He really did not know how high the sky was. "You are willing, but I am not. I need to defeat you fair and square," Yang Ding said coldly. He turned around arrogantly and was about to leave. "Wait." Long Chen did not care at all. He reminded, "Also, I am Long Chen. If you call your opponent's name wrongly again, I will not be able to look at your intelligence." Yang Ding squinted his eyes and did not say anything. He turned around and left. Immediately, a large group of people followed him and waited on him. Finally, someone was going to avenge the Yang clan. The enraged disciples of the Yang clan were boiling at this moment. After the people outside the wisteria garden showed off their strength to Long Chen, they all dispersed. However, Long Chen knew that 3 li away, there were still a few people watching. They were the 3 high-ranking members of the Yang clan. As for what they were talking about, Long Chen did not know. These 3 people had been paying attention to the situation here for the past few days. They were Yang Dingtian, Yang Motian and Yang Batian. Yeah, it's time to end this farce. This little guy is getting more and more excessive. If it was someone else who dared to humiliate my Yang family like this, I, Yang Batian, would have torn him into 2 pieces long ago. The muscular man said fiercely. Yang Dingtian squinted his eyes and said, I was the one who suggested Yang Ding to provoke him. I thought that provocation would be useless against this little guy. But since he agreed, he must have some confidence. Looks like tomorrow will be more exciting. Yang Batian did not think much of it and said, he's just a hothead. These days, Yang Ding has been personally trained by Big Brother. His cultivation speed has increased by leaps and bounds. He is the future pillar of the Yang clan. He also has many hidden abilities. Based on my observation of Long Chen these days, his combat ability is far from being Yang Ding's match. That's because when the Dharma of heaven appears, the outline of the starry sky will appear. Under the power of this will, he was directly suppressed. Yang Motian added. Happy face carrot. Chapter 1203. Perfect LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm. You can do it. When they returned to the Wisteria Park, Han Yunxing asked. Long Chen said, the effectiveness of the previous opponents is getting lower and lower. My current situation, after experiencing over 70 battles and listening to the explanations of the 2 of you, has reached a bottleneck. Perhaps only an opponent like Yang Ding can bring me more excitement. This was the reason why he chose to challenge Yang Ding in the end. At the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, the higher the level, the larger the gap would be. Long Chen couldn't predict what the Dharma Laksana would be like, but he chose to challenge it without hesitation. He was familiar with the true martial emperor spirit and knew that only such a challenge could stimulate his nerves and give him the possibility of a breakthrough. If he could defeat Yang Ding, Long Chen would be ranked among all the young geniuses in the Supreme Demon Realm. With his current strength, he would be a dazzling figure when he returned to the Martial Emperor Palace. At least among the 3,000 palaces, the most powerful disciples were only at the LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm. Geniuses like Yang Lingqing and Li Xuanji would usually be recruited into the Martial God Palace. So, this is an opportunity for me to break through to the perfect LV4. I have to face it. If I don't face it, I'll lose a great opportunity. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other and rolled their eyes when they heard Long Chen say that he was about to reach the great perfection of the extremity realm of martial arts. They had to admit that Long Chen's talent was rather terrifying, even without the martial imperial soul's nature-defying ability. It had only been 20 days since he had returned from the demon region of Jiuyo, and he was about to reach the great perfection of the extremity realm of martial arts. It would take others at least a few years. The higher one went, the longer it would take. With the comprehension and martial emperor spirit brought by his abnormal physique, as well as more than 70 high-intensity battles, Long Chen was able to find the breakthrough point of the perfect LV4 in 20 days, which was not fast for him. Originally, it was easy to break through from the initial stage to the peak stage, but it was more difficult to break through a small stage. The next big hurdle would be when he entered the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. At that time, he would have to pass the tribulation of Oblivion Wind. Only then could Long Chen enter the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. The tribulation of wind, fire, and thunder would not be easy. No wonder you're the son of our benefactor. You're even more abnormal than a monster. Watching you cultivate, it feels like eating. People like you don't understand how much effort others have put in to achieve what they have today. Nangong Lai said with extreme jealousy. He's sacrificed a lot too. Han Yunqing knew Long Chen well. At the mention of his father, Long Qinglan, Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had indeed progressed very quickly. After 10 days of frenzied battles, he had successfully climbed to the peak once again. However, how far away was he from that figure? Where was he? Was he dead or alive? In the grand illusionary realm, the light around Li Xuanji had already faded quite a bit. The effects of the saint's fruit had completely fused with her body. She was probably going to wake up soon. Once she woke up, she would have to decide where she wanted to go in the future. Long Chen focused on the results of the day's battles. In his head, every battle clearly appeared. Because they were all high-level cultivators, they all had strong styles, and they were basically all different. What Long Chen needed to refer to was the part of each person's path of martial arts that belonged to him. Even though it was very little, it was still a lot. As for himself, he had actually gained a lot of his own comprehension during the battle. This part of his comprehension formed the framework of his martial arts. Then, he found the flesh and blood of others to fill in the gaps, which formed his flourishing martial arts. The peak of the martial will was the perfection that Long Chen pursued. However, what was slightly different was that his path was different from others. The martial will was his own, while his was the dragon's. When the dragon's will reached the peak, what would it be like? It would still be the unyielding and proud defiance of the world. Even when he fought against 5 cultivators with the Dharma of the earth, Long Chen would not be able to find that feeling. As a result, he needed Yang Ding's forceful suppression. Yang Ding was also an opponent that Long Chen had confirmed after observing for a few days. He was a leading figure among the young disciples of the Yang family. He represented the dignity of the young disciples of the Yang family in the final battle, so he would place great importance on this battle. As a result, there would be a lot of tension and suspense. At the same time, Long Chen felt excited. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Before the sun rose, there was already a sea of people outside the Wisteria Park. What Long Chen had done in the past 10 days had spread throughout Sun Moon City. Everyone was furious. Today's matter was considered a grand event in Sun Moon City for no reason. Everyone came with a belly full of anger. This was related to the dignity of the Yang family. It was obvious that they couldn't enter the Wisteria Garden for this battle. Yang Ding walked to the Wisteria Garden early in the morning, surrounded by the crowd. He crossed his arms and looked at the gate that was entangled by purple vines. Although it was early in the morning, there was no obvious difference in the demon world. When the dark green moonlight poured down from the sky, the door of the Wisteria Park opened. Long Chen, Nangong Lai, and Han Yunqing walked out quietly. Instantly, thousands of people of the Yang family gathered together and there was a burst of discussion and noise. When Yang Ding raised his hand, the crowd quietened down. However, they still looked at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions. Those who could stay in Sun Moon City were basically not weak. The pressure formed by so many people was really terrifying. However, Long Chen was not frightened. Now, he had an unyielding will. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he would be. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai stopped in their tracks. Long Chen was silent. Under the cold gazes of thousands of people, he walked forward step by step until he stood in the center of the field. Looking at the Yang family members who were looking at him with hatred, Long Chen suddenly felt that it was funny. This feeling of being looked at with hatred was like when he was still in Baiyang town. Back then, it was also the Yang family. In this family before him, Long Chen had the same bloodline as them, but he did not feel any sense of belonging. He could clearly feel that these strange and hostile gazes did not belong to him. Perhaps only his father would silently watch over him. It was not until his father was gone that Long Chen realized that he had left such an important thing for him. They had the same bloodline, but they were from a strange family. Hatred, jealousy, unwillingness, disdain, all sorts of emotions surged towards Long Chen, making him feel disgusted and disgusted. There was a bit of anger in his heart, and this anger stimulated the arrogance in his heart. At this time, Long Chen stabbed the scarlet blood desolate war halberd into the ground. With his freakish physical body, just a slight shake would cause the ground to shake. Those people who hadn't been able to react began to stagger. A bunch of trash. Long Chen laughed. What? Everyone's faces turned green. They looked at Long Chen with extreme anger and all sorts of insults came out of their mouths. How can this kid be considered a member of the Yang family? I think he's just a fart. What's the point of calling him Yang Chen? I think he should be called Doggy Chen. Yes, he's a mad dog that bites anyone he sees. He doesn't have the bearing of a disciple of the Yang family. How can such a person be in our group? He does have some strength, but he provoked the young talents of the Yang family. He's just asking for trouble. I think you should go home and eat shit. Get out of my Yang family as soon as possible. I won't believe that this kind of person has any relationship with Yang Lingqing. Seeing that the crowd was getting fiercer and fiercer, Yang Ding felt refreshed. At this moment, he opened his arms and stopped the crowd. In a clear voice, he said, "Everyone, stop talking. If you continue, won't you say that I, Yang Ding, fought with a beast? Isn't that lowering my status? As for this brother named Long Chen, he is not a member of the Yang family. He is an outsider. An outsider came to provoke us. Today, I will seek justice for those brothers who were carelessly defeated by him. I will let him understand what it means to be a big family." Yang Ding's words attracted a burst of cheers. At the same time, Yang Ding Tian and the others, as well as many people from the group of elders, were actually nearby. Yang Ding's words were very pleasing to the ears, but it was a loss of poise. Therefore, Yang Ding Tian and the others were not very satisfied. Yang Ding is a little anxious. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Ding Tian was the person who was most familiar with Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen rarely did things that he was not confident in. What a joke. Yang Batian shrugged his shoulders. Yang Matian observed carefully, and said, "That guy called Long Chen has recently been cultivating a type of level 8 divine skill. I see that he has improved at a godly speed in the midst of battle tempering, and has now completely mastered it. Who exactly is this kid's child? I feel that his physique is similar to Ling Qing's lunar devil body. Don't say any more. Let's watch first." Yang Ding Tian interrupted. While they were talking, Yang Ding had already walked out of the crowd. Without saying anything, under the cheers of the crowd, he had already rushed towards Long Chen. From this person, Long Chen could feel a heavy majesty. It seemed that this Yang Ding had practiced a special body refining battle skill, changing his body into a special form. If Long Chen's guess was right, this Yang Ding's physical strength was also very high. Can you feel it? At the beginning, Yang Ding did not attack immediately. He circled around Long Chen and said with a smile, "When I was young, I obtained a mysterious ancient cauldron. Using the mysterious method of the ancient cauldron, I can fuse the ancient cauldron into my body and cultivate 1,000 miles with a step. I am the cauldron, and the cauldron is me." As expected, after he finished speaking, strange characters appeared on his bronze-colored skin. They looked extremely ancient, and these characters revolved around his body like special runes. While protecting him, they also produced a tyrannical attack energy that exploded towards Long Chen. Happy face carrot. Chapter 1204. It could be said that the stronger Yang Ding was, the more excited Long Chen was. Ancient Cauldron. One had to admit that it was a mysterious secret technique that could actually reach such a level. Luck played a part in everyone's success, and Yang Ding was no exception. It was because of that mysterious cauldron that his combat prowess was so outstanding amongst his peers, and he was ranked highly amongst the younger generation of the Yang family. Apart from the special case of Yang Lingqing, Yang Ding was definitely in the top 3. Neither of them was a procrastinator, so the battle could start at any moment. Yang Ding, who was surrounded by cauldron runes, was shining brightly like a metal god. That cauldron had already fused into his body, how could he not be abnormal? In terms of physical strength, I was already very close to Long Chen's, and so was my speed. My divine essence surpassed Long Chen's by a large margin. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen wouldn't be my opponent. I heard that your physical body is strong, so I will play with you. I will let you see what is the strongest physical body. That is my heaven essence cauldron physique. The cauldron runes surrounded Yang Ding like a human-shaped bomb. His eyes were like a wild leopard's, cold and cruel. Buzz. The air reverberated as he punched, as if he was hitting a bronze cauldron. Under that black fist chi, the air started to explode. It was extremely distorted, as if it was about to be torn apart. Tearing apart heaven and earth, only those in the 9th level of the divine martial realm could do that. Waist-cutting style. In the face of this terrifying punch, Long Chen swung the scarlet blood desolation in his hand. A series of schwa sounds rang out as the scarlet blood desolation left behind a blood-red afterimage in the air. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, and the scarlet blood desolation in his hand nearly flew out. And Long Chen himself flew out. This was the first time they had fought. In fact, Long Chen's physical strength was stronger than his opponent's, but his opponent's divine essence was too strong, which was why he was able to suppress Long Chen. When they saw the arrogant Long Chen being sent flying in the first battle, a loud roar of laughter swept through the crowd. The expressions on everyone's faces relaxed. You bragged so much earlier on, but it turns out that you're only at this level. And you're still called Long Chen? Do you think that the surname of the Yang family is not worthy of you? I think you should just be called Dog Chen. A silver spear and a wax head. That's how it is. It can only show off in front of us, but when it comes to a true expert, it reveals its true colors and instantly becomes a coward. Generally speaking, the first exchange would determine the outcome of the battle. But what they didn't know was that Long Chen wasn't someone else. He had the true martial imperial soul and the undefeatable will. So, his first failure was an opportunity for him to improve. To Long Chen, this wasn't a battle at all. Instead, he was cultivating to break through to the paramount boundary of martial arts. Other people's breakthroughs relied on natural treasures, guidance from their elders, and meditation. With the true martial imperial soul, Long Chen only needed one battle. The purpose of fighting Yang Ding was to break through, nothing else. With the experience of breaking through to the paramount boundary of martial arts under the holy tree, Long Chen was certain that he could use the same method to succeed today. What he wanted to find, other than the will of the dragon that fought against the world, was a higher level of will. Perhaps under Yang Ding's frenzied attacks, Long Chen would understand. Heart-piercing stance. Storm stance. The 24 war spear crossed in Long Chen's hands. In close combat, Long Chen was much stronger than his opponent. In particular, his usage of the 24 war spear had reached the point of perfection. Although his divine energy was far inferior to his opponent's, Long Chen didn't choose to fight head-on like the first time. Every time he attacked, he found a gap that forced Yang Ding to turn around to defend. A heart-piercing stance stabbed at his opponent's heart from a tricky angle. The sharp halberd whistled and pierced through the air, but it was blocked by the barrier formed by the cauldron inscriptions. If not for the mysterious cauldron inscriptions, Long Chen's extremely sharp blood-red desolation was enough to pierce through his opponent. From the first complete defeat, after a while, Long Chen was able to use the sharpness and violence of the 24-war spear to forcefully withstand Yang Ding's attacks. This caused the jeering laughter of the crowd to gradually disappear, and their faces became slightly stiff. Especially those who could see through the trick. They knew that although Long Chen's overall quality was inferior to his opponent's, he was able to use a battle skill that had been honed to the pinnacle, a battle skill that belonged to Long Chen, to forcefully withstand Yang Ding's attacks. There were definitely not many people who could achieve this in battle skills, and an 8th-grade battle skill at that. From the first move to the last move, Yang Ding's expression had already changed from complacency to anger. "Coward, why don't you fight me fair and square? What's the point of showing off your battle skill?" Yang Ding sneered. His body flickered, and in a short period of time, 7 or 8 phantoms appeared, charging at Long Chen at the same time. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, even the air was compressed. Break! The blood-red wilderness suddenly turned into a blood-red dragon, coiling around Long Chen and spinning rapidly. The phantoms were all killed by Long Chen one by one, until finally Long Chen suddenly stabbed out. The halberd actually pierced through the fog, directly piercing towards Yang Ding's head. The sharp halberd almost cut off his nose. This made Yang Ding's nose crooked in anger. "Bring out your power as a great perfection Dharma adept." Long Chen pursued relentlessly, and the crowd could not see his movements at all. They could only see a blood-red dragon dancing in his hand. It was precisely this dragon in his hand that Yang Ding's attacks could not even get close to him, and of course, he could not hurt Long Chen. "I still want to play a little longer, but since you want to die." After attacking for a long time without success, Yang Ding had already lost his patience. He was looking forward to the cheers of the crowd when they first fought. Indeed, from the start of the battle until now, Yang Ding had basically not used any battle techniques. He was purely using the power of the ancient cauldron to fight Long Chen. Yang Ding rose into the air and floated above Long Chen. His aura changed, and suddenly, from a mortal to a celestial being. The opportunity that Long Chen had been waiting for to break through had finally arrived. What was the second half of the dragon's will? What was the answer he had been waiting for? Heavenly Dharma. Everyone knew what Yang Ding was going to do. Many people would never be able to see what the true heavenly Dharma looked like in their lifetime. Long Chen's eyes also lit up. What he needed was the enemy suppression, the feeling that he was about to die. Even Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai could not give him this kind of feeling. And Yang Ding's sinister eyes, like those of a wild leopard, gave Long Chen this opportunity. In front of a strong enemy, he actually had no fear, only excitement. When Yang Ding Tian and the rest saw the look in Long Chen's eyes, they all felt like they had seen a monster. He seems to be very excited. Yang Batian said speechlessly. There must be something fishy about this. The ominous feeling in Yang Dingtian's heart intensified. In Long Chen's eyes, Yang Ding was like a god, hanging high in the sky. The world was in his hands, and a resplendent starry picture scroll unfolded behind him. The resplendent starlight dazzled Long Chen's eyes immediately. At this moment, Long Chen actually felt like he was struck by lightning. This was the heavenly Dharma, which was also known as the sky. It was a boundless starry sky with no end. Every resplendent star was as vast as the sun. Countless celestial bodies moved in the chaos, and the power in the starry sky was endless. Countless stars formed a clear network, and it was this network that made Long Chen feel sluggish. This network of stars, every star was like an acupoint. The billions of stars were like the countless acupoints in the human body. This made Long Chen realize that this starry sky was like a human body. The flow of star power was the flow of divine energy. This person whose body had transformed into a universe or something else, Long Chen always felt that such a thing existed. Perhaps it was the sky. The earthly Dharma was just a dragon sacrificial continent. As for the heavenly Dharma, it was a resplendent starry picture scroll. It might contain billions of dragon sacrificial continents, or it might be the only dragon sacrificial continent. This was just a fleeting thought in Long Chen's mind. When this thought disappeared, the starry picture scroll flickered in front of Long Chen's eyes. That vast pressure of heaven and earth didn't suppress Long Chen, but it made Long Chen have an urge to kneel. Perhaps this was the difference between the earthly Dharma and the heavenly Dharma. The earthly Dharma was suppressive, while the heavenly Dharma's vastness could make the opponent give up. In front of Long Chen, everything disappeared. He gave up resisting and was only fascinated by the starry sky in front of him. He discovered that the surrounding land had also disappeared. He was in the middle of a vast starry sky. Stars rotated, rivers of stars flowed, and countless energies flowed in an orderly manner. Any one of them could take Long Chen's life. This world of stars was an incomparably vast world. It was different from the shattered star sea. The world in this starry picture scroll was billions of times bigger than the shattered star sea. In Long Chen's mind, it was as if a wall had suddenly collapsed. He felt as if he had suddenly opened his eyes and clearly saw this vast and boundless world. This world had no end. When the earthly Dharma descended, the first thing that came to Long Chen's mind was to resist. When the heavenly Dharma descended, there was only one word in Long Chen's mind, and that was curiosity. An incomparably explosive curiosity that wanted him to understand this world. He wanted to explore this world. Those endless places were like a drug addiction that attracted him forward, making him forget everything. Perhaps the next level after the dragons will is exploration. From rebelling, to becoming stronger, until the world couldn't suppress him anymore. Without an opponent, he would definitely be lonely. After that, he would explore this vast world. It was possible that those ancient divine dragons had also embarked on this path. After some enlightenment, Long Chen closed his eyes. The starry sea retreated from his world, and his god-martial soul was rapidly transforming. Yang Ding was originally laughing when he saw that Long Chen had completely lost his will. However, after a certain moment, the prey in front of him had actually grown into a natural enemy. Happy face. Chapter 1205. It was like a candle flame had transformed into a sun in front of his heavenly Dharma. The intense light made Yang Ding close his eyes subconsciously. In front of the heavenly Dharma idol, Long Chen's will had only been a small beast at the start. However, it had grown at an alarming rate, and now, it had become a gigantic beast that covered the sky. In the eyes of this gigantic beast, perhaps the heavenly Dharma idol was no longer terrifying. Instead, he was looking at his own heavenly Dharma with a burning gaze. He actually broke through. What level has he reached? Yang Ding clearly saw Long Chen's blazing gaze. It was a gaze filled with aggression, so much so that Yang Ding couldn't help but tremble. How strong was Long Chen? Everyone assumed he had an Earth Dharma idol, but up until now, he had never revealed it. Instead, he was using a strange will power to fight Yang Ding. It was similar to the demon folk. Rank 7 demon immortals all had wills of their own. That was their own Tao, and they could also use their wills to fight back against the will of heaven and earth from the humans. The Emperor's spiritual chi formed a vortex that surged towards Long Chen and was absorbed by him. His cultivation was increasing rapidly. With that level of enlightenment, he had successfully broken through the barrier between the initial stage and the completion stage. Yang Ding immediately understood that he had to stop him. Originally, Long Chen was already very strong and could fight with him with battle techniques. If he became stronger, Yang Ding would not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Yang Ding integrated the power of the heavenly Dharma into his fist, combining it with the power of the ancient cauldron. His fist opened up into a palm, and he slammed it down towards Long Chen. Great shattering palm. The cloud surged, and with Yang Ding's palm, countless dark green clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge palm that covered Long Chen. In an instant, the wind and clouds danced, and sand flew wildly. All the disciples retreated, their clothes fluttering. Long Chen, who was at the most important moment, seemed to have been drowned by the palm wind. The heaven will seem gentle at first, but when it really activated its power, the stars exploded and the stars reversed. Its power was much more terrifying than the will of the earthly Dharma. Hula. Long Chen was completely drowned. You want to break through in front of me? You're just looking for death. Go to hell. You want to humiliate my Yang family's disciple? Don't talk about the door, you don't even have a window. Outside the gale, Yang Ding laughed. In this battle, he represented almost all of the Yang family's disciples, only victory was acceptable. Yang Ding didn't believe that Long Chen would be able to successfully break through in the midst of such turbulence. Of course, he wouldn't give up just like that. I'll add fuel to the fire. When he breaks through, I'll kill him first. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yang Ding let out a maniacal laugh. Once he said he would do it, he shot up into the air above Long Chen. The countless stars in his heavenly Dharma idol began to rotate around him. At the same time, Yang Ding's body began to rotate as well. As he did, an illusory bronze cauldron appeared in his original position, with ink-green symbols swirling around him. Ancient cauldron shakes the mountains and rivers. An attack infused with the heavenly Dharma idol descended from the sky at this moment. The huge bronze cauldron contained a terrifying power, and Long Chen was still trapped in the storm of the great shattering palm. Everyone's eyes lit up. Big brother Yang Ding finally used his ultimate move. With the foreshadowing of the previous battles, he'll seize the opportunity to use this move when his opponent is breaking through. He'll definitely be able to smash this kid to pieces. That's for sure. How many people can withstand the power of the ancient cauldron shakes the mountains and rivers? An uproar could be heard from the mouths of the crowd. It was a grand scene. As the crowd retreated, they also looked in the direction of Long Chen with pitiful eyes. At this moment, the huge cauldron was already rotating above his head. The great shattering palm is enough to kill this brat. Nephew Yang Ding's ultimate move will probably be able to destroy that brat to the point where not even his dregs remain. This is the result of provoking our Yang family. That's not right. If that's the case, the two prisoners imprisoned by Ancestor Wan and Ancestor Mo will probably make a move. With Ancestor Wan and Ancestor Mo suppressing them, they wouldn't dare. The group of slightly older people roared with laughter one after another. Under the ancient cauldron, the mountains and rivers break, and the universe trembles. Indeed, under the ancient cauldron, the space trembled again and again. If this kind of twisting power was used on a human body, it would be able to twist the human body and the space. Below, Long Chen's figure had already been destroyed by the great shattering palm until it could no longer be seen. Fighting in front of me is purely courting death. Yang Ding laughed, and the ancient cauldron came crashing down. At this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind below, and the clouds changed. A roar that belonged to a beast actually sounded at this moment. That was a shocking power. When the crowd heard it, they retreated again. They were acutely aware that it seemed that Long Chen was not killed. If Yang Ding was heaven and earth, then Long Chen had already grown to the extent that even heaven and earth could not restrain him. In the wind and clouds, the ancient cauldron descended, giving Long Chen the final blow. At this moment, there was an explosion. The crowd could not see the blood-red spear dancing, and it pierced through the misty clouds. Then, there were three violent beast roars, and 3 incomparably huge divine dragons directly rushed to the clouds, and from 3 directions, they bit towards the ancient cauldron. First, the body was wrapped in azure flames, mighty and domineering. Second, the body was shrouded in blue icy mist, cold and cruel. Third, there was no trace of it. The wind surged, and its speed was the fastest. These 3 divine dragons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were the power of the 9 dragon scripture's 3rd layer. Long Chen's divine yuan soared again, and at this moment, he could easily control the 9 dragon scripture's 3rd layer. Wang! What is this? From the moment the 3 divine dragons broke through the clouds below, Ong Ding was already stunned. Although he had unleashed his strongest power, he could only watch helplessly as all the mystical dragons surrounded him. The combination of the 3 powers formed a terrifying attack that surrounded him. This gave Yang Ding the illusion that he was prey in the eyes of the 3 mystical dragons. Hiss! I'll go all out. Yang Ding braced himself, and clashed with Long Chen, who could still counterattack before his death. But what shocked him was that Long Chen's power was even stronger than before. It was so strong that the ancient cauldron's power was shaken. The 3 divine dragons wrapped around the ancient cauldron, and the originally high-speed rotation of the ancient cauldron actually stopped just like that. Shatter! Under Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation, the ancient cauldron's phantom suddenly shattered. Beheading style. When the ancient cauldron's power was destroyed, Yang Ding was completely stunned. He was about to resist, but a blood-red figure suddenly came from afar, and was in front of him in an instant. By the time he reacted, an incomparably sharp weapon was already on his neck. The blade of the halberd had already cut into a quarter of his neck, and a large amount of blood was already spurting out. If Long Chen used a little more strength, his head would be separated from his body. Under the intense pain, Yang Ding's senses became blurry. He could only stare at the incomparably cold youth in front of him with wide eyes. You've lost. Long Chen grinned, and soared into the sky. With a kick, Yang Ding's body was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground with a loud bang, more than 3 meters into the ground. A huge pit was formed, and in the pit, only 2 legs were exposed. When they saw the 2 swaying legs, there was no need to mention how interesting the expressions on the faces of the crowd were. Long Chen landed steadily, without a speck of dust on his body, and his aura was much stronger than before. Even his gaze was more terrifying. Clap, 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 clap. While the Yang family's expressions were extremely ugly, the 2 guards next to Long Chen, Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing, applauded each other. Of course, they knew that the purpose of Long Chen's battle with Yang Ding was to break through. Obviously, he had succeeded. On the path of martial arts, he had taken another step forward. From now on, as long as he worked hard, he would not be much worse than the others. The scene was dead silent. Long Chen did not want to provoke anyone. He had defeated Yang Ding, and this was the greatest proof of himself. Those who had said that he could not make it before should have been slapped in the face now. Since I was young, there have been billions of people who said that I, Long Chen, could not make it this way, could not make it that 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 way, but in the end, their expressions were all the same as yours. In the incomparably calm atmosphere, Long Chen said indifferently. Then, he turned around and walked into the wisteria court with Nangong Lai and the others, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. Even the people at the level of the elders group could not help but start discussing. Standing in front of the crowd, Yang Dingtian and the other 2 did not look good, especially Yang Dingtian. It could be said that Yang Ding was personally trained by him, but he did not expect that he would lose to Long Chen. Big brother, don't think too much. Today's defeat is good for Yang Ding. It can let him understand that there are always people better than him, Yang Batian said while rubbing his head. Ah, I can only comfort myself like this. After saying that, Yang Dingtian turned around and left. When he turned around, Yang Ding climbed up from the ground with swaying legs. When he saw the pale faces of the crowd, his face also turned pale. "Where's that bastard? I haven't lost yet. Let's fight again." Looking around, Yang Ding said angrily. The crowd looked at him numbly, as if they were watching a monkey. Then, thousands of people left dejectedly. Today, even Yang Ding was suppressed by Long Chen. Among the disciples of the Yang clan, basically no one could raise their heads in front of Long Chen. How could this be? Yang Ding knelt on the ground. "Let's go." One of the elders walked up and forcefully dragged him away. The wisteria garden, which had been bustling with noise, became extremely quiet. After entering the wisteria court, Long Chen was chatting with the people from the Taishu realm. "Since I was young, there have been billions of people saying that I, Long Chen, can't do this, can't do that, 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 can't do that. But in the end, their expressions were the same as yours. This sentence, among those billions of people, I was also one of them. Back then, I already said that you can't walk out of the myriad kingdom's domain. Happy face carrot, because there was no manuscript, it was impossible to write 3 chapters in the morning. He first updated the chapter that he wrote in the morning. If nothing went wrong, there would be another update at 6 p.m., and another update at around 10 p.m. Chapter 1206. This was what Li Xuanji had said. When the words rang out from the void realm, the white cocoon of light in the grey mist gradually dimmed. Afterwards, like an eggshell, a web-like crack appeared in the middle. With a ripping sound, the crack split open, and a figure was clearly revealed before Long Chen. Of course, it was only a glimpse. The black veil rolled up, and Li Xuanji's slender figure was already enveloped by her elegant, black dress. Only her arms and face could be seen. A cold presence radiated from her body. Her long, dark green hair flowed down like a waterfall, filled with luster. After being modified and nourished by the saint's fruit, not only had she recovered her previous appearance, but her body was even more perfect than before. The damage to her 9 absolute meridian had completely healed as well, and it had even improved. The current Li Xuanji was completely unimaginable. She had actually aged in the past. It could be said that all of this was because of Long Chen. The woman surrounded by darkness possessed a strange, enchanting aura that was like a whirlpool. She attracted the attention of others. She was like a princess of the night. She was indifferent, and her dark green eyes were calm. However, they were filled with gentleness towards Long Chen. When he was with Li Xuanji, Long Chen only needed to look into her eyes to feel peaceful inside. This was a strange phenomenon. The violet veil covered her black dress. All women love to look beautiful, and Li Xuanji was no different. She spun around before Long Chen, causing her dress to flutter. She was like a beautiful rose in the night. Lingxi, on the other hand, was like a pure white lotus. She was just as quiet, but she was lovable. Compared to Lingxi, Li Xuanji had a few thorns. These thorns made her seem very cold, but only people who had truly entered her heart would be able to make her retract her thorns. She was currently familiarizing herself with her current appearance. However, compared to her previous aging and yellowing appearance, she was now like a completely different person. She had never imagined that she would actually have the chance to be reborn, and all of this was bestowed upon her by Long Chen. She understood the stubborn youth beside her, so she did not say any words of gratitude. Instead, she turned around and looked sweetly at Long Chen. She pursed her delicate pink lips and softly said, "I was also someone who looked down on you in the past." Seeing that she had fully recovered, Long Chen felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. He looked at Li Xuanji for a while. After recovering her strength, she seemed to be shrouded in countless mysteries, and he could not see through her clearly. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Those are words to intimidate others, not to you." Li Xuanji looked around. Under Long Chen's will, she could also see the scene outside the Great Void Realm. The environment here made Li Xuanji frown slightly. She said with some displeasure, "This should be the Yang family." Long Chen knew that she vaguely knew what was happening outside, but she was not too clear about it. As such, he told her everything that had happened recently. As Yang Lingqing's fate was currently unknown, Long Chen stayed here. "We'll think about it a little more. There will always be a way. She's my younger sister. No matter what, no one can have their way with her, unless I, Long Chen, lose my life." Long Chen clenched his fists slightly as he said that. It seemed like he was boasting, but Li Xuanji knew that Long Chen had the right to say such bold words. There was no reason why he had the right. That was why he had even obtained the saint's fruit for Li Xuanji, and then faced the combined attacks of Suzhi and Qinshi. "Yes, with you as her brother, she'll definitely be fine," Li Xuanji said. She suddenly thought of when Li Xuanji had taken Yang Lingqing away in Baiyang village. Back then, she would never have thought that a young girl from such a small place would be able to climb to such a position. If that was the case, was there anything that was impossible? "You've already woken up. What do you plan to do next? The Yang family is extremely dangerous for you, so I'll find a chance to send you out. As for revenge, you already know that you're not the opponent of the Yang family no matter what. I'll send you out first. It's best if you leave the demon world of shadow." Long Chen put aside the matter of Yang Lingqing for now and said to the mysterious beauty. Her eyes turned, and her face was pale to the extreme. Although there was no color, it did not affect her beauty. At this moment, she did not hesitate, as if she had already made up her mind. Now, she blurted out, "I'll stay and help you." Okay. This was not Long Chen's plan. It would only be more dangerous for her to stay here. After all, the Yang family had even sent out Yang Dingtian to kill him. Their greatest enemies this time were the two ancestors of the Yang family, who were already Nirvana tribulation experts. An additional Li Xuanji would not be of much use. Forget it. There's no need to die in vain. I'll send you out first. Long Chen decided and said. Long Chen. Li Xuanji stared at him with a sincere gaze. What's wrong? Her bold gaze made Long Chen a little confused. Long Chen could not explain the relationship between him and Li Xuanji. He always felt that it was a little strange, but he did not want to change it. So let it be like this for now. Li Xuanji said word by word, "You've said it before. We're friends, so we should go through thick and thin together. You've helped me before, so I naturally can't retreat this time. Otherwise, you'll look down on me. Besides, you definitely need me. No one can save Yang Lingqing other than me. This is the real reason why the Yang family didn't hesitate to spend so much effort to kill me." Looking at this peerless beauty being so serious, Long Chen was a little helpless at first. He did not want her to take the risk. After all, it wasn't easy for him to save her. However, Xiao Chen's final words allowed the depressed Long Chen to see a glimmer of hope. What? Long Chen looked at Li Xuanji excitedly. His eyes lit up and said, "You said, only you can save her. You have a way." Long Chen's reaction made her very satisfied. From his excited look, Li Xuanji knew that she did not misjudge him. The most important thing for a man was not his appearance, or even his strength, but his responsibility. No matter how strong he was, without responsibility, he was trash. Long Chen could not see the gap between him and the Yang family. He only saw that Yang Lingqing was his sister. He must save her. This was his responsibility. For him, Li Xuanji certainly would not neglect. She smiled, which was rare. In the dark night, she had a soul-stirring beauty. Li Xuanji became serious and said, "In fact, this is a secret of my Li family. Not many people know about it. Of course, the Yang family has been in contact with my Li family for many years, so they know about it. As far as I know, it seems that in the 3 regions and 9 realms, the only way to separate 2 divine martial realms that have merged together should be the secret magic of my Li family. Maybe you have guessed it." Speaking of this, a word indeed came to Long Chen's mind. He laughed and said excitedly, "It turned out to be the spirit-devouring demon pupil. It must be the ultimate soul-devouring technique." He had been thinking hard about the method, but he did not expect that the method was on him. Li Xuanji nodded and said, "It is the soul-devouring technique." Long Chen thought for a while and said, "Doesn't that mean, if there is a chance, maybe I can solve this matter by myself?" Not only Li Xuanji knew the soul-devouring technique, but Long Chen had also practiced it, but he had never used it. Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Xuanji shook her head and said, "It is not as simple as you think. The opponent is a divine martial realm warrior of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. That is a god martial soul that has resisted the Nirvana Tribulation. It is so easy to separate and kill them. Because the opponent is not occupying his original body, the degree of compatibility is not high. That is why the soul-devouring technique has the opportunity to separate their souls. But you better be mentally prepared. Tell me more details." Long Chen held his breath. This was his only hope. Li Xuanji looked solemn and said, "First, for the soul fusion technique, as long as it is not completely successful, there will be competition between the 2. If Ling Qing can devour the opponent's god martial soul, it will be the best, but this is basically impossible. The only possibility is that after a period of time, Ling Qing will be completely assimilated by her and become a part of her god martial soul. This was the worst result, which meant that young Ling Qing had basically disappeared from this world." Long Chen did not speak and responded in silence. And before the opponent succeeds, the 2 will use the body interchangeably. Presumably, at this time, Ling Qing will not have the advantage. Our soul-devouring technique can only be used when the opponent controls the body. Otherwise, it is very likely that Ling Qing's soul will also be devoured. This is the first danger. Saying these words, Li Xuanji was also not relaxed, because it was a blow to Long Chen's hope. However, she had to make it clear. This was fate, he had to resist, but the hope was slim. The elegant woman in front of him gently stared into Long Chen's eyes. This was a force of encouragement. "Continue, I remember it all." Long Chen squeezed out a smile and said reluctantly. Li Xuanji understood him. Her eyes were mixed with a trace of sadness, heartache, and other complicated emotions. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Second, there is also a risk of failure. If I fail, there will be a few results. Maybe I will be fine, maybe my eyes will be injured, or maybe the opponent's 2 god martial souls will be devoured by me, or maybe Ling Qing will be gone. All these can happen. In short, even if they used the soul-devouring technique, it would be very troublesome. But this is really the only method I know." Li Xuanji closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. She did not dare to face Long Chen, who was upset at this time. Chapter 1207. From this sentence, it could be seen that no matter when, he had a strong confidence in himself. This was a belief that persisted in not giving up. Such a man was indeed trustworthy. Li Xuanji shook her head, tossing aside those inexplicable thoughts in her mind, and said, "Although you've cultivated the soul-devouring technique, it's better for me to deal with a Nirvana Tribulation realm martial artist. At least I've been familiar with the soul-devouring technique for countless years, and if I use it, my chances of success will be much higher than yours." We only have one chance at most, and we can't waste it. This is the reason why I'm staying by your side. I want to help you." These words revealed a lot of her inner thoughts. The two looked at each other for a while. Long Chen had seen many women, but this Li Xuanji was probably the calmest and least expressive person. Her determined eyes told Long Chen that even if Long Chen kicked her away, she wouldn't back down. "Also, with my situation, I only have less than a 10% chance of success. However, our luck is pretty good. One day in the future, I'll be able to increase my chance of success by more than 70%. Less than 10% confidence was simply too low. It was even lower than the success of others in the great Tao of soul fusion. Fortunately, Li Xuanji mentioned another hope. She continued, 15 days later, it will be the annual grand event of the Great Yin Demon Realm. At that time, the Mo moon will split into 3 and form 3 Mo moons. That is when the Yin Qi in the world is the heaviest. If we use soul-devouring technique on that day, our power will increase many times. So, we need to start planning now and execute it on that day. There's actually a time like this. Long Chen finally rejoiced. There was actually a time like this. This meant that even the heavens were helping him. He definitely had to succeed on that day. This isn't a coincidence. 15 days later, it will be the time of the Realm Emperor battle. At that time, Mo moon will split into 3 and a Realm Emperor stage will descend from the sky. Among the martial artists under 1,000 years old, whoever can defeat everyone and be the first to stand on the stage and receive the recognition of the stage can become the new Realm Emperor. On that day, they will definitely send Ling Qing to the stage. 15 days later, Mo moon will split into 3, Realm Emperor stage. All these things happened on the same day. This meant that that day was Long Chen's only chance. We can only succeed if we take action on that day. However, we still need to discuss the specific plan slowly. The two seniors beside you are more courageous and knowledgeable. We can discuss it with them. Li Xuanji suggested. Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai already knew that Li Xuanji had woken up. "Emichim, I can't stay in the Yang family like this, we can discuss it." Long Chen nodded. His solemn face brightened up due to Li Xuanji's appearance. She found a way out for Long Chen. Although he didn't know if it was a cliff or a sea of fire, at least there was a way out. He didn't have to watch Yang Lingqing fall into the abyss. The news Li Xuanji brought Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing were very surprised and joyful. "It's very dangerous, but it's the only way out," Han Yunqing said decisively. Nangong Lai also said, "You're right, it seems it's going to be a tough battle." On that day, Yang Lingqing will definitely be heavily protected by the Yang family. There's only one time that we might have a chance, and that is when she's going to defeat everyone and charge onto the Realm Emperor stage. Han Yunqing's thoughts were the same as Nangong Lai's. Nangong is right. That might be our only chance. Lady Li can just use the soul-devouring demon eye with all her might. The three of us will be in charge of holding off the Yang family army. We won't let anyone disturb you even if we die. Don't worry, our little Chen has the determination to hold on. Our little Chen, Long Chen smiled helplessly. The two of them were still too optimistic. The Yang clan had 2 great Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, which was related to the rebirth of their previous generation's world emperor. When the time came, they would definitely be present. With just Long Chen and the other 2, how could they stop them? Han Yunqing wasn't afraid. He said, "Firstly, we are from the Wuxian Palace. If those 2 old fellows really want to kill us, they have to consider the wrath of the Wuxian Palace. Secondly, we have this." As he spoke, he looked at the soul rotation sage jade on Long Chen's chest. "What is this?" Li Xuanji asked in surprise. "You'll know when the time comes. Let's do this for now. We'll observe, gather information, perfect the plan and strive for the final victory." Long Chen straightened his back. If he was alone, he might not succeed. But now, he wasn't afraid. He had 3 experts helping him. With their encouragement and support, even though it was just a glimmer of hope, Long Chen would grab it even if he had to risk his life. The few of us will probably cause a stir in the Shadow Devil world. Nangong Lai smiled and patted Long Chen's shoulder. He said, no matter what, I, Nangong, admire you. If the 3 of us die here, it will be my and old Han's honor. As a man, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is truly terrifying to be a coward and swallow his anger. When it's time to fight, we must fight. Even if the other party is the emperor, when he falls under our fists, he is just a pile of shit. Yes, I still have diarrhea. Long Chen smiled. The originally serious atmosphere actually relaxed after a round of jokes. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen and the 2 middle-aged men joking around. Seeing that he was the core of these 2 experts, she felt her heart palpitate. Her lips curled up into a knowing smile. Perhaps this kind of life was interesting. It's a pity that I'm not a man. I can't get too close to him and know what he is thinking deep in his heart. Li Xuanji thought in distress. Today was a good day. It was the time for a turning point. Not only had his strength reached the 4th level of the paramount martial realm, his divine energy had greatly increased, and his combat strength had also greatly increased. The 2nd level of the dragon's will was comparable to the heavenly Dharma idol. The explosive increase in divine energy meant that Long Chen could already cultivate the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture. Long Chen had also decided on the 4th level of the dragon scale. It was the ancient azure wood dragon. The ancient azure wood dragon was of the wood attribute. Wood represented the power of life, vigorous and vast. Of course, it also had powerful offensive power. It was said that in ancient times, there were countless towering ancient trees on the draconic sacrificial continent that could hold up the sun, moon, and stars. Those towering ancient trees were formed by the ancient azure wood dragon. When the dragon was enraged, it would transform into its dragon form, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The ancient azure wood dragon had a long lifespan and was almost an undying dragon. Instilling the power of wood into the wind, fire, and water would definitely create a new collision. As Long Chen's strength increased, the sure kill ability of the 9 dragon scripture also increased. However, just as Long Chen was preparing to calm down and finish cultivating the 4th level of the 9 dragon scripture within 15 days, a person suddenly came to the Wisteria court. It was an old man at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were like an eagle's, full of sharp power. This person should be a member of the Yang clan's Doyan group. Long Chen opened the door of the Wisteria court and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man had seen Long Chen's battle in the morning. He did not look down on Long Chen and said directly, "The clan head invites you to Guiyin Mountain. Yang Lingqing will come out of seclusion tonight. Just follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing were standing behind Long Chen. "Go ahead." Nangong Lai pushed Long Chen out of the door. He found that Long Chen's body was a little stiff. At this time, Long Chen was indeed struggling, but he clenched his teeth. He still had to face what he had to face. Although they had not seen each other for almost 8 years, it was indeed an exciting thing to see each other today. But apart from Yang Lingqing's accident, Long Chen did not know how to face him. "It's not certain if the person you saw is your sister, so..." Han Yunqing said softly. Long Chen understood, and then he felt at ease. He had also thought about what would happen when he met Yang Lingqing. But now he was not prepared. But, what was there to prepare for? After calming himself down, Long Chen began to think about why the Yang clan would let Yang Lingqing come out of seclusion at this time. He had originally estimated that even if young Lingqing wanted to come out of seclusion, it would be before the day that was 15 days later. Maybe the Yang clan wants to chase us away first. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji said in a low voice. Everything she had was destroyed by the Yang clan. So, when she saw the Yang clan, she was very unhappy. Longchen felt that what Li Xuanji said made sense. There was nothing to be afraid of. There was nothing to be afraid of. The old man who led the way did not speak at all. From the main city of Sun Moon City, they arrived at the back mountain of the Yang clan. This was the real training ground for the disciples of the Yang clan. It was huge and everyone could find a quiet place to train and fight. The Guiyin mountain where Yang Lingqing went into seclusion was almost a forbidden area of the Yang clan. Only people above the level of founding elders could enter Guiyin mountain freely. It was said that this was the place where the patriarchs cultivated in seclusion. Warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm had to train hard. Otherwise, when the time limit of 1,000 years was up, they would either level up or die. Heaven and earth were always the most ruthless. After walking into the back mountain, Long Chen was surrounded by many disciples of the Yang clan. However, no one dared to provoke him. After defeating Yang Ding, Long Chen had established enough prestige in the eyes of the disciples of the Yang clan. After walking for a long time in the back mountain, they finally arrived at Guiyin mountain. Yang Dingtian and the other experts had been waiting there for a long time. Yang Matian, Yang Batian, and dozens of elders of the Yang family were also waiting there. As soon as Long Chen arrived, countless hostile eyes were cast on him. Chapter 1208. Fortunately, Long Chen still had half of the Yang family's blood running through his veins. To outsiders, no matter how big the trouble was, it was still the Yang family beating up the Yang family. If Long Chen was an outsider and had caused the Yang family to lose face, he would have been torn apart by the Yang family long ago. Even so, the majority of the people still disliked Long Chen. Especially those who knew about Yang Lingqing's secret. At this time, the 5 experts of the Yang family, the 3 Yang brothers, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei, who were standing next to Yang Dingtian, were standing under a short black mountain. Although this Guiyin mountain was short, it was shrouded in thick fog, so it was hard to see what was inside. Long Chen looked up and could only see a bronze gate at the foot of the mountain. Little Qing is inside there. It had been many years since he had seen that little girl. Although they were born on the same year and day, Long Chen had always treated her as his younger sister. Although he hated many people in the Yang family when he was young, he only doted on this cousin of his. When she was taken away by Li Xuanji, although Long Chen was very reluctant, for her future, Long Chen had no other choice. He could only choose that way. Fate would not give the weak a chance to choose. Finally, he could meet her today and let her see how powerful her brother was. But the situation was no longer like that. The person living in her body was no longer that tough and stubborn little girl. The more he thought about it, the more anger burned in Long Chen's body, making his blood boil. He found that there was a flame hidden in his chest, and at this time, he could not help but explode like a volcano. It had been a long time since he had been so angry. If it was him who was being bullied, Long Chen might have tolerated it. But when he thought of how he was alone and had no one to rely on, how his little sister, who had come to this strange place, was actually used by someone and had her body taken by someone else, how pitiful she was, but she had no one to rely on, and Long Chen, as her brother, was not by her side. To think that I once told you that no matter what difficulties you faced, as your brother, I would stand in front of you to protect you. But this time, little Qing, I broke my promise. Long Chen bit his lip and stared at the bronze door. He swore that he was so angry that he almost couldn't help but kill all the Yang family members around him. Young family, what a young family. In this family, Long Chen only saw ugliness and the sanctimonious Yang Dingtian and them. He didn't see any warmth that a family could bring. However, his power wasn't enough, so he could only endure. Breathe a sigh of relief. I know you're very excited. I understand your feelings. Wait for 15 days, which is the Great Yin Demon Realm's Mou festival. Li Xuanji looked worriedly at Long Chen. In the Great Void Realm, she could feel the changes in Long Chen's emotions. Hearing this, Long Chen took a deep breath. The anger and worry in his heart finally eased a little. Perhaps this was the only way he could recover. Calm down. Yang Chen, come over. Seeing Long Chen come, Yang Dingtian waved at him expressionlessly until Long Chen came next to him. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and Yin Mei blocked Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai. You two old bastards. You dare to stop me? If it weren't for the appearance of two even older bastards last time, I would have killed these two old bastards long ago. Nangong Lai said fiercely. But he didn't charge over and just stood on the side like Han Yunqing. As long as Long Chen was willing, he could use the soul turnover Saint Jade and they could instantly come to Long Chen's side. Plus, Yang Dingtian wouldn't attack Long Chen at this moment. Nangong Lai was very cocky and the Yang family couldn't resist mocking him, but no one dared to attack. A bunch of bastards. Nangong Lai laughed and crossed his arms. He scanned the Yang family people coldly. Other than the 5 masters of the Yang family, everyone else felt their scalp tingle. Yang Dingtian didn't give them any orders, so they could only swallow Nangong Lai's provocation. They knew that Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing were from the true Martial Emperor Palace. The Martial God Palace was full of lunatics and they weren't sure of their identities. If the Yang clan really killed them, they might draw out a stronger old ghost from the Martial God Palace and the Yang clan would be in big trouble. Otherwise, if the Yang clan didn't have any backing, Ancestor Luan and Ancestor Mo would have killed Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing already. Of course, they weren't to be trifled with. After calling Long Chen to his side, Yang Dingtian acted like a kind elder and said to Long Chen, Yang Chen, didn't you say you wanted to see your sister? Ling Qing came out of seclusion today, so I called you here. Wait here for a while and you'll see him. Thank you, Long Chen said coldly. Yang Dingtian was a little displeased. This kid said that he had a part of his bloodline, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't even respect Yang Dingtian. However, Ancestor Luan had said that this guy was likely to be a dragon martial cultivator and was someone that the true Martial Emperor Palace needed to nurture in the future. His status in the true Martial Emperor Palace was definitely higher than Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai. No matter how Yang Dingtian threatened him, he wouldn't dare to kill Long Chen. In order to avoid trouble, he could only use today's method to chase him away. It wasn't time yet and Yang Lingqing hadn't appeared yet. Yang Dingtian chatted with Long Chen like an elder. He rambled on and on. Long Chen couldn't wait to tear his mouth apart. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to him. A cold light flashed in Yang Dingtian's eyes when he saw this cold youth. He was the one who personally planned the destruction of the Li clan. His courage and other aspects were extraordinary. That was why he could become the Yang clan head. How could his methods be ordinary? There wasn't any night in the Supreme Shadow Devil world. Time passed quickly. Seeing that the bronze gate was moving, Long Chen held his breath. He was actually a little nervous. Li Xuanji could also feel Long Chen's emotions in the Great Void Realm. Calm down. This is Yang Dingtian's plan. I know. However, I still have to thank him for letting me take a look at Ling Qing. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Great Void Realm. No one else knew what he was talking about. The Yang clan was bustling with smiles on their faces. At least on the surface, the young prodigy Yang Lingqing was the pride of the Yang clan. Long Chen glanced at Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai. They gave Long Chen looks of encouragement. Long Chen held his breath and faced everything calmly. Today isn't the time. I can't be too agitated. Long Chen warned himself. Just as his emotions were fluctuating the most, under everyone's expectant gazes, the bronze gate was blasted open with a loud bang. A cloud of dust rose up, and Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Within the cloud of dust and sand, he saw a slender and delicate figure walking out from within. A murderous aura surged towards him. Long Chen's intuition told him that this wasn't Yang Lingqing. However, when the lady walked out of the clouds and appeared clearly in front of Long Chen, although her aura had changed a lot compared to 8 years ago, she was undoubtedly the little girl from back then. This young lady was different from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. She wore a white military uniform that showed off its edge. It was like an unsheathed sword. The uniform was very tight and outlined her perfect figure. Her skin was whiter than snow and gave off an explosive visual impact. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail behind her. She looked neat and tidy. Her lips were a little green and very thin. Her eyes seemed to hide a sharp sword. With a casual glance, it gave off a chilling vibe. This was the Yang Lingqing that Long Chen saw. He opened his mouth slightly and didn't know what to say. In Yang Lingqing, there was a more majestic and overbearing power than that of Li Xuanji. Only cultivators at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm could have this kind of power. Of course, Li Xuanji's power was restrained. However, the lady in front of him seemed to be standing at the peak, the kind of person who made countless subjects surrender to her. Whenever he met her, he would feel a kind of overbearing king's aura. She was decisive in killing and looked down on all living things. Speaking of it, her temperament was somewhat similar to that of Long Chen. However, she was a woman. Generally, few women could have this kind of temperament. Long Chen was stunned for a while. The current Yang Lingqing was too different from when she first entered the divine martial arts realm. Back then, she could only be regarded as a girl next door. Although she was tough, she was gentle and considerate. However, the girl in front of him, Long Chen couldn't see any emotion in her eyes. There was only a desire to control and kill. Indifference, ruthlessness. This strange aura unexpectedly appeared from his sister, who he had been familiar with for more than 10 years. Long Chen felt indescribably uncomfortable in his heart. This girl walked over from the Guiyin mountain step by step. Every step she took, there was a kind of aura coming toward them. Almost all the people present unconsciously showed an expression of surrender. Even Yang Dingtian seemed to have lowered his head. But Long Chen didn't. The gentleness in his eyes gradually disappeared. When Yang Lingqing walked in front of him, the gentleness had turned into coldness. Don't worry too much. She is not your sister. She is just an enemy who has occupied her body. Li Xuanji reminded him. She knew how much Long Chen valued the people he cared about. She also understood this man. She knew how he struggled and felt when he saw his loved ones being occupied by others and he couldn't do anything about it. Long Chen understood her kindness. Li Xuanji's promotion made Long Chen's eyes firmer again. He stared at the strange but familiar person in front of him without the slightest fear. He smiled bitterly in his heart. If the Real Yang Lingqing saw him, she would definitely be very surprised. Maybe she would jump over directly. How could she look at Long Chen with such a strange gaze? Chapter 1209. This sharp woman was definitely not Yang Lingqing. At this moment, she looked coldly at Long Chen and suddenly said, "Brother, long time no see." It was exactly the same as what Li Xuanji had said previously, but the meaning was worlds apart. These words made Long Chen's heart surge with rage once again. He looked at the so-called Yang Lingqing with a similarly cold gaze. If it wasn't for Li Xuanji's repeated reminders, Long Chen would have been tempted to pull that fellow out of Yang Lingqing's body. Especially since she had actually used Yang Lingqing's mouth to impersonate Yang Lingqing's and said something completely inappropriate. That's right, long time no see. In the blink of an eye, a dog has taken over your body. Long Chen sneered. No one expected Long Chen to suddenly say such words. Yang Dingtian and the rest already knew that with the existence of Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai, Long Chen could already guess the Yang clan's conspiracy. Because it was related to the rebirth of the Yang clan's strongest ancestor, the Yang clan didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to destroy the Li clan. Since Long Chen already knew, there was no need to be courteous. The heaven ancestor who had taken over Yang Lingqing's body was actually called a dog by Long Chen. With her prestige, it was hard for her to accept such words. However, before she became the New World Emperor, she still tolerated Long Chen. At this moment, she looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "I don't understand what you mean. Enough is enough. You will never be able to surpass me. Didn't you want to see me? Now that you have seen me, get out of the Yang clan and go back to your true martial emperor palace. I, Yang Lingqing, don't need a brother like you." Long Chen glared at her and clenched his fists. His heart was boiling. Billions of divine dragons were roaring and his eyes turned blood red. No matter what Long Chen said, the Yang family would just deny it. Long Chen kept causing trouble at the Yang family, so the Yang family told Yang Lingqing to tell him to piss off so they could focus on the Mou festival 15 days later. "Let's go, leave the Yang family first. On Mou festival, I will take you to where the Realm Emperor stage will descend. There's no point in staying in the Yang family." Li Xuanji whispered to Long Chen. When Long Chen was agitated and angry, she used her gentle voice to calm him down. He took another look at Yang Lingqing. Even if he did not look at her eyes, this woman was still his younger sister. She also had a familiar scent, but it was a pity. 15 days later, I will get you out of this predicament. I swear. Long Chen silently muttered in his heart. At this moment, he resolutely turned around and left, decisive and confident. Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing glanced at each other and quickly followed. Their faces were bad. They knew Long Chen. Even in very dangerous times, Long Chen's face had never changed. This was probably the first time they saw Long Chen unable to control his emotions. This younger sister had accompanied Long Chen for almost all of his childhood, so it was easy to imagine how important she was to him. That cold and callous woman who had snatched her body, that look of disdain and silence, had already destroyed Long Chen's self-esteem, and also ignited his killing intent and rage. He walked away from the Yang family, seemingly calm, but in reality, there was a huge volcano hidden in his heart, and at this time, a terrifying explosion was brewing. The Yang family raised their heads and watched the proud and stubborn figure leave. Then, they looked at each other. They did not expect that they would succeed so easily. Yang Lingqing also watched Long Chen leave. Her eyes suddenly flickered and tears filled her eyes. But soon, that cold feeling appeared again. She quickly wiped away her tears as if they were shameful things. "The next time such a person comes to disturb me, I will kill all of you. I will not be at ease if I do not kill this stinky person first. Are you sure that all the people in the Li family who know the soul-devouring technique are dead?" The cold woman glanced at everyone and said. Yang Dingtian nodded quickly and said, "Heavenly Ancestor, they have all been killed. Don't worry. Even if there are, under the protection of Ancestor Wan and Ancestor Mo, no one can stop you from obtaining the World Emperor's deity throne again." Yang Lingqing looked at him coldly and nodded in satisfaction. Then, she returned to the Guiyin mountain. When the bronze gate closed again, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they were already drenched in cold sweat. Young Batian looked at the direction where Long Chen left and said, "Big brother, that troublesome brat is finally gone. Now, the Yang family can be at peace. That brat is full of tricks. If he continues to stay in the Yang family, it will be troublesome if he angers Heavenly Ancestor. Let's go. He already knows about Heavenly Ancestor's matter. With his personality, I don't think it will be easy for him to leave. I originally thought that he didn't know about Heavenly Ancestor's matter, so I asked Heavenly Ancestor to chase him away. I didn't expect him to know, but it doesn't matter, the three of them can't stop him. We just need to chase them out and ignore them." Yang Dingtian analyzed. "So troublesome. Isn't he just a dragon martial artist? How awesome is he? Look at that brat's arrogant face, I can't wait to kill him." Yang Batian said angrily. "Don't mess around. If you kill him, you will attract the experts of the Imperial Palace and cause trouble for Heavenly Ancestor. Heavenly Ancestor will kill you first." Yang Dingtian glared at him fiercely. "Yes." Yang Batian was frightened. Yang Dingtian looked at the direction where Long Chen disappeared. He didn't know why, but he felt that the young man's eyes were a little scary when he left. Or is there a loophole that I haven't considered? Yang Dingtian thought for a long time, but still came up with nothing. "I'm thinking too much. The two old ancestors are still here. They can turn the situation around no matter what. What is the divine sense of a Nirvana tribulation expert?" After leaving the Yang family, Long Chen ran all the way, using the strong wind to calm himself down, and then asked, 10,000 years of life and 100,000 divine senses are the limits of all martial artists. Therefore, the divine sense of a Nirvana tribulation expert is similar to a 9th level of the divine martial realm, but it is more detailed. Han Yunxing said. "I'm now 10,000 miles away from the Yang family." This meant that Long Chen was already out of the Yang family's range of surveillance. He was surrounded by a vast desert, and the dark green moonlight poured down. The realm Imperial stage is in that direction. "Let's continue on our way," Long Chen said after a moment of silence. The three of them didn't say much. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai could feel that Long Chen was depressed. The two men didn't know what to say to comfort him, so they set off again. After half a day, they had long left the Yang family and were almost at the place where the realm Imperial stage would appear. After half a day of rushing, Long Chen was a little tired and needed to rest. At this place, there were no more members of the Yang family. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's divine senses ensured that there were no members of the Yang family within 10,000 miles. Only then did Li Xuanji come out of the great void realm. The wind surged, and her dress fluttered. This woman stood quietly in front of him. Perhaps it was only when he looked into her deep eyes that Long Chen realized that his heart had calmed down. Seeing them standing together, Nangong Lai chuckled and led his brother, Han Yunxing, to stand guard far away. They couldn't let Long Chen calm down, but Li Xuanji could. The wilderness was filled with weeds. The weeds were dyed in the dark green moonlight, looking eerie and creepy. As they moved wildly, it was as if countless ghosts were screaming again and again, making one's heart flutter. "Beautiful, right?" Li Xuanji suddenly said. Long Chen was originally looking at the soil under his feet. After hearing her words, he was startled and looked up at Li Xuanji. Following her finger, he looked at her chest. Under the deep cleavage of her snow-white skin hung a blue heart-shaped jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant emitted a gentle blue light in the dark night, beautiful and enchanting. "Very beautiful." Long Chen nodded. "The heart of the eternal guardian." Li Xuanji was very satisfied with his answer. She put the heart of the eternal guardian into her clothes. The blue jade pendant had probably pierced into the cleavage of her chest. The blue light disappeared. In the night wind, she smiled faintly and said, since it's beautiful, I'll take it as a gift from you. Long Chen felt at peace. The irritation in his heart slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath, and his gaze was firm again. This is an unlucky thing. Why bring it with you? Just throw it away. He suddenly said. No. Li Xuanji shook her head, her gaze firm. Long Chen couldn't say anything more. He turned back to look in the direction of the Yang family, and hatred and anger grew in his heart again. Don't think too much. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Nothing will be too difficult for you. Besides, it's not like we don't have a way to deal with it. No matter what, Li Xuanji was still full of confidence in Long Chen. Long Chen also knew that he had to put his life on the line. However, there was a layer of worry in his heart. This was a rare occasion, and he was a little afraid of failure. He couldn't afford to lose this time. If he lost, he would lose his sister's life. In his heart, no matter what, the little girl couldn't die. Li Xuanji seemed to know what he was thinking. She opened her arms, facing the wind. The wind swept her long hair, and it danced in the air like a black rose blooming. When you saved me, did you also worry about the gains and losses? She suddenly asked. No. At that time, I only thought about doing my best. Long Chen answered honestly. He didn't have a deep relationship with Li Xuanji. Even if Li Xuanji died in the end, he wouldn't blame himself too much. After all, he did his best. Li Xuanji didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled and said, then she died. There's no use thinking too much. You can only do your best. Your sister won't blame you. I know her. She's much stronger than you think. Is that so? Long Chen knew that he needed to adjust his mentality. In the wind, Li Xuanji's gaze was much firmer than Long Chen's. She suddenly said in a daze, it doesn't matter if you give up everything for the people you care about. You are such a person, but at this point, she paused, then smiled and said, thank you for letting me learn this. You let me understand that the most important thing in the world is feelings. You are an emotional creature, but my life is too boring. I seem to have just come into contact with this world. However, my learning ability is very strong. Long Chen was a little confused. From Li Xuanji's relaxed and happy smile, he didn't understand what she was saying. I can still hold on at night. There should be 2 more chapters. I've already paid back 2 of the 4 chapters 1-0. My promise is as strong as Long Chen's character. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.